This was a type of fantastic feeling, and the little guy was quick and agile. With even the slightest movement, an explosive force would be created, as if his entire body was going to fly into the skies. The 3 heavenly passages that looked like volcanoes surged with essence energy. Magma constantly flowed downward into the little guy's body, filling his body entirely with constant vitality and constantly keeping his body at its peak condition. A beast's cry echoed through, and an enormous creature appeared within this mountain range. It was over 30 meters long, and its silver fur shined like silk as a pair of chelan horns grew on top of its head. Its eyes were as large washbowls, and its scarlet blood-colored pupils coldly stared in this direction. Its body was shaped like a white tiger, but it had a pair of chealing horns growing on its head, over 10 bone spikes protruding out its back, and these 1 zhang long battle pikes sparkled with a snow-white luster. This was a genuine vicious beast that understood the mysterious meaning behind symbols. It occupied this area within the mountain range, and no one knew just how many vicious birds and fierce beasts it had to kill in order to secure its position as the tyrannical king. It was startled by the enormous sounds, and it began to feel as if something was offending its sanctity. Therefore, it came to slaughter it. If this was the past, the little guy would have chosen to immediately escape. However, currently, he was not fearful at all. He calmly stood atop a rock as he cleared and calmly watched it with his large eyes. This vicious beast's killing intent surged at first, but after a short confrontation, it suddenly released a howl before turning around and running away. A stroke of its claws shattered a huge boulder over 10,000 jin below it into fine powder. Afterwards, it leapt up as multicolored light circulated all over its body, as if a silver hornless dragon was traveling through the mountainous area. Its heart was full of anger, and it opened its mouth to spit out white light, flattening the entire forest as its silver body disappeared into the heart of the mountains. In the empty distance, there were a few black spots that quickly rushed over. Several fierce birds appeared that flickered with symbols all over their bodies. They emitted a glaring radiance as their powerful aura oppressed everything, shocking tens of thousands of beasts into trembling. They were all exceptionally terrifying. Their killing intent surged, and were ready to swoop down at any moment. The little guy raised his head and 2 shocking beams of light shot out of his eyes as the bottom of his pupils produced 2 oppressive symbols. The vicious birds released a long cry and instantly flapped their wings before charging into the cloud banks. They were shocked and angry, but they were feeling even more fear. They only stayed for a short while, and soon after, they rapidly flew towards the horizon before disappearing. Within the nearby mountains, even the strongest existences at the top of the food chain did not challenge the little guy, and were all cowering in fear. Hao had never made any moves, yet he shocked the tyrannical kings of the mountains into retreating. He sat down cross-leggedly, and calmly comprehended the sensation of the heavenly passage realm. As he was immersed within, magma bubbled forth, drowning him within. A mysterious mist began to rise where he sat. The little guy only stopped after a whole day and night. He stood up and faced the glow of the sunrise. He breathed in the divine light. He finally felt that his cultivation had completely consolidated. The 3 volcanic craters were collected inside, and they gradually disappeared as he took large strides towards Stone Village. Wayo. The little guy returned, and he actually hunted a flood dragon leopard. The children all released their surprise as the little guy carried a huge beast over 10 meters long. It had a leopard body, but had the terrifying head of a flood dragon. Even though it was dead, it was still emitting its vicious might. Child, did you make your breakthrough? The chief was pleasantly surprised. Otherwise, it was impossible for this flood dragon to be killed so easily, as it was extremely powerful. The little guy being able to carry it back with such ease was enough to illustrate this point. Little Hao nodded with his clear and exceptionally pure eyes. Within the glow of sunrise, his little body sparkled brilliantly. He made the people feel deeply moved, since he was just a child, yet was unexpectedly an expert of the heavenly passage realm. Many people had difficulty stepping into this realm their entire lives, yet during these few brief years, he rapidly reached these heights. Even when using the harshest eyes to judge him, one would still sigh in amazement. "Little guy, have you gotten a grasp of it yet? Can you defeat that group of vicious bandits?" A group of children ran from the lakeshore and surrounded him. They all clenched their little fists as hope shined within their eyes. The wounds that the elder who was whipped and sent flying bore, as well as the scars on their father's faces, were still there. This kind of humiliation truly made people sad and angry, and it was difficult to suppress. Furthermore, the survival of the villagers had become a problem, and they might all die under the merciless killing of the vicious bandits. "I will try my best. There's no need to be scared of them." Little sure how had bristles of electricity flashing within his eyes. 2 days later, rumbling echoed from the horizon, and a group of mounted people headed over. They were all savage and fierce beasts with dense scales all over. Although there were only around 10 of them, they were as powerful a flood. They brought with them a frantic aura as they threw themselves over. They had not yet reached the deadline, yet these bandits decided to show up ahead of time. Their killing intent surged, and those enormous fierce beasts bared their fangs as they widened their bloody mouths. Their horns were thick and pitch black, making them appear extremely sinister. Only a small portion of the vicious bandits came, and their group did not include the main force or that guardian spirit. Even so, their demonic auras still violently surged, causing the atmosphere around Stone Village to immediately feel chilly. "You rural people, are you guys ready?" On top of a fierce beast, a male wearing a black scaled armor asked as he pointed at the villagers with the whip on his right hand. The villagers did not respond as they stared at him. "Are you guys mute? Why aren't you talking? There's only 2 days left until the deadline. If you people still do not have any black gold on hand, I think there's no need to wait for 2 more days." This leader's ruthless aura was severe. When he spoke, even his eyes stood straight. "And there's a lot less people here. Did you guys actually escape?" As another leader spoke, his face sunk. His eyes began to exude even more chilliness as he said, "Without our permission, you guys actually dared to escape. Do you truly not understand life and death? Do you think that by doing so, they can actually survive?" Among these vicious bandits, several of them exposed a laughter as they revealed their dense white teeth. They merciless sat on their enormous mastiffs that were at least 2 to 3 meters tall and 5 to 6 meters long. The mounts had dog-like teeth that were like snow-white daggers, and they were extremely frightening. These kinds of mastiffs who grew up within the Great Wasteland were ferocious and keen, and they had an extremely strong sense of smell. They believed that even if the villagers left the village, it was still difficult for them to truly escape. "If we recapture them, I want you people to clearly understand the meaning of being dead rather than alive." One of the leaders opened his mouth wide, sending a bone-piercing chill down the villagers' spines. That's... Suddenly, the vicious bandits discovered the presence of unicorns. Their eyes immediately emitted an ominous glint and exposed their pleasantly surprised look. "It's a mutation of the scaled horses. A unicorn. They are robust and sturdy, and their entire bodies are glowing with a silvery white light. They can travel 10,000 li in a day, so they are an incredibly fast mount. There's more than one. There are actually so many. Last time, all of the unicorns were hidden in a nearby forest, and so they did not find them. However, this time, they were caught red-handed, and the vicious bandits squinted their eyes with incomparable excitement. These kinds of spirited beasts weren't the strongest, but they excelled in speed and were extremely rare. If they rode on unicorns in the future, they would truly be like the wind and travel much faster. They would be able to move unhindered in this boundless great wasteland, sweeping away everything before their eyes. Woo, they are being ridden by children. Are they preparing to escape? One of the leaders stared coldly before looking towards the group of adults at the village. Tell them to come over and offer up their unicorns. However, not one person responded as the able-bodied males at the village entrance stared at him indifferently. You rural brutes, are you guys mute? Did you not hear me? Tell those children to lead the unicorns over and present them to us. Otherwise, I'll massacre your village right now. Another leader wearing black armor all over threatened with a terrifying gaze that seemed like daggers. He urged the fierce beast to walk forward, and waved the horsewhip in his hands, lashing towards Shi Linghu, Shi Feijiao and the others. Last time, it was precisely him who inflicted that extremely large wound on the men's faces, causing them to bleed quite a bit. This time, he was still cruel and unreasonable, and instantly came up and whipped them with his frighteningly ruthless aura. Pang! The little guy walked forward and grabbed the horsewhip with his bare hands, obstructing them. This leader was amazed. He was the most clear about how strong his whiplash was, so he shocked when the child grabbed it with one hand. Wang, he gently flicked his wrist, and symbols began to spread along the whip as it extended forward. However, when they met the little guy's palm, they all extinguished immediately. Little child, you're a bit weird. He was shocked and immediately stamped down with his feet angrily to step on the little guy's face. A beam of light flashed across the little guy's large eyes, and he was even faster than he was. Pong, he grabbed that foot and used a bit of strength to directly tear him off his mount. His body fiercely made a rotating motion, immediately smashed his body onto the ground. Ayo! The leader wretchedly screamed. Dust and smoke surged up as his head and face came into close contact with the surface of the ground. His mouth and nose were spraying blood, and his mouth in particular turned into an area of mangled flesh. He had less than 10 or so teeth within his mouth. This unforeseen event was astonishing. The vicious bandits did not think that this weak-looking village would actually have someone who dared to oppose them. Moreover, it was a child which made them stupid for a moment. The leader was frightened and alarmed as his entire body began to shine. Symbols interweaved in order to struggle free. However, under the restraint of the little guy's divine strength, his struggles were futile. His ankle was grabbed by that little hand as if it was bounded by a leg iron, and it was practically going to snap. The little guy swung him up as if he was waving a scarecrow, and simply yet violently smashed him upon the ground again. Pooh! The noise of flesh disintegrating sounded, and this leader began to scream wretched again. This time he was knocked against a huge boulder, and his body fractured all over as his body became broken. The little guy acted like he was throwing away a dead dog, and threw him towards the village entrance. Shi Linghu walked forward, stepped onto his chest with one foot and said, "Weren't you guys being arrogant just a second ago? You dare to take a whip and lash at the face of our elder. I've put up with you for a long time now." A group of elders all gathered over and madly stamped down with their large feet. Pooh! This leader's face deformed on the spot, and was trampled into a rotten watermelon. Everything happened instantaneously. The group of vicious bandits were astonished because everything happened too abruptly. Last time, those villagers were as weak as sheeps and did not dare to retaliate. However, today, how could a mere child be this violent? That group of fully grown men went insane. "Kill him!" Another leader hastily shouted. He ordered the bandits to take actions as they prepared to slaughter their way towards the village entrance. Chong sounds continuously rang out as the group of people took out their weapons before charging forward to massacre Stone Village. The little guy shouted out loudly and swatted towards the people who were charging at the forefront. Symbols were released, making his palm appear as large as a millstone all of a sudden. Pong-pong noise echoed outwards in succession, and those vicious bandits flew away one by one as they were all struck flying. This was an astonishing divine strength that fractured all of their bones. After they were struck flying, they had a difficult time even standing up, and could not budge an inch. In addition, these were only strikes the little guy randomly sent out, and even though he didn't put much strength behind it, it still created such a huge killing power. The remaining few leaders all lightly shouted. Their palms began to shine, and flourishing bristles bursted forth, illuminating the village entrance into an area of splendor. He activated the symbols to utilize a flame technique. Back when they used to burn, kill, and plunder, he was one of their primary forces in charge of burning the villages. He buried quite a few people within the sea of fire, and this was done through relying on this exact flame technique. However, today it was completely useless against the little guy. The little guy simply reached out with his palm, filling the air with symbols, easily extinguishing that flourishing blaze. Then with a pung sound, it was as if that leader had been struck with the force of a mountain, and he flew across the air for over 10 meters. Pai-pa sounds rang out, and a large portion of the bones in this leader had broken into pieces, and it was likely that he would never stand again. Bandits, weren't you guys previously unbearably tyrannical? Where's your arrogance now? Fei Jiao and the others advanced with heavy weapons in their hands and smashed forward. Every one of the strikes would splash up a string of blood. These vicious people who laid on the ground, each one of them had taken at least 10 human lives. Normally, they were cruel and brutal. Now, however, fear loomed over them. With their eyes staring widely, they began to cry for mercy. The little moved as fast as lightning, and easily handed over these vicious bandits. However, he knew the true battle was with that guardian spirit, and this little squadron of people and horses did not account for much. The group of children were all extremely excited and moved, and they immediately ran over. They surrounded the little guy, and all of them began to talk at once as they commented on what just happened. Little guy, you're so awesome. You defeated these people with just a single strike. Not even that leader who knew of flame precious techniques could withstand it. When will I be able to kill roaming bandits like cutting grass? Over 10 people had been dispatched. Fei Jiao and the others were not lenient with them and threw them into the mountains to feed the ferocious beasts. These vicious bandits' hands had been dyed in blood. Letting these people go would be the same as punishing the good and nurturing evil, and only more people would suffer. As for these mounts, some were too vicious and untamable, so they were immediately killed to become food for the people of Stone Village. As for the 10 other ferocious beasts who were relatively docile, they became mounts for the villagers. Haha! You made a great accomplishment. These beasts are all good mounts. The only trouble is that they are savages that need to be fed blood and meat every day. Ling Hu, Fei Jiao and the others were very happy. Although they have never ridden on unicorns, having a group of fine ferocious beasts as substitutes right now was pretty good as well. These vicious bandits' mounts would naturally not be too bad, and they were the most suitable for leaving and entering the Great Wasteland. Although each of them had a bloody mouth, fierce teeth and dense scales all over, they were truly powerful. Once they were tamed, they would become fine mounts. The red sun began to set in the east, and the villagers were all very happy. They began to boil those ferocious beasts which had been killed within a large fire until their meat became soft. They were supported on top of a bonfire until they were roasted golden, and the oily meat fragrance made people drool with desire. They ate large mouthfuls of meat while discussing their gains for the day. Those evil bandits which assaulted them were executed, allowing them to shed their resentments and finally vent out some of the choking anger they had for the past few days. It's truly delightful. We don't know how much disasters these vicious bandits made in how many little tribes. I don't feel an ounce of guilt after killing some of them today. Little guy, you were incredible. When you handled that leader, you easily broke his terrifying flame technique. It's truly remarkable. Out little milk-drinking baby is getting stronger and stronger. Haha. A group of adults laughed heartily as they ridiculed little Hao. Come, Uncle has specially boiled a jar of beast milk for you. Drink up. A middle-aged with a shaggy beard scooched over. The little guy was very embarrassed but very skillfully raised that jar and poured it into his mouth. However, as soon as it drank a mouthful, he shouted, "Liar! This is fruit juice! Ha ha!" A group of people couldn't hold back their laughter and began to laugh wildly. The laughing stopped because the chief's expression became serious. He stood in front of the bonfire and reminded everyone, "This group of vicious bandits has been executed, but if they don't return for a long time, it will draw out their main forces and that guardian spirit. Grandpa, I will take care of it." The little guy stood up. After the villagers heard, they all began to worry. Although the little guy was strong, he was still a child after all. Their enemies had numerous experts and even a guardian spirit, making the villagers feel intimidated. What was a guardian spirit? They represented mysteriousness and power, demanding the worship and gifts from the tribes they protected. They required devotion and sacrifices, and were extremely difficult to deal with. No one wanted to become enemies with a guardian spirit. "This is an evil spirit. I'll think of a way to eliminate it," said the little guy with a determined tone. He swore in front of 3 villagers that he would not act simply out of bravery. If something was wrong, he would immediately escape. The unicorn, Little White, would naturally follow him and rapidly carry him away if his life ever became endangered. Before leaving, the little guy suggested that villagers should evacuate first and not stay here any longer. Everyone nodded in agreement, and even the chief had the same idea, as it was tough to say whoever would win the battle tonight. In case the little guy lost, the village would immediately receive a bloody retaliation. "Child, I'll go with you." The chief wanted to accompany him. "No, Grandpa Chief's body has some internal injuries, and you can't utilize the bone text at will. Just leave it to me." The little guy shook his head in disagreement. "Child, we'll have to trouble you." The adults were ashamed. "It's something that I should do, let's go." In the end, the little left rode out by himself and galloped into the ends of the earth with a heroic passion. He wanted to exterminate that group of vicious bandits by himself. He had learned where these bandits originated previously from the mouths of one of them. Right now, he was unrelenting as he charged into the great wasteland like a silver whirlwind. The unicorn was as fast as lightning as it passed over mountains, crossed over many ridges. The forest on both sides rapidly fell back as he finally neared his destination after an entire hour. Wild animals howled within the white mist in the mountains. This was a relatively elevated mountain region. There were simple fences at the place where the vicious bandits temporarily stayed. They were nomadic and had been accustomed to this life a long time ago. The bonfire pulsed as the vicious bandits were currently eating wild animals. They were in an arrangement of 3 people per meal and 5 people per group, and as they surrounded the bonfire, they ripped their roasted meat apart while they discussed. Not far away, a group of ferocious beasts were either pinned on ancient trees or locked up beside huge boulders. They all looked extremely sinister. This was a simple mountain stronghold, and a few people kept watch on the borders as they watched out for the arrival of any vicious beasts within the mountains. After all, this was a vast wasteland, and a powerful monster could suddenly appear at any moment. The little guy rode his mount and came over as he sat atop his silver unicorn. He was like a white-gowned divine general who treaded upon the skies as he arrived with a silver radiance. "Who's there?" The people who were patrolling and guarding the gates shouted loudly. "Little White, you hide first," the little guy said as he leapt off and landed on the ground. At the same time, he flung away Harry Ball, who was on shoulders, onto the back of the unicorn. "So strange. A little baby unexpectedly came here." The few people who guarded the gates were amazed, but they did not dare to act in contempt because the stranger the situation was, the more nervous and attentive they were. Someone charged into the stronghold. They shouted and passed on the news inside. The little guy did not fear and took large strides forward like a general who had not lost a single battle out of 100. He unexpectedly held a terrifying aura and a rather outstanding might. "Stop!" One of the vicious bandits obstructed him with a battle spear in hand as he fiercely pierced forward. Pong! The little guy raised his hand and swatted out with his palm. With a kacha sound, that battle spear snapped and he immediately flew out over 10 meters away before stopping. He collided with a huge mountain boulder and became paralyzed on the spot. So strong! These vicious bandits breathed in a breath of cold air and quickly retreated one by one. They extended their long bows and pulled on their bowstrings as arrows streaked across the air one after another. They emitted ghostly whistles as they flew towards the little guy, and they were all vicious, accurate, and extremely powerful. Wang! The little guy drew a circle with his left hand, and it suddenly transformed into a vortex of symbols. The symbols rapidly rotated, absorbing all of these dense arrows within. They were twisted within the vortex until they became iron powder, scattering onto the ground. Heavens! A little freak! These vicious bandits were shocked. They had all experienced many bloody battles before, but they had never seen a child that was this young and terrifying. The little guy reached out with his palm, and symbols filled the sky. Those 10 people who received the news and ran over suddenly flew away like straws, and their bodies immediately smashed against the boulders behind them. They spat of mouthfuls of fresh blood, and were unable to get up again. Enemy attack! Prepare for battle! Sharp whistles sounded. The mountain stronghold went into a state of chaos, and all the vicious bandits stood up. The little guy did not fear at all and slaughtered his way in. He fought the vicious bandits with his bare hands without using much power, and he broken the bones of over 20 people, making them unable to fight anymore. Truly astonishing. It's actually a baby. A leader appeared. He showed a strange expression as he continuously stared at the little guy. Hao took a step forward as if he was going into no man's land, and as he continued to act, an individual who saw this situation rapidly rushed over. His entire body began to shine until pieces after pieces of armor appeared and covered his body. Crocodile armor? No, it's armor made from the scales of pangolins. He was like a large crocodile. The plated armor on his body was shiny, malevolent, and ferocious as he walked forward with killing intent. Hong! The little guy swatted out his palms, and the shock wave sent people flying and broke their bones. Only that person was not sent flying by that huge power, and immediately crawled up. Could that be a precious artifact? The little guy's eyes suddenly shined, since these types of things were rarely seen. He rapidly charged forward to take his action again. It's good that you came, that person yelled loudly. He raised his palm to welcome that attack, and as precious symbols flickered, it made his palm shine like a beast claw. Pong! The little guy was high and mighty and did not move. However, that person's palm spasmed and deformed on the spot. Although this set of armor was not bad, it was still difficult for it to protect him thoroughly. So many of his bones broke. You! He was simply in disbelief over this entire event. His opponent was so young, yet he was already powerful beyond imagination. How could an ordinary child of his age possibly achieve this realm? Again! The little guy walked forward and acted again. He wanted to test the armor's usefulness, and whether or not it was a precious armor. Hong! This time, the vicious bandit leader was immediately sent flying across the air as his other arm was broken and his sternum collapsed inwardly. Large pieces of that scale fell off, as even they were unable to defend against the little guy's huge strength. Unfortunately, it's not a precious artifact. The symbols within the scales shattered. The little guy shook his head. This vicious bandits were all dumbstruck. This was a leader was extremely powerful, but in the face of this child, he could only last a few blows until he became a puddle of mud, unable to get up again. Trash! You people can't even obstruct a little child? At this moment, the sound of a middle-aged man's voice echoed through the air. His voice was loud and clear like a golden clock as it buzzed and trembled. The little guy halted, because he knew he encountered a genuine expert. An extremely powerful symbol fluctuated in front of him, and it was as if a vicious beast had awoken from its hibernation. This person's black hair was thick and murky, and a small golden pupil rested within his white eyes. His aura was extremely rich and powerful, and with each step he took, the entire mountain region trembled as if an enormous creature was walking through. This was a genuine big boss within the group of vicious bandits who controlled over 100 experts. His techniques were excellent, and he had a powerful guardian spirit accompanying him. He was not an ordinary person. Chi! A flame shined before hiding the sky and covering the earth in an instant. It immediately transformed the area into a sea of fire, submerging the little guy within. The middle-aged man suddenly took action without any superfluous words. It was the same flame technique, but it was incomparable to the one before. With a chill sound, a little stream beside them instantly evaporated, and the surrounding mountain rocks turned into magma. The place became an active volcano that bubbled and surged forth with heat that was difficult to resist. The little guy was startled. This was a genuinely great expert who surpassed his expectations. He originally thought that only that guardian spirit was frightening, but he did not think that their boss was this extraordinary as well. Wang! He closed his hands and a silver moon rose. It whirled and swiveled to absorb the flames, then it magnified to cover the entire area. This was the precious technique that he obtained from Ziyun, Depeng, and Xiaoqing's body. You're a child from that village, yet you are actually this powerful? The middle-aged man saw the little guy dispel his flame technique and was immediately shocked. His memory was extremely good, and actually remembered where he met the little guy. Last time he went to the stone village, he was riding on a vicious beast and indifferently watched from the rear without any expressions. At that time, his gaze was so keen that he unexpectedly still had a clear impression of that village. Facing this opponent, the little guy did not dare act careless. Symbols flashed, and he activated his precious technique in preparation for the next attack. At this moment, the middle-aged man's entire body shined and he shouted loudly, "Guardian Spirit, please bestow power to me." With a honglong sound, his body seemed to have been ignited, and he transformed into a human-shaped pangolin as bright rays of light shined around where he stood. He seemed rather pleased with his transformation, and he launched his most powerful attack. Shwa! He viciously waved, and a huge claw made of light streaked over the sky and grabbed towards the little guy. Sounds rumbled within the air, and divine traces filled the sky. The little guy appeared solemn, and he lightly cried out to use his precious technique. A huge silver moon with a diameter of 1 zhong appeared behind his back, illuminating the entire area in shining luster, and like a bright divine ring, it protected him in the center. Silver splendor rose and continuously surged out from the disc-like moon. It charged towards that huge claw, emitting the sound of a huge collision sounds before exploding into a splendid shower of light within the sky. This sight was extremely shocking yet beautiful. A silver divine moon was behind the little guy, and it enveloped him in a hazy pure and holy radiance as if he was a little deity. Across from him, that man-shaped pangolin shouted and said, "If I massacred your village last time, perhaps there wouldn't be so much trouble now. Did you just made a breakthrough recently?" "That's right." The little guy did not deny it. 3 volcanic craters surging with magma appeared out of thin air. That was the divine essence that poured into his body. What? The powerful middle-aged man was shocked. Having 3 heavenly passages right after making a breakthrough was unheard of. It was like the Arabian Nights, so terrifying that it scared people. I never could have imagined such a peerless genius would appeared in this savage land, the middle-aged man shouted. After transforming into a man-shaped pangolin, his entire body ignited with terrifying rays of light as he spoke. I truly should have slaughtered that village a bit sooner. The little guy's gaze was deep, and behind him was a precious shining silver moon which sprinkled out pure and holy radiance, enshrouding and submerging him within. It made him seem more like a god. The two battled fiercely and exchanged 10 blows in the blink of an eye. The silver moon behind the little guy suddenly trembled, and a large bird cry sounded. A huge archaic devil bird appeared and rushed out while enlarging rapidly. Suddenly, it became omnipresent and covered the entire mountain area. Pooh! The archaic devil bird streaked across the sky and its claw descended. It shattered the endless symbols of the middle-aged man and tore off one of his arms along with his shoulder. It almost sliced him in two as his fresh blood spilt forth, splashing onto the surface of the mountain. Ah! The middle-aged man returned to his human form, and the radiance all over his body disappeared as he fell within his own pool of blood. He was extremely unwilling as his pupils dimmed and his ominous glint vanished. He said to himself, "I've been cultivating for half my life and only broken through into heavenly passage when I was 30. Today I've cultivated for over 50 years, yet I haven't been able to break through into a higher level. You're just a baby yet you actually achieved the same level as me." He was angry, and his expression was complicated. Against an inconceivable child like the little guy, he was extremely shocked and reconciled. The group of vicious bandits were dumbstruck as their big leader, who they normally revered as a god, was defeated, and he even had one of his arms forcefully torn off by a child who appeared 7 to 8 years old. It was shocking to the point that it made them tremble. Hong, hong. The mountain floor shook, and an enormous light golden monster appeared. In the darkness of night, it seemed like a splendid gold mountain that transformed the ground into gold. That guardian spirit appeared, and it had indifferent eyes that looked like two golden lanterns. Terrifying radiance circulated all over it as it stared at the little guy with astonishing killing intent. The little guy was very calm and fearless as he said to himself, "Guardian spirit, mysterious, powerful, and holds many secrets. I have never killed one before." The pangolin's entire body was light golden. It was astonishingly enormous, and it was over 10 meters long as it coiled there. Its pair of golden eyes were extraordinarily indifferent, and its killing intent was incredibly severe. Such a huge guardian spirit made people's hair stand up just by looking at it. Coldness emitted off its back, making one wonder just what kind of powerful strength it had within that golden mountain-like body. The little guy had a calm expression without joy nor concern. He silently watched as he prepared to enter a shockingly gargantuan battle. This pangolin looked as if it had taken over 10,000 lives, and a bitter smell of blood directly wafted over. All of a sudden, a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood appeared, and it was strange and terrifying. "Is it starting?" The little guy concentrated and stood in place as he withstood this mental attack. These scenes seemed incredibly genuine. Tribes were exterminated one after another, and everyone was massacred. Corpses covered the fields, and there were bloody pools everywhere, dyeing the earth in a sea of scarlet. It was like hell. Any ordinary person would have weakened on the spot. This little guy's expression was extremely concentrated. This guardian spirit was truly not simple, and its body contained an extraordinary ability that could record all these things. It caused huge shocks as it emitted its aura that making everyone's heart palpitate. The enormous pangolin moved, and the entire mountain surface began to tremble. Its over 10-meter-long body began to circulate with a glaring splendor, emitting a golden splendor that dyed the mountain boulders, forest wood, and falling leaves in a light gold. A haze spread over the mountain floor as a powerful killing intent surged. Hung long. Suddenly, the pangolin moved, and like a vast golden ocean, it shook and created large waves of earth. It rushed forward, and its body was surging violently. In just a split second, those ancient trees were snapped within this golden wave before flying off into the distance. The mountain rocks suffered the same fate as they flew into the sky in chaos. This scene was astonishing, and it was like a raging wave beating again the shore. Mountain boulders and huge trees all snapped as they rose high into the air before exploding within this golden aura. In the distance, the group of vicious bandits all shuddered. Seeing this scene that seemed like a clash between heavenly powers, their cruel temperaments all vanished, and they were all shivering. A large golden claw several zhang long reached out and swatted towards the little guy. Its shockwave exploded the mountain rocks and grinded the trees into fine powder. Its dazzling splendor and might was astonishing. The little guy did not dodge. With a swing of one arm, he could display a divine strength of 108,000 jin. Now that he had broken through, when he added the mysterious force of the symbols, it was even more terrifying. He lifted up his hand, and it stiffly shook. Pong! His little hand was covered densely in symbols as it collided together with that huge claw. Radiance that overflowed into the heavens exploded in an instant as it engulfed towards all four directions. Trees snapped, and rubble flew into the sky. Those vicious bandits who stood in the distance flew away like straw as that terrifying golden wave consumed the entire area. When it finally calmed down in the end, the little guy had only backed up a few steps. His divine strength could be rated as world-shocking. He was forcefully fighting against this enormous golden pangolin, but he was not at a disadvantage at all. That golden pangolin pupils exposed an inquisitive luster. It was not an ordinary guardian spirit, and its roots were great as it was a descendant of an ancient horned dragon. Its flesh was powerful and dauntless. Hong! The pangolin moved again. It fiercely rotated its body and swept across with its golden tail, destroying everything as if they were rotten wood and withered grass. On its way, it encountered a 100,000 jin boulder, yet it was immediately smashed apart. It was excessively powerful and fierce. The little guy was not reckless and did not forcefully fight against this. His body was as agile as a butterfly as he fluttered backwards, moving along with this frantic shockwave. The golden tail annihilated everything, and as it smashed into a few more boulders that weighed over tens of thousands of gene, they seemed weak in the face of its power. The instant it stopped, the little guy moved in to take advantage of the situation. He reached out with his little hand and grabbed onto the tail's scales. He hugged onto it and then crazily began to make a swinging motion. What? In the distance, the eyes of that group of vicious bandits almost popped out as they saw such a huge guardian spirit actually being moved. The little guy held its tail with all of his strength and began to rotate it. With a hong sound, he smashed it against a mountain wall. Huge rocks began to drop downwards and submerged it within shocking momentum. Although it was possible because he took advantage of the situation, he still displayed a crazy and unbelievable strength. This was only a child who was 7 to 8 years old. The child of an archaic vicious beast. In the ancient era, the young of those leopard dragon or tautai who could fight against gods weren't this excessive either. This is only a savage land and a little small village. How could such a terrifying child show up? The boss of these group of vicious bandits exposed a fearful expression. Pong! Many rocks weighing between thousands to tens of thousands of gene flew in the air as that golden pangolin crawled back up. It did not suffer the slightest injury, and it did not care at all. This kind of attack would have a hard time destroying its solid scaly armor. It was a guardian spirit, mysterious and powerful. How could it simply be defeated by a human? It was far from being heavily injured. The pangolin rushed forth to fiercely battle with the little guy. With its fierce force and huge body that possessed an extremely powerful strength, every time it swatted down with its huge golden claws, its intense aura was enough to collapse a small mountain. However, the little guy actually received each blow. He weaved left and right as he jumped, and stiffly collided with that golden guardian spirit. Dazzling splendor exploded between these two as their auras oppressed everyone around them. Battling against the descendant of the bloodline of an ancient horned dragon with the flesh alone. This is simply like a legend. He is still simply a child. The boss felt as if he was going crazy, because the things he saw with his eyes simply did not seem real. One big, one small. These two living beings exchanged hundreds of blows during their intense fight without a decisive outcome. The group of vicious bandits were all dumbstruck, because how could a little ignorant child battle with a guardian spirit? If they were not viewing this personally, they would have never dared to believe it. Suddenly, the pangolin got up and stood in place. Its divine splendor sprinkled everywhere as its powerful aura seemed to have been invigorated several folds. It actually behaved like a human. Its claw arm was agile and its hind legs were like human legs that could shift and turn nimbly. Shwa! That claw hacked down and the little guy dodged. However, it immediately raised a leg and swept across. It was as if a great master released his most terrifying attack, rapid and ruthless. The little guy was in midair and could not dodge. Both his hands stiffened to block its leg, he was still sent flying. However, at this moment, the guardian spirit turned around as fast as lightning. Like a horned dragon swinging its tail, that enormously large golden tail immediately swept across the sky and lashed out. Pong! Even though the little guy's arms were crossed and blocked his front side, the attack solidly struck in midair, causing his entire body to fly out and directly collide into a mountain wall. A human-shaped hole immediately appeared. The wall cracked, and rocks tumbled downwards astonishingly. The little guy spat out a mouthful of bloody foam and forcefully shook a bit before splitting the rocky wall right open. He struggled free from within, and his eyes became even brighter as he became more wary and attentive. The golden guardian spirit's body was enormous, but its movements were extremely sharp without any clumsiness or stupidity. This kind of agility greatly contrasted with its body shape. Shwa! It quickly turned its body and then ferociously leapt and pounced towards the little guy. This was an enormous creature over 10 meters long. If this attack made contact, the mountain would collapse and the group would split. The little guy was startled as he indeed underestimated this guardian spirit. Symbols flickered, and he rapidly rushed out from within the mountain to evade the attack. After the golden pangolin's vicious attack missed, it changed its direction and suddenly stretched across. As it stuck forward, It had the intention of crushing the little guy within the mountain wall. It really was a ferocious and angry strike. This was too fast. Like a streak of golden lightning traversing across the sky, the guardian spirit's movements were quick and violent, and its fierce and tyrannical actions were as fast as fire. The little guy's body was full of symbols as he stuck against the mountain wall. Like a gecko, he rapidly moved about and advanced 10 meters instantaneously. With a honglong sound, the golden pangolin leaned against the rocky wall and did not cram the little guy within. It shook the mountains until it began to rumble and tremble, and enormous cracks began to appear within it. The little guy was very decisive and immediately dove down. He was like a young divine bird that was stretching its wings in flight. Soon after, he descended quickly, and with a pung sound, he stamped on top of the guardian spirit's head. His strength was extremely powerful. He was able to lift a 108,000 gene boulder in the past, let alone that severe kick right now. He smashed apart the golden scales on the spot, causing that guardian spirit's blood to pour out. There was no choice but to admit that this pangolin was simply too powerful. The skin was rough and its meat was thick. If it were any other experts, their skulls would have long been shattered by the little guy's kick and immediately die. However, on the contrary, it wasn't hindered much, and as it fiercely shook its head, the golden symbols began to burn, causing the little guy to fly out. So powerful! The little guy was shocked. This guardian spirit was extremely terrifying, and was a whole level stronger than what he had imagined. Symbols flickered, and precious techniques flew forth from time to time as these two fiercely exchanged blows. In the blink of an eye, they had exchanged another 100 blows. The longer they fought, the more the little guy became fearful since he had suffered a few heavy blows. Apart from encountering a heavy strike from that golden tail, his back had been scratched by the claw, and he almost had his spine smashed. The little guy was bloody all over as he spat out another mouthful of fresh blood. This guardian spirit was savage and powerful, so it was extremely hard to deal with. Furthermore, the little guy felt this guardian spirit had a big problem within its body. Otherwise, it would be even more terrifying. The golden pangolin naturally did not have a petty origin. Perhaps it came from a not-so-small tribe. How else could it be this mystic with a bloodline that seemed so mystical? It's suffering from a secret disease. Otherwise, I'd have no choice but to run. The little guy muttered to himself. He also took lightning-like actions and injured the guardian spirit. His attacks were truly powerful, and the strength of his flesh was better than even that world-famous pangolin. He broke off many of its scales, however. It was still difficult for him to inflict any serious injuries. Suddenly, with a wung sound, a terrifying shockwave quaked, and a golden drizzle of light filled the skies. The atmosphere was terrifyingly scary, terrifying everyone into trembling. The little guy's hair immediately stood erect as a chill was sent down the back of his spine. That golden drizzle of light weren't petals, but rather the golden scales of the guardian spirit. Unexpectedly, it instantaneously shed all the scales on its body and activated such a terrifying attack. This is its precious artifact. The little guy was frightened because all the scales on its body were precious. They transformed the skies into a golden shower, and it was splendid and beautiful. However, the killing power was astonishingly great, and it was actually a terrifying golden storm. He rapidly shifted horizontally to dodge. The precious artifact was showing off its power, and it was truly terrifying. It was clearly visible that when the rain of light sprinkled down, the mountain and cliffs immediately became riddled with bumps and pits, and bright holes that were pierced through appeared one by one. Although the little guy was extremely quick, he could not fly into the air and escape into the ground. The dense golden scales covered the sky and cut off the path in front of him. "Activate!" He shouted loudly and his arms shined. 2 silver precious moons appeared and collided together to rapidly combine into 1 silver millstone to protect himself. The silver millstone rotated, making it possess a powerful absorption force that drew in the golden scales before grinding them up. However, this was a genuine precious artifact, so it was impossible for them to truly be smashed apart. Otherwise, how could they be called precious? Only part of the golden scales were temporarily suppressed. Another part danced in the breeze as the rain of light filled the sky and made piu-piu sounds. In the end, the little guy could not avoid all of it. 3 pieces of golden scales penetrated his body, making 3 bright bloody holes appear. The bloody holes were bright as fresh blood surged out. Fortunately, the attack did not injure the heart or the brain. Otherwise, he would have immediately lost his life. The little guy's entire body was covered in blood, as this battle was extremely difficult. However, he did not retreat in fear, and only stared forward. After being injured in succession, the little guy was also angry. However, his eyes were clear and he did not lost his calm. He was still searching for the pangolin's weakness, and he would strike it at the most opportune moment. The golden-colored rain fluttered about freely, becoming increasingly bright and resplendent. As whistling sounds were created, it was as if meteorites were falling from space, extremely beautiful yet terrifying. The little guy dodged. However, this drizzle of light was too dense and omnipresent, and it completely submerged him within. This type of attack was terrifying to the utmost, and it pierced through nearly everything. Each speck of light was like a sharp golden-colored scale as they pierced through mountains and cracked open gold. There weren't many obstacles it couldn't overcome, and if it struck any parts of the human body, it would certainly leave behind a bloody cavity. With a wonglong sound, the little guy withdrew his silver discs and activated an extremely sturdy defense. Silver splendor shone over his entire body, constructing a unique divine moon on his back. This was an incomparably divine silver disc, and it was almost as if a silver-colored flame was burning. He stood in the middle, and he was incredibly divine and awe-inspiring, as if he was a miniature god. Chi, chi. The rain of light gushed out before pouring downwards. Endless scales glittered in air as they tried to penetrate that divine moon to pierce the little guy's body. The divine moon sank and floated. It wasn't very big, but it perfectly shrouded the little guy's body within. Silver radiance circulated about, preventing the drizzling light from reaching his body. It was blocked. However, this was extremely passive move, as this type of defense wastes an extremely large amount of essence energy. If this went on for too long, the little guy would die of exhaustion. Even 3 volcanic craters weren't enough to continuously support this technique. After the pangolin shed its body of golden scales, it became completely naked all over. It looked somewhat malevolent, but at the same time, since the little guy was going to get pierced rotten soon. Its eyes were squinted as they emitted a chilly light, waiting for the end result. Suddenly, right when that guardian spirit began to feel at ease, a terrifying shockwave erupted, and that divine moon exploded. Holy splendor began to rise, shaking loose all of its golden scales into every direction, making them unable to concentrate together for a short period of time. After that, the little guy charged forth as he rapidly streaked across the sky. His 10 fingers was spread out as he pointed towards the guardian spirit, throwing the heavens and the earth into disorder. With a wong sound, a mist was emitted from between his fingers, and an incredibly splendid golden lightning hacked out like a destructive ray of light towards the guardian spirit's head. It staggered back a bit as its skull was almost split apart. Its fresh blood bubbled and surged as it nearly fell head first onto the ground. This was too sudden. The little guy was clearly at a disadvantage, yet he suddenly managed to produce such a severe counterattack. It was outside of the guardian spirit's expectations, and almost caused it to die. The little guy used his most powerful precious technique, and it was the precious technique he obtained from the bone of the swan and eye. He had already meticulously studied it for many years, and he had an astonishing and profound level of comprehension since long ago. The guardian spirit was in rage. All the scales on its body flew out and it had no protection. After being struck by this golden lightning, it suffered an extremely serious injury and began to emit a stinky burning smell. Before this, it almost thought that even if the little guy had more techniques, it would not be too powerful. Therefore, even if it was in a crisis, it could still rapidly recall its scaly armor and initiate its defense. It was overconfident. The little guy was constantly waiting for this opportunity, and was ready at any moment to burst forth during the most crucial point with his fatal strike. The astonishingly powerful golden scales that seemed like a drizzle of light fluttered in the breeze. For the little guy, it was both a calamity and an opportunity. If the pangolin was protected by its scales, it would be difficult for him to get past his defense. However, as soon as the scales left its body, it instead turned into the best opportunity to strike. He immediately seized this opportunity, as he didn't want to forfeit this battle. Kacha! Golden-colored lightning danced about, and the little guy boldly and ferociously charged forward. Although he was nearing exhaustion, he still exploded with the might of a thunder god. The area became densely packed with lightning, and they all landed upon the guardian spirit's body. Finally, that scorched black body began to sway back and forth, and large amounts of blood flowed out, and the flesh and white bones within were revealed. The might of the electricity was so astonishing that it heavily wounded the guardian spirit. Oh! The pangolin bellowed angrily. This little enemy was actually so crafty, unexpectedly hiding this kind of skill in order to activate it at the most crucial moment, causing it pain and regret. It opened its mouth and hissed. Symbols filled the sky as it recalled the golden scales. However, even if it was fast, it was not faster than lightning. During this moment, more rays of lightning lined up and descended upon it. The strike caused its body to fly out, smashing several bones within his head and burning it black. Pretty soon, even its inner organs would be injured. A chill creeped out from the bottom of the guardian spirit's heart. It never expected the little guy would be so difficult to deal with. The most incomprehensible thing was that he grasped the archaic descendant Swan Ni's precious technique. Terrifying mists of light that resonated like lightning. Chong! After seeing the pangolin recalling its scales, the little guy activated another supreme precious technique. A silver moon lifted into the sky with an archaic devil bird in the middle, chopping towards the guardian spirit. With a pu sound, flesh and blood splattered across. This strike was world-shaking. The explosion of silver splendor and the sweeping attack of the devil bird almost sliced the guardian spirit in half. Finally, the drizzle of light turned around and returned back to the pangolin's body. The sound of Kung Chong echoed through the air as golden light circulated and covered its body beneath to protect its flesh and blood. After it steadied its figure, it produced a world-shaking roar that trembled the entire mountain, making huge boulders tumble down. It angrily gazed at the little guy with a killing intent that overflowed into the heavens. The little guy was not scared, and continued to activate his lightning. Rays of electricity erupted from between his fingers, and golden symbols filled the sky as it pressed downwards. Hong! The sound of thunder was deafening as the golden aura submerged this entire area. This might was unblockable. The little body was covered in golden rays of electricity, and he was like a god of thunder descending upon the earth as he continued this vicious battle against the great pangolin. The scales on the guardian spirit's body all emitted light. However, many of them were still blasted apart, causing fresh blood to drip out. In the distance, the scalps of the vicious bandits went numb, and they were scared to the point that they were trembling all over. Their most powerful guardian spirit was at a disadvantage, and this was so hard for them to take in that the scene felt illusionary. Die! A divine incantation sounded, and the golden pangolin became angry. Its skull shone as it opened its mouth to spit out a lump of light. It was so bright that it was difficult to see with one's eyes. This was strange yet terrifying, and it unexpectedly released loud bursts of sound, as if dragons were chanting and flood dragons were hissing. This entire area cooled down. The most important thing was, those bitter scenes that he saw at first were recreated. One tribe after another were exterminated as their corpses laid across the earth, dyeing the entire area in a scarlet red. What is this? Close by, the little guy finally saw something clearly. It seemed like the guardian spirit's upper and lower jaw. They were the hardest part of its body. Otherwise, how could it penetrate mountains? What was especially shocking was that these two golden bones were connected, and the light rays they emitted were simply too astonishing, practically eclipsing the sun. Moreover, they did not pierce forward, but rather sliced towards him like a pair of scissors with the intention of cutting him apart at the waist. The hairs on the little guy's body stood erect as he felt the threat of death approaching. The shockwave of this power was too frightening. He did not decide to resist it head-on, and rapidly dodged instead, shifting his body to the side in an instant. Gotcha! These precious golden scissors charged forward, and actually directly snipped that huge mountain over 100 meters tall in half. It caused the upper half of the mountain to rumble and drop down. Its power and might was absolutely astonishing. The little guy inhaled a breath of cold air, since this precious artifact was too strong. Furthermore, this golden bone gave people a terrifying sensation that surpassed the guardian spirit itself. Those scenes of many tribes being exterminated and corpses being spread everywhere were all being reflected in this bone. This is not its own precious bone. It's the bone of another descendant who is even more powerful. The little guy keenly discovered the anomaly. This golden scissor was formed by two pieces of golden bones, and they were emitting a flourishing splendor as they dazzled the eyes. The golden color was so thick that it couldn't be dispelled, and it far surpassed that guardian's bones, as its body was only a light gold. It's refining and raising this golden bone, forcefully reviving it. The little guy's eyes exposed a strange light. This pair of golden bone scissors were extraordinary, and it was not something that an ordinary person could use. He felt that this should have been left behind by a purer-blooded and even more frightening pangolin king, and had no idea how this guardian spirit obtained it. Its ambitions are not small. It wants to resurrect this golden bone and allow its own body to undergo rebirth. But in the end, it damaged its own life source. The little guy realized and finally understood why this guardian spirit was strange. It was obviously very terrifying, but it could not utilize part of its power. Perhaps this was an opportunity. This bone contained so much aura of slaughter and killed so many things. For the sake of refining it, the pangolin practically broke its own life source and almost died. Because of this, its vital energy now suffered a huge injury, and was far weaker than it had formerly been. If he took advantage of this opportunity, the little guy might be able to eliminate it in one move, and it was far easier than fighting it at its peak by many times. Let's determine this with a battle to the death, the little guy shouted. Although his face was young and tender, he had a strong fighting intent, and his vigor was flourishing. He wanted to fight as if his life depended on it, and he no longer hesitated to fight this bloody battle. As long as he killed this evil spirit, then that mysterious and powerful bone scissor would change owners, and he would obtain a rare and precious artifact. However, the pangolin was truly too strong. How could it be so easily handled? It opened its mouth and hissed as symbols filled the sky. The golden scissor spun and sliced forward yet again. The sounds of dragons chanting and flood dragons hissing were vaguely audible, and the might was astonishing. Whether they were huge rocks or vegetation, as long as they were touched, they would immediately be sliced in half without suspense. The golden bone began to emit light, and the figure of a dragon emerged. Due to the fact that the pangolin originally already had the blood of a horned dragon inside, it was able to display some of its power. As a descendant of ancient times, the precious bone's original owner must have been incredibly terrifying. The appearance of this horned dragon was incredibly shocking. With a honglong sound, the little guy disappeared from his original position. Naturally, he would not forcefully defend against this attack, as the precious artifact was too terrifying. Bewildering mist suddenly emerged from the entire mountain surface, rapidly covering the forest within until it was pitch dark and indistinct. He activated the Swan Knee's precious technique, and not only was there lightning, there was also smoke. This Swan Knee's inherent divine abilities allowed it to hide its own body as it confronted its enemies with thunder and lightning. The guardian spirit went crazy. Within this thick mist, it constantly used its precious golden bone scissors to cut across the forest, snapping off many large boulders and trees. It made a few short mountains meet their end, instantly cutting off their upper portions. This made people dumbstruck because the bone scissor was too astonishing. As long as it wanted to, it could even cut off the peak of the mountain. It was very worthy to be a mysterious precious artifact. The little guy was very calm, and he hid his body within the mist. He continuously moved his body and changed his position, waiting for his opportunity. Evidently, this bone scissor consumed a lot of energy. Even something as strong as this golden guardian spirit could not continuously tolerate it. It only activated it a few times, yet its body unexpectedly swayed and almost fell onto the ground. It was extremely furious. He obviously sensed that the little guy was in front of him and activated its precious scissor to cut him down in one strike, yet his attacks always missed. The guardian spirit stopped moving and carefully responded. The pair of bone scissors rested atop his head, ready to strike at a moment's notice. Stands of divine splendor dangled down from the precious artifact, and its killing intent made people tremble every single direction. A human figure flashed and appeared behind it. The guardian spirit's eyes were ice cold, yet it did not turn around. The precious scissor on its head directly flew over, and with a kacha sound, that person's body was instantly cut in half. His fresh blood spilt out, and his wretched screams resonated within the forest. The pangolin was angry because it knew it killed the wrong person. That was only a vicious bandit whom its opponent had thrown over. Quickly went back to defense, but it was too late. A streak of terrifying light beam shot towards it, and it was like a divine lance that penetrated through the skies as it pierced into its chest. Chilla. A burnt smell was produced, and its scales and flesh were cracked open on the spot. Chunks began to fall off, exposing its bones. In the distance, the little guy held a precious mirror the size of a palm that was overflowing with colors. It was polished and made from a sparkling precious bone that contained astonishing might. It was precisely that piece of precious bone that he obtained from between the swan knees brows during that time. Through many years of nurturing, it was transformed into a precious mirror that possessed a terrifying divine might by the little guy. Since he had grasped the opportunity, he naturally would not let it slip by. The little guy raised his hand, and with a honglong sound, another streak of splendid divine light shined forth like a sharp sword chopping downwards. This time, it struck towards the weakness of the guardian spirit. Previously, when the pangolin used its light drizzling technique, it was scaleless, allowing the little guy to capture that opportunity. The lightning had cracked apart several of its bones, and because of that, it was already suffering from a heavy injury. The light emitted from that sparkling and translucent bone mirror was also a type of lightning. It was incredibly brilliant, and its might was astonishing as its attack was like that of a thunder deity's. Those few pieces of bone immediately fell off, and the guardian spirit suffered heavy internal injuries. It emitted a world-shaking bellow, as it never could have expected that those insect-like humans were so powerful. If given the opportunity, it would definitely begin a crazy slaughter. It rapidly turned the golden bone scissor around and attacked towards the little guy with the intention of eliminating him. The attack already unfolded. How could the little guy make any mistakes? A complicated and mysterious symbol appeared on the bone mirror within his hand. It emitted the most splendid and flourishing light as it shot through the pangolin's innards. Pooh! Its inner organs were smashed after the pangolin encountered the most critical attack, and it was no longer confident that it could preserve its life. After the little guy succeeded, he retreated and did not fight anymore. He quickly ran away and hid within the mist. After the light trembling of a wung sound, the golden bone scissor streaked across the air, slicing off even the mountain ground. The guardian spirit went mad as it searched for the little guy. However, it only showed its terrifying power and could not find its opponent. The little guy's eyes were bright and clear as he hid in the darkness. His hands held the warm and humid sparkling bone mirror as he hid, preparing his final fatal blow. However, without even waiting for him to act, the guardian spirit released a wretched scream as a shocking change happened to it. Its entire body cracked open as golden symbols flickered about. After a pung sound, it unexpectedly cracked apart. Its ambitions were too great, and it continuously tried to refine and nurture that precious scissor, hoping that it would shine with life again to go against heaven's will. Naturally, it failed and also harmed its own foundation. After experiencing a large battle, its body completely exploded. Pooh! The guardian spirit disintegrated and died tragically on the spot. A golden light flashed past, and those golden scissors fell from the air and onto the mountain floor. The little guy's eyes were shining, and his heart was burning fiercely. Despite all the heavy injuries he suffered, he rapidly rushed over. On the mountain floor, the mysterious and powerful pair of golden bone scissors were circulating with a hazy and precious splendor. It laid across the rubble as it emitted a force that made people's heart palpitate. It truly is a terrifying precious artifact. The little guy was overjoyed as he picked up the precious scissors up, and he held it within his hands, turning it about as he observed it. After shrinking, it was only the size of a palm. Its entirety was a golden yellow, and its splendid light was dazzling. Needless to say, this was a rare treasure with a value that was difficult to quantify. As it sat within his hands, its weight surpassed all the metals within this world. It was created from the bones of both the upper and lower jaw. However, if one did not observe carefully, they would not have recognized this. Due to the polishing and nurturing it had undergone, it was sparkling and translucent, and had already gone through great changes a long time ago. In reality, it was extremely beautiful. It looked as if it was forged meticulously by an outstanding master who imbued all his heart and soul into it. Two vivid and lifelike horned dragons that seemed as if they appeared straight out of legends intertwined together. The pair of bone scissors did not look that sharp, and felt incredibly smooth as well. However, it was astonishingly terrifying in battle, and it could easily cut a mountain peak in half. A few mysterious patterns were embedded on the golden bone. They were indistinct and also very ancient. They were precisely the terrifying archaic vicious beast, the horned dragon, but they were not symbols, but rather simply a beautiful decoration. The scene of tribes being extinguished was indeed created by that creature. The little guy activated it just a bit, and he once again saw the scene where corpses laid across the lands. This bone scissors' origin was astonishing. Without a doubt, this was a great murderous device. Otherwise, how could it create such massacres? If these scissors were used against the enemy, nothing would remain uncult. The little guy tested it out once again, and the precious scissors flew out. With a whong sound, a rocky ridge in front of him was instantly cut in half. Seeing it left him dumbstruck, since its power was truly too great. However, there was a disadvantage to it. Just this single strike had consumed a large amount of the little guy's essence energy, leaving his body exhausted as he staggered. The consumption is too great. I can't use it easily, the little guy said to himself. No wonder the guardian spirit had to expend such a great deal of effort to use this precious artifact. Using it several times had caused its body to tremble, triggering its hidden disease and ultimately completely splitting its body apart. I'm not a pangolin, and this bone did not originate from the same species as me. There's no need for me to go against heaven to resurrect this golden bone. So I'll just treat it like a rare precious artifact. That way, I won't hurt my own body. The little guy's eyes were very bright as he fondly admired this precious scissor. For him, this sparkling and sleek golden bone artifact did not harm him in the slightest. On the contrary, it could protect him. With a shrill sound, the bone scissors transformed into a streak of golden light and entered one of the volcanic craters. The magma undulated up and down as it hovered within, and it was being nourished by the essence energy of the world. It was put away by the little guy just like that. Mist began to spread out, and the mountain surface gradually restored its peace and clarity. A silver moon suspended overhead, and the ground was full of potholes. Desolation reached as far as the eyes could see, and all the nearby trees were destroyed. A painful groaning sound echoed from the distance. When the little guy battled with the guardian spirit, the entire mountain surface was practically razed. Naturally, the group of vicious bandits were injured in the impact, especially since the pangolin was so enormous. Each time it attacked or used its precious artifact, rubble would fly into the sky and smash into many people. At least 20 to 30 vicious bandits were killed. When the clouds and mists dissipated, the state of the battlefield was clear. The group of vicious bandits stood up from behind the huge boulders in the distance and gazed over. They could not help but feel chills all over their bodies as they were all left dumbstruck. The guardian spirit lost and died within the mountains. To them, it was as if a legend had been shattered, as TS attack power was too great. One must know that this guardian spirit was like a god to them that would always prevail, but just now it was killed by a little child. You killed the guardian spirit. An archaic vicious beast that reincarnated in human form. These people all shouted loudly with fright shrouding their faces. Their faces were ashen, and their bodies were trembling. They lost their guardian spirit, so how were they going to survive within this great wasteland now? They would undoubtedly die. Each and every one of them believed that their guardian spirit would prevail and devour this child as food. They absolutely did not believe they would see such an inconceivable result. You, what do you want to do? Do you want to kill us? A vicious bandit shivered. When they killed people normally, they did not feel much. However, when the same fate fell on them, they similarly became scared. The troops we sent out, were they all killed by you? They were terrified. This was just a child, yet he killed 30 to 40 of their people before searching them out to kill their guardian spirit and wipe them out. Even thinking about it was scary. At this moment, the little guy was just like a demon within their hearts. I did not kill those people, and I don't plan on beheading you guys one by one. The little guy calmly said. Ah! Those people were surprised, and they were immediately mad with joy. Surviving was more important than anything else. Those 30 or 40 people are all still alive? The boss showed a peculiar expression. No. They are all buried within the stomachs of wild animals. The little guy answered. You? Everyone's expression changed, but they understood immediately. This was a child who could not bear to see blood, so he did not personally act. However, there was no way he would let them go. Grandpa Chief said that being lenient toward evil people is the same as letting them continue to act as they please. So only more people will die. The little guy gently said as he raised his wrist. A string of sparkling and translucent beast teeth appeared, and each tooth was transparent. They were as white as jade, and this was the first precious artifact he had obtained. It used to belong to the guardian spirit of the wolf village. Chi, chi. Air-splitting noise sounded, and 42 specks of light as pure and white as jade flew out towards those people. With piu-piu sounds, blood splashed into the air as many of the vicious bandits were crippled, losing all of the essence energy within their body. Ah no! You! They were alarmed, scared, and afraid. For them to lose battle strength in this great wasteland was equivalent to pushing them to hell. How would they defend against fierce beasts? The boss wanted to escape, which made the little guy reprioritize his focus. Snow-white bone teeth flew out, twisting themselves around him. Exerting some strength to make a twisting motion, he completely obliterated the symbols within the body. No, don't do it. However, everything was too late. In the blink of an eye, over 10 people fell onto the floor. They whimpered and panted heavily as their hearts were brimming with terror. From the moment the little guy entered the mountain until now, he defeated many people, but he did not kill anyone. He let them go with their lives and allowed the great wasteland purify these evil people. I want to know where you people are from and whom you are working for? The little guy started his interrogation. He wanted to know what kind of terrifying powers these vicious bandits were working for in the end. At first, the bandits were not cooperative, but in the end, they confessed everything. Little Western Sky, the little guy muttered to himself. The vicious bandits spoke this name, but what they knew was limited. They were only acting under the orders to search for the supreme god's treasure. It was rumored that it had already appeared, and they were collecting a lot of black gold for the sake of breaking through the ancient spell symbols. There were more than a single group of vicious bandits, but they were the only group of bandits that truly possessed a powerful guardian spirit. This pangolin came from that little Western Sky. After resolving everything, the little guy's tense nerves finally loosened. He sat his buttocks onto the earth, directly laying down on the spot. His mind and body were both exhausted, and there were many bloody holes within his body. His spine almost snapped, and his entire body was bloody and bruised all over. During this battle, his injured were extremely severe, yet he held on until now. The guardian spirit died, and that group of vicious bandits lost their battle strength. The little guy was completely relaxed as he laid there motionlessly, and did not want to get up again. Symbols flickered as they automatically healed him as he made some painful groans. This battle was truly dangerous. He practically threw his life in and almost died here. He had exchanged hundreds of blows with the guardian spirit, and he relied on his powerful willpower to hold up until now. He was finally able to relax now. He had stopped bleeding a long time ago, and his innards made pie-pa sounds. His flesh was being reconstructed as his body was gradually rebuilt. Gigi. Harry Ball appeared and pointed towards the distance. What it meant was, I have taken control of all the bandits' mounts. It saw that the injuries of the little guy was extremely severe, so it grabbed its ears and scratched its head. It could not help but release a wretched scream, and what it meant was, I need to let out blood again. I'm so unlucky. Stop pretending to scream. It's not like I asked you to use your precious blood to save me. The little guy wrinkled his nose as he spoke, and took out a jade jar from his bosom. He retrieved from the jar a precious pill that emitted a sweet fragrance. Harry Ball immediately began to scream exasperatedly. It jumped and scuttled up and down while making gestures with its little claws. That's enough. Don't scream anymore. I'll admit this is refined using your blood, but it's only leftovers from before. The little guy guiltily explained. With a goo-loo sound, he swallowed the precious medicine. Instantly, essence energy surged all over his body as the medicinal pill immediately dissolved, mending his wounds with a divine effect. Harry Ball was extremely annoyed and scuttled over as he snatched away this jade jar to pour its contents into its own mouth. However, it found that the jar was empty, and angrily shouted before immediately throwing the jar far away. Harry Ball, that medicine was refined using your own blood. Why do you want to eat it too? Otherwise, when we returned, we'll make another batch. The little guy asked in a discussive tone. Gigi. Harry Ball clenched its little golden fist and exaggeratedly rolled its eyes at him to show his disdain. Even if you kill it, it wouldn't have agreed. Let's go. After an hour, the little guy stood up enthusiastically once again. 3 volcanic craters appeared, and magma dripped outwards onto his body, replenishing his energy. Many mounts were also crushed to death by the flying rubble, and only 30 to 40 remained. It was enough to carry the enormous cracked body of the pangolin, which was a precious item that he could not leave behind. Harry Ball, you should deal with these vicious bandits, the little guy commanded. After walking out several li, the little guy encountered the chief, who quickly ran over with a face full of anxiety and worry. The little guy's heart was very warm. The chief was extremely worried because he had not seen him return for a long time, and was prepared to fight with his old life. Grandpa, I'm over here. Child, nothing happened. That's simply too great. The chief was very excited. When he saw over 10 vicious beasts carrying the cracked golden pangolin body, he was even more flabbergasted. Killed. That guardian spirit. I killed it. The little guy nodded. Ha ha ha. The chief laughed heartily as tears dripped out of his eyes. He was incredibly happy and pleased, since he felt that this child had really grown, and was able to soar into the distant horizon now. They returned together, and ran into another group of adults after walking another 10 li. This was precisely the group of able-bodied men composed of Shi Linghu, Shi Feijiao, and the others. All of their eyes were red, and they had an attitude that seemed as if they were going to fight for their lives. What? You killed that enormous guardian spirit? The group of men were dumbstruck. Then they all began to laugh loudly. Their nervousness and worry were immediately swept into the wind as they brought the spoils of war back to the village. At this time, Stone Village was extremely quiet. Apart from them, everyone else had evacuated. Hurry! Chase them through the night and call them back. For such a great happy occasion, they naturally could not wait for daybreak. They wanted to let all the villagers know, so that their hearts would not be worried or anxious. Grandpa, I'm going to sleep first. The little guy slept extremely soundly. When he woke up again, it was already evening on the second day. At this moment, the fragrance of meat in the village assailed the nostrils as they talked and laughed. All the villagers had returned, and splendid smiles hung on each and every one of their faces. All of these aunties and grandmas were grinning from ear to ear as they sorted out the guardian spirit's flesh. The stewed meat within the pots, and they emitted a weak multicolored light. The essence energy was so abundant that it was even a bit scary. The children were running back and forth as they clamored and shouted. This was the meat of a guardian spirit. They had not even dared to think of this before, but today they get to gorge themselves with it. Little guy, you're truly powerful. You're actually capable of killing a guardian spirit. A group of children scooched over and surrounded little Xianxia. All of them were incredibly emotional and excited. Little big bro, so strong. You have to teach me well in the future. Qingfeng's large eyes brightened with admiration. As for the adults, their feet felt incredibly light, and they could not feel any more joyful. The guardian spirit meat, which contained a lot blood essence, must be handled well, since these were all precious items that were difficult to come by. Roasted and boiled meat was only a small part of the benefits. The majority of the meat and bones were refined together with old medicines to achieve an even better effect. It would be greatly beneficial for all the villagers, and improve their physiques by a large amount. Even the village elders were busy the entire day. The most precious blood and muscles were all personally sorted out by them. Hunting down a golden pangolin was like obtaining a great treasure for Stone Village. If they used it well, it would have a tremendous effect. During the entire night, all of the villagers were incredibly joyous. Cheers and laughs resonated everywhere, and they surrounded the bustling bonfire while eating the fragrant guardian spirit meat. The bonfire throbbed and cracked, and this place as incredibly lively as the villagers celebrated in a carefree manner. Feijiao and the other adults ate large mouthfuls of meat while boasting about how strong their children were. They were talking about how in the future, they would definitely become heroes who would lift cauldrons and overturn mountains, and their might would tremble this great wasteland. Of course, the person everyone praised most was the little guy. Ling, who roared even louder. Child, you're not young anymore. In a few months you'll be 8 years old, and your skills are great as well, so you should have a marriage set soon. How is my family's little Hu girl? The little guy was greatly embarrassed and said, Uncle, I'm still young. Ling, who widened his eyes and said, Nonsense, you're not small. Uncle got married when he was 12 years old, and I was far weaker than you were at that time. According to your skills now, you could have done it a long time ago. The group of children all began to laugh as they winked at the little guy. Ling, who glared at them with an eye and said, Why are laughing? You guys aren't young either, and it's about time to consider it too. That's right, Dazhuang, Meng, and Pai Ho have rapidly improved during the past 2 years and have powerful skills. They ought to marry as well. That's right, they are all at that age. A village elder nodded. Ah? The children all cried out in alarm with embarrassment, and their faces were illuminated rosy by the reflection of the bonfire. These words were not considered much for the others, but the little guy was unable to hold his own, because behind him there were a few young girls who were after him. Grandpa and father said that me and you should engage. When are you going to agree? Feijiao's daughter asked in her loud voice. I'm still young. I don't want to marry. The little guy scratched his head while his face started to heat up. On his other side, the Hu daughter with braided hair was even smaller than him. Her pair of arms was crossed at his waist and her eyes were brightly as she also shouted, Little guy, when are you taking me as wife? When did I say I'll marry you? The little guy almost ran away from home as he truly could not hold out for much longer. Ha ha! The adults all began to laugh heartily. Child, what's your plan? In the end, the chief smiled and asked the little guy. I want to send Qingfeng to Heaven Mending Pavilion and cultivate on our journey there. Didn't Grandpa say reading 10,000 bone books isn't worth a journey of 100,000 li? The little guy replied. However, you're still a bit young. The journey is too long and remote, and none of us knows the direction to Heaven Mending Pavilion. The chief was concerned. Child, don't rashly make a decision. The other elders advised him to be cautious. Little Xianxia nodded and said, I know. I'll wait for Willow Deity to wake up. He told me that he'll take me into a secret world to look around. Furthermore, I don't feel at ease either. What do we do if another band of roaming bandits appear? During this night, all the villagers were enjoying to their heart's content as they ate until deep into the night. In a loud and arrogant voice, they told mysterious tales about the great wasteland, greatly fascinating the children. The only regretful thing was that the pangolin self-destructed at the last moment, and so its primitive precious bones as well as its scales were destroyed. It did not leave behind any precious techniques. During the latter half of the night, Stone Village was still not at peace. The children howled like ghosts and shrieked non-stop as they gluttonously ate many pieces of the guardian spirit's meat. Their entire bodies were shining, and they were irresistibly hot and dry as well. In the end, they all jumped into the lake to cool themselves. The elders warned them that everyone could eat at most 2 pieces and they cannot treat it as a meal. However, such a situation was still created in the end. At daybreak, a group of children as well as adults crawled out from the lake with bags under their eyes as they dejectedly returned to their own homes. Ha ha! Some villagers woke up early and burst into laughter when they saw this scene. Without a doubt, this guardian spirit was very extraordinary and contained a great amount of essence within its body. Its body could be said to be a precious medicine that could effectively improve the villagers' physiques. That time when they accidentally obtained the corpse of the swan and I, the villagers ate the entire thing. The villagers' physiques obtained an enormous benefit. Otherwise, how could a group of children all cultivate in the bone text? One must know that it would be tough to find one person in a tribe of 10,000 who was an expert in the blood transformation realm. Yet these children all had an opportunity to break through in the future. Clearly, the body of the archaic descendant had an enormous effect. After all, they were incredibly difficult to find, and were considered priceless treasures. If a top-notch tribe wanted to obtain one, their entire tribe might be exterminated if they were even slightly careless. This was because the swan and I is not an ordinary archaic descendant. Although this guardian spirit did not compare up to the swan and I, it was not ordinary either. Its roots were large and originated from the mysterious Little Western Paradise. The wolf village's guardian spirit was absolutely incomparable to it. In reality, the pangolin should have had even more battle power than it showed. It was only because that it had been nourishing and resurrecting its golden bone scissor that it suffered huge damage to its body, which led to its defeat. In the blink of an eye, half a year quickly went by, and the enormous guardian spirit was obstinately cleaned up by the villagers. The children's power advanced by leap and bounds, and their proficiency in the bone text deepened. These results shocked the elders, but in the end, they all could not contain their smiles, and almost pulled out their white beards from stroking. Apart from the children, a few adults also erupted, such as Shi Linhu and Shi Feijiao. In fact, they had been cultivating in the bone text for a much longer time than the children had, since the chief taught them the bone text when he returned from the outside world. However, they missed their golden years of cultivation, so their accomplishments were not ideal. During these few years, it was first the world-shocking precious corpse of the swan and I, and then there was an extraordinary guardian spirit. Their corpses all contained great amounts of divine essence that enormously improved their physiques. Therefore, their many years of cultivation and accumulated experience had gradually erupted forth. Shi Linghu and Shi Feijiao entered the blood transformation realm. Their levels were not low, and their cultivations were profound. People could not help but lament. The archaic descendant's corpse, as well as the mysterious guardian spirit of the Little Western Paradise, were indeed extraordinary and worthy of being called rare and precious flesh medicine. No matter what others tried to exchange for them, they still would be rejected. Another few months passed by, and the willow deity's year of hibernation was almost up. Today, the little guy was 8.5. Within this long period of time, the little guy had refined the guardian spirit's flesh into precious medicine and applied onto himself. He then opened his 4th volcanic crater behind his back. Magma flowed, and divine essence surged mysteriously, so slow. I've only gained one more and it's been almost a year. The little guy muttered to himself as he felt his cultivation was gradually becoming more difficult. When the chief heard these words, he was speechless. After a while, he finally wiped away his cold sweat and told him that this level was already incredibly miraculous. Many people wouldn't make even an inch of advancement in their entire lives. Even if one's natural talents were extremely high, they would not be able to take another step into heaven for many years. Is that right? Then I'm relieved. The little guy happily smiled, and no longer frowned. Heavenly passage was the process of establishing an immortal passage between a person's interior and exterior. It was a pure land, and it was a world that connected one together with the endless void to seize the world's fortunes. It made the divine strength of the symbols within your body explode, constantly maintaining its peak proficiency. According to the chief's statement, little Xianxia was already considered a great expert of the heavenly passage realm, and had already established 4 immortal passageways. Some people would have one passageway throughout their life, and use it to absorb the power of the heaven and earth. However, even if they could step into a higher realm, they would still have difficulty reaching the peak, and their accomplishments would soon reach their limit. The chief gave a long explanation. When ordinary experts established 4 or 5 heavenly passages, they would consider whether or not to accumulate energy. By doing this, they could one day explode with the surging force of the heavenly passage's endless divine symbol strength, and push themselves into a higher realm. The chief explained a step further and said, able to establish 6 heavenly passages is considered a powerful figure within this realm, and people who are able to establish 7 heavenly passages would inevitably be considered geniuses. People who are able to establish 8 heavenly passages would naturally be rare heavenly gifted geniuses as rare phoenix feathers and unicorn horns. People possessing 9 heavenly passages would typically only exist within an ancient text's legends. If a person like that appeared in reality, he or she would certainly be considered a heavenly warping divine talent. The little guy blinked his large eyes as he carefully listened to everything. It turned out that he could actually consider breakthrough into an even higher realm, but he would never make this choice now. According to the chief, each opened heavenly passage would unlock some more potential. If one heavenly passage gave 1 bundle of potential, then 2 heavenly passage gave 2 potentials. When one possessed 8 heavenly passages, then there would be a huge disparity. Time passed by. After the vicious bandits were exterminated, none of the other roaming bandits appeared, and Little Western Paradise also did not have much of a reaction. Perhaps they thought that the pangolin was buried within the stomach of an archaic descendant in the Great Wasteland. During this time, Stone Village once moved out to dig out the black gold accumulated by the vicious bandits. Although it only totaled to roughly half a meter squared in area, it still weighed tens of thousands of gene. This was a precious material used to construct military weapons, and it was also a metal that could be used to control mystical formations. It was very rare, and them being able to gather half a meter squared clearly show just how much massacring they had done over these years, and how many lives they had taken. After half a month, cool breeze brushed by gently, creating ripples within the green jade lake. A willow tree that had been silent for a year at the village entrance suddenly burst into light. Its green magnificence overflowed into the heavens, enshrouding the entire mountain range in a hazy halo of light. Ah! Willow deity has awakened! The villagers cried out in alarm and was then overjoyed. Their guardian spirit had resurrected, so they no longer had any reasons to worry in the future. Even if a powerful descendant invaded on them, they believed the willow deity would still be able to stop them. At this moment, whether it was male, female, old or young, everyone ran over and piously sacrificed and prayed to the willow tree. Kacha kacha. The old bark was shed off, exposing a new protrusion that was flourishing with green multicolored light as a new plump and tender, greenish-blue branch poked out. Instantaneously, dense light fogged up as 10,000 strips of colors shot forth. The willow tree was reborn, and 4 more branches shot out. They rapidly matured until they were over 10 meters long, and had the same appearance as the previous branch. The 5 willow branches were sparkling green like an orderly divine chain as it emitted precious light as it enshrouded this entire land. It was mysterious and enigmatic with an extremely shocking shock wave. The villagers were overjoyed, because the willow deity was even more powerful and splendid now. That burnt black body had a parts of it restored, and with a greenness that was full of vitality, jade green light was dispersed, covering this entire land in a thick, lively atmosphere. "Willow deity, you're okay?" some elder said in a trembling voice. "I am very well. I've been hibernating for a long time," Willow deity said and restrained its divine light. Then, the green light retreated from the mountains like the tides, and the mountain ranges returned back to normal. During this day, Stone Village celebrated and was incredibly lively. With Willow deity here, they never had to worry about the revenge of those vicious bandits again. "You did well by slaying that guardian spirit. It was not simple at all and had transcended the heavenly passage realm. Fortunately, its foundations were shattered. Otherwise, you would have been in danger." Willow deity clearly understood what had occurred from seeing the remaining few bones of the pangolin. "Willow deity, I had already established 4 heavenly passages. After hearing Grandpa Chief's potential theory, I want to open up an even greater potential." The little guy's eyes shone with the radiance of desire. After exchanging a few words, the willow tree understood clearly. Its few willow branches swayed as if it was gently shaking its head. "Is 8 heavenly passages the peak? This is only the standard for humans. 9 heavenly passages were not merely recorded within ancient legends. They truly do exist." "Ah!" the little guy cried out in alarm and earnestly consulted. According to the situation in the ancient era, when the willow tree just spoke, the little guy immediately understood that this would certainly be another comparison within the realms of the supremely powerful archaic vicious beasts, and that this was a terrifying comparison. Indeed, the willow tree continued speaking and said, "During the ancient era, Taowu, Vermilion Bird, Taotai, and the others believed that in the heavenly passages realm, 9 passages would make them a king, but 10 passages would be the peak. Only then would one be considered the sovereign of this realm." This little guy was astonished. This statement was absolutely terrifying, since it far surpassed mankind's current prevalent standards. Being in the Great Wasteland is too restrictive, and it would be rare for you to meet any truly powerful geniuses, and would be even more impossible for you to fight a battle of life and death against powerful creatures like the youth of a true hoe. Staying here would only prove detrimental to your cultivation. "Willow deity, do you have any ways?" The little guy understood what the Stone Village guardian spirit meant. "I once said that when I awoke, I would take you to look around within a mysterious world. Are you willing? Maybe you can meet your little big brother Shuri in advance, although it would not be a true meeting." "I am willing." The little guy resolutely nodded. "Very well. Let the villagers know so they don't end up worrying about you, and then we'll head out," spoke the willow tree. Like a thunderclap and breezing wind, as soon as it finished talking, it was going to head out. "Okay." The little guy did not ask any more either, and immediately turned around. He rushed into the chief's courtyard to quickly and simply inform him of the situation. Shi Yunfeng and a few other elders were all stupefied. Shi Feijiao and the others who came after hearing the news were astonished, and all began to sweat in nervousness for the little guy. What kind of place was that? To actually be able to fight against Chongji, Bifang, Jiaotu, and the young of other beasts, as well as perhaps even encountering the dual-pupiled Shuri, even hearing this was astonishing. "Child, you have to be careful. What kind of place is that to actually be able to encounter the children of archaic vicious beasts? You have to pay attention to your own safety. This kind of training is too terrifying. Is this a trial by fire for the children of gods?" They were all completely shocked, and their hearts were full of worry. The little guy was very blunt, and quickly returned after informing the villagers without the slightest delay. He then immediately sat cross-legged in front of the burnt black tree trunk with a solemn expression, as he had already completed his preparations for the journey. "Very well then let's open the path to heaven," the willow tree said. Although its voice was gentle and calm, it had a certain dignified feeling to it. Its 5 branch ferociously and explosively expanded, and then turned into bright and orderly divine chains as they pierced into the heavens. With a hong sound, green multicolored light flourished splendidly and turned the world into a sparkling green. 5 gorgeous willow branches pierced the dome of heaven, as if they were opening a gate into the very natural laws themselves. Within the sky, there was a dense yet bright fog. The entire area was covered in the haze, and it was mysterious and profound. A Wang sound slightly trembled, and the little guy felt as if he was leaving his original land. He passed by that bright and hazy gateway, and as he traveled through, he entered a bizarre world. Where is this? The little guy discovered that he was surrounded by a hazy fog, and it was as if the primal chaos was surging all around him. Everything around him seemed indistinct and muddled. Come here. A lump of gently green light shone, and the burnt black willow tree appeared in front. It rooted itself within this world, and beckoned the little guy to walk forward. The mist dispersed, and the scene gradually became spacious and void, and it seemed incomparably desolate and ancient, as if this was a piece of an abandoned world. It looks like an abandoned ancient world. The little guy was surprised. The mist thinned, and he gazed forward into the large ruins while standing under the willow tree. One huge palace after another collapsed, and only broken ramparts and ruined walls remained. Go take a look, the willow tree said. The little guy took a step forward, and he only saw a desolate area. There was debris all around him, and the once magnificent palaces were completely destroyed, and there was an ancient and distant aura, as if everything had transformed over time. What kind of place is this? The little guy inquired once again. Void God Realm, the willow tree answered. Void God Realm. The little guy's heart trembled. As soon as he heard this name, he knew this place could not possibly be simple. Otherwise, why would this place bear such a name? There was once a rumor that this was the world one entered after becoming God. The willow tree said, Ah! The little guy was shocked. He entered the God realm himself? This kind of feeling was surreal to the point of being a little scary. Other people claim that the supreme beings that the first natives worshipped, the gods, combined their efforts and used their mind's thoughts to construct this strange world. The willow tree described a different theory. The gods that the first natives worshipped combined their efforts to create this spiritual realm? The little guy widened his eyes as he felt that such events were truly unfathomable. He lowered his head to take a look at the ruins beneath him, and then he gazed toward the broken archaic mountains. He was outrageous at just how real this world was. My true body is obviously standing here. If this world was constructed out of spirit, would my body be capable of standing here? Asked the little guy. There's one thing I need to correct. Your real body is not actually here right now, and it is only your spirit's will that is here, the willow tree reminded. The little guy could not believe it, and he pinched his own arm, immediately feeling a burst of pain. This wasn't a dream realm, yet it was not fake either, as he could clearly feel how real it was. For any life form, it is the spirit that is the most mysterious, and it far surpasses the flesh, explained the willow tree. Having your spirit entering here is like experiencing a rebirth. It's not actually much different than if your real body was here. This is my will, it's not really my flesh. How could it feel so real? It's so hard to differentiate between the two. The little guy was baffled. This is precisely the mysterious aspect of the void god realm, and it's also where its value lies. When your spirit gets trained here, upon returning to the real world, it will bring everything that the spirit learned back into your flesh, transforming together. It's the same as if you had your real body train here, spoke the willow tree as he guided the little guy along the right path. Such a strange place. The little guy gasped in surprise. When he stepped onto the rubble, there were kacha-kacha sounds. The ruins were enormous and empty, and far more boundless than any of the distant mountains. Even though everything had been destroyed, it still made people feel as if the area was sacred and majestic. If these were all constructs made of spirit, how much divine power would it take to create all this? The willow tree sighed again. There's a legend that there was once a great turmoil, and it eventually even led to the destruction of this spirit world, resulting in the creation of these ruins. Among the deities that the first natives worshipped, some perhaps really were gods, and some were pure-blooded Jujian, Chiwan, Yayu, and other ancient creatures. That was an extremely complex and mysterious era. Am I supposed to train my body in this spiritual world? There's nothing here. This place had been abandoned a long time ago. The little guy was very puzzled. You are incorrect. This world is vast without borders. What you see is a mere corner of it. Willow deity corrected and informed him that there were other vast regions, and numerous creatures dwell in those areas. What kind of creatures are they? The little guy was curious. The same as you. Their spirit had entered from the outside world, and came into this void god realm. The willow tree answered. They can enter as well? And there are a lot of them? The little guy was astonished. Right, it's just like a genuine country, the willow tree replied. Subsequently, the willow tree explained the next step about how those people entered. You've once heard of the event regarding the entire country sacrificing to the heavens. And I know. The little guy nodded. From the distant past until now, some ancient countries believe that the ancient gods have died a long time ago, yet they are still offering sacrifices to them and the entire country following suit solemnly and piously. There are many reasons behind this, and the main reason is to inherit the things that the gods left behind. Being able to enter the void god realm is one of the treasures that the ancient gods had passed down. As long as the people firmly believed and the entire ancient country conducted sacrificial ceremonies each year, then their experts could be able to sense the void god realm. It's that mysterious? The little guy's heart was emotionally stirring. His eyes were clear as he pondered for a long time, because he felt that he had gained quite a bit of knowledge just now. The willow tree then said, Good fortune is granted after an entire ancient country sacrifices and gets recognized. When their people cultivate to a certain degree, they are then able to advance their comprehension and enter the void god realm. Stone Village was located within the Great Wasteland and was very far from the ancient country. They did not conduct any sacrifices to the heavens, so entering the void god realm was naturally impossible. When the willow tree brought the little guy in, it was not with the ancient country's method. Therefore, they had not met anyone else and appeared in this piece of desolate ruins. If you walk out from here, you'll soon reach the real training ground, said the willow tree. It stopped advancing and halted here. Just like this, the little guy went on the journey by himself and stepped out of this boundless ruins. There were still many questions within his heart, but the willow tree was still very vague and did not tell him about everything. However, it did inform him that all the answers could be found in front of him. The mists gradually decreased as he gradually approached a brighter world. In the end, the little guy walked out of the ruins and stepped onto a huge limestone that flickered with symbols. It even had a few sparkling white beast bones embedded on top. Is this a primitive precious bone? It looks so rare and precious. The little guy was amazed as he squatted down to touch it with the intention taking it out. Shwa! However, without him even making a move, a golden passageway appeared, immediately shifted him away. This was a strange feeling. The little guy found out that he was traveling back and forth, and as he left his original position, another place that was densely covered in symbols instantly appeared. This was a similar limestone that had a circumference of 1 zhang. This rock also had a few precious bones embedded on it as it circulated with the mysterious power of the symbols. This time he breathed in a deep breath of air and squatted down to rub that bone. Then, he ferociously used his strength with the intention of shattering the rocky surface to take that bone with the symbols out. This limestone was very strange and extremely hard. Furthermore, these bones simultaneously shone and constructed a mysterious pattern to defend this place. What's he doing? Why does he want to destroy the passageway? Heavens! He's trying to dig out the precious bones from the limestone. So outrageous. Could it be that he doesn't know that this is a passageway that cannot be shaken at all? The sound of bustling noise and discussion echoed through as this place became livelier. The little guy was stunned and quickly stood up. The symbols by his side gradually dimmed, and he was able to clearly see the surrounding situation. A group of people were currently surrounding the limestone and pointing at the little guy. He's so young. No wonder he doesn't know anything and wanted to destroy the passageway to the outside world by digging out the symbol bone. No matter how you say it, it's still outrageous that he did such a thing. Did his parents not inform him what to do after entering the void god realm? The little guy scratched his head since he felt that he might have done something stupid. Otherwise, why would these people stare at him this way? He spoke in a little voice. Do the precious bones belong to anyone? I didn't know that, so I did this. Those people were speechless. Did your clansmen not explain to you the situation here? Upon arriving in the Void God realm, one will first arrive at this starting land. After cultivating to a satisfactory level, one needs to draw support from the symbol passageway to proceed onto a high-leveled area. After arriving here, you had nothing better to do than to find out what this passageway is made out of. Moreover, you even tried to dig out the precious bones. Truly, a 30-year-old middle-aged man shook his head and he patiently explained a bit. He felt incomparably speechless. Hee. Ha. All the people nearby burst out into laughter. The little guy's little face flushed red in embarrassment as he asked in his little voice. In other words, these precious bones don't belong to anyone? Everyone's laughter spontaneously halted as they felt shocked all over. After saying all that, he still wanted to dig the bone out? Heavens! This child is truly outrageous. And he still has ideas about the precious bones. Whose family's child is this? How did they teach him? Could it be that they raised him in a forest? The group of people did not know whether to laugh or cry. They felt like they were facing a primitive person. This little thing looked so silly and adorable. How could he have such a behavior? What clan does he belong to in the end? If his identity was discovered after returning to the real world, his clan would certainly become a laughingstock. What happened today was such a fantastic story. Isn't this a world created by the spirit of all gods? I feel like these precious bones would certainly have an enormous value. I'm not greedy. I only want to dig them out to examine them. The little guy tried to justify himself in his tiny voice. It truly made people speechless and no one knew what to say to him. Ha. Finally, the people could only burst out into laughter. Even if this place was the starting point, and was not the higher-level paradise of the heavenly passage, it was still not a place anyone could destroy at will. An elder began to laugh and say, "These symbol bones are extremely rare and precious. If you can dig them out, I am willing to exchange a lot of spirit coins for them." "What are spirit coins?" the little guy inquisitively asked. Everyone was confused. How could this little thing not know? Could he actually have ran out from within a primitive forest? "That's enough. Let's talk after you dig out that precious bone." That elder's brows emitted a shady look. "Oh, all right." The little guy nodded powerfully. He entered the Void God realm precisely for the sake of training and studying. According to the Willow deity, the stuff that appeared here would have a corresponding model in the real world. He was born within the Great Wasteland, so he was extremely sheltered and did not understand much about the outside world. This was the perfect opportunity to learn. How could he not even know what a spirit coin is? After even more people heard the news, they rushed over. They looked like they were surrounding and watching a strange creature as they pointed from not far away. The little guy tapped and pounded it a few times, and he was currently squatting on the large limestone that was roughly 1 zhang in circumference. He was studying those few pieces of symbol bones, and he had an extremely concentrated and serious expression on his face. Outrageous! Does he truly want to dig out the precious bone embedded within the passageway? I've never seen such a person like this before. Isn't this kid a bit too much of a miser? I want to see exactly just how he digs it out. I've never heard of anyone doing these kind of things before. Haha. He's indeed foolishly adorable. Whose child is this? Did he come here just to put on a show? The group of people sat nearby and watched on as if they were watching a comedic performance. To have such an idea, this child was a bit overly greedy, right? If he was an adult, then he would have long been looked down in disdain 100 times over. Right now, the people could not help but laugh, as they felt that his actions were simply too foolish. "Child, do you need a tool? Uncle will lend you one." A middle-aged man squinted his eyes and smiled with a ridiculed expression. The little guy did not even raise his head and immediately received the other's goodwill as he crisply said, "I do. Give me a 20,000 gene hammer." Everyone was dumbstruck because this was too excessive. That was a hammer, not a thatched room. Who would be bored enough to make one that big? And would he even be able to swing it? Moreover, he was still so young. Yet he immediately asked for a 20,000 gene hammer after opening his mouth. How much overestimation towards oneself and self-confidence did one need to be able to say such a thing? I don't have one that weighs 20,000 gene, but I have one that weighs 2,000 gene. The middle-aged man threw over a little hammer the size of a millstone that immediately smashed a large part of the surface. I'm afraid of breaking it. The little guy still had not raised his head as he stuck his little butt out to ponder and research that large limestone about those few symbol bones. Why was this child speaking this way? The middle-aged man's face turned grim since he felt he had been ridiculed in return and said, "No problem, you can use it. You don't have to pay if you break it." "Oh, okay. Then I won't be too courteous." The little guy scratched his head and finally, as if he had thought of something else, he said, "That's right, Uncle. Isn't this a spiritual world created by the ancient gods? How can you have a hammer? Could this also be your spiritual will as well? Go and do your foolish actions. You were the one that wanted a hammer. If I let you use it, use it. Where's all this rubbish coming from?" The middle-aged man's brows emitted a shady expression. Okay then. The little guy did not pursue the issue, and he felt rather apologetic. After all, it was merely a question, and these people were simply too skimpy on the details. Why couldn't they just kindly give out a few pointers? Little Sure How jumped off that big limestone and lifted up that hammer. A white-bearded elder kindly reminded and said, "Child, being able to lift up a weapon does not mean that you can use it very well, because that requires at least 10 times more strength. You have to be careful and not hurt yourself." "I understand." The little guy nodded, then stared at that bright-winged bird on his shoulders and asked, "Old man, this bird is you as well, right? You transformed like this. Go and do your foolish actions." The elder swung his sleeves and his face darkened as well. "Why are they all like this? Why can't they just patiently give me a few pointers?" The little guy grumbled. Although he was extremely quiet, everyone else still heard it. This naughty kid. Many people all said this after hearing him ask so many idiotic questions. Is he deliberately ridiculing us? When everyone was criticizing, the little guy swung that large hammer and smashed down into the large limestone. With an ear-splitting dang sound, sparks began to fly everywhere. Good, he has some strength. He can really swing the thing. Some people nodded. Dang, 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 dang. The next moment, everyone covered their ears. The iron hammer in the little guy's hand was like little chickens pecking rice as he continuously smashed into the large limestone. The striking sounds against metal continuously rang out, practically cracked everyone's eardrums. This was the void god realm, and so it truly made people feel as if they were actually there. It felt exact the same without the slightest differences. Finally, with a chong sound, the hammer deformed, and the hammerhead flew off from its shaft. Everyone was dumbstruck, as this little kid really had one or two tricks up his sleeves. He unexpectedly trashed this large hammer so quickly. His strength was truly not small. The little guy had a nervous expression all over as he hastily opened his mouth to say, "Uncle, you said I don't need to pay for the iron hammer." No matter what was said, this was still the spiritual world. Any weapon that could transform into a spiritual form could not be too bad. He was afraid he could not pay it back. Looking at his nervous expression, everyone began to laugh. Only the middle-aged man's face was shady as he grunted in genuine discomfort. "I say, child, can you really dig out this precious bone? Don't waste our time. We're still waiting for you to show all of your capabilities." The others teased. "This is my first time entering this place, so I don't have much experience and I don't know how to break it. All the uncle and aunts here. Can you give me some suggestions and teach me a bit?" the little guy asked. No one truly knew what to say. Who would be so bored as to break a passageway in the void god realm? Let alone them, even if they invited an archaic vicious beast, it would not necessarily be able to break it. In reality, all of them wanted to say that the child was foolish and bored, and that was why he started to do such an outrageous thing in order to draw everyone in to watch. "Young man, keep going and use all your strength. I'm optimistic." A few people were emitting some bad intent as they encouraged with their loud voices, because they wished for him to continue squandering his energy over this. A kind young lady urged. It is impossible, no human can break this. Unless you set your own record, to create a miracle within the God-void realm would you breaking through quite a few extreme boundaries. The young lady further explained that this was a world constructed by ancient gods, and all the gods had thought through everything meticulously. One of their goals was to make sure that they could raise up powerful descendants here. Even though endless years have gone by, the law and order here continued to operate. If someone succeeded in smashing open any type of extreme boundary, then they would obtain a good amount of benefits. Furthermore, during this process, the Void God realm will grant a certain degree of protection and conceal the aura of the person carrying out their discoveries. This will make it so that the precious technique he used would not be revealed to the people around him, preserving his secrecy. This was the starting ground. No matter how powerful your cultivation is, you can only display the power of the blood transformation realm, and it is impossible to exceed it. The young lady added, "Ah, it's actually this mystical?" The little guy widened his eyes. "That's right. If you want to break through the extreme boundaries here, you can only use the power in the blood transformation realm. Despite the fact that many people here have surpassed the blood transformation realm a long time ago, it's still useless." "So it's like that." The little guy nodded and then his eyes shone as he said, "If I succeed, what benefits will there be?" Everyone felt dizzy. Did he truly believe that he could make some kind of heroic feat happen? How did such a person randomly show up? No matter how he spoke, he still looked like a foolish kid who overestimated his own power. This foolish child really doesn't comprehend anything. Another person at the curled his mouth and said, "You'll cry soon enough." Many people crossed their arms and began to laugh as they awaited for the spectacle of the little guy making a fool out of himself. "I am very fast. I am planning to surpass the speed of the extreme boundary," the little guy seriously said. "You can try it." A few people chuckled and said. At the next moment, the little guy's entire body shone, and all kinds of densely covered bone texts appeared and enveloped this entire place. "What are you planning to do?" Everyone fixed their gaze as they only saw all kinds of multicolored light dance in the air before quickly submerging the entire large limestone. No one was able to see the situation inside. He is going to activate his precious technique, but why do I feel like it's not that powerful? Everyone was a bit dazzled. There were so many different bone texts here, forming into a curtain of bright and resplendent light. He's actually running. Does he really want to reach the speed at the extreme boundary? Isn't this completely unrelated to digging out the precious bone? And at this moment, an area of light rose around the large limestone that isolated the place from the outside world. The law and order of the Void God realm was starting to protect the little guy. His aura immediately changed as a pair of light beams shot out from his clear eyes. He waved his fists and fiercely smashed down onto the large limestone with an astonishing might. Dong! He did not use any precious techniques, and only used the power of his flesh to strike the large limestone. With his current enormously heaven-shocking strength, he smashed the surface. Immediately afterwards, a lump of incredibly terrifying and glaring light exploded. Kacha! The sound of disintegration was emitted, and the little guy was overjoyed because it was effective. When he used the power of symbols before, he discovered that the precious bones on rock would burst out with some divine patterns to protect it. After several times, he found out the less he relied on the power of symbols, the less those precious bones would rebound. Now, he was purely using the power of his flesh, and those bones were practically not shining at all to protect the large limestone. Even so, this limestone was still exceedingly astonishing. If the little guy swung his arms, let alone a piece of limestone, even a piece of divine metal would be pummeled rotten. However, even with his world-shocking 100,000 gene of strength, he could only make a little crack in the limestone. Again, his eyes were filled with deep divine light as he used the utmost power that he possessed within the blood transformation realm to smash towards the limestone. His attacks were like raging waves beating against the shore, and the violent and domineering might shook the world. Unfortunately, no one was able to see it. Kacha kacha. Eventually, under the little guy's extreme boundary flesh strength, The large limestone with a circumference of 1 zhang disintegrated, and a few sparkling precious bones fell onto the ground. I succeeded. The little guy was overjoyed and quickly went to pick up those symbol bones which were pure white, lustering, and shone all over. Suddenly, those other precious bones shone and immediately flew away. Furthermore, the large limestone transformed into a drizzle of light and disappeared. This made the little guy stamp his feet and say, "Hey! Why are you running away? Stop!" In the end, he only obtained one shining bone that radiated with splendid rays of light. The people were dumbstruck. He actually succeeded. No one was able to believe it, and their eyeballs almost popped out. How was this possible? It has to be fake. Cheater. How could a person like him possibly set a record? A bunch of adults shouted loudly. However, the little guy's voice was even louder than theirs as he shouted in a flustered manner. How did I only obtain only one precious bone? There were 3 more. Why did they fly away? No matter how they looked at it, he looked like a little money grubber as he jumped and shouted about. All the onlookers were left speechless. Mine, they're all mine. Why did they run away? The little guy shouted grievingly. Don't you have one in your hand? A person extremely angrily said, since he thought it was truly unfair that this little child in front of his eyes unexpectedly succeeded. There were originally a few more. The little guy said. No one truly knew what to say. They felt their teeth sore, stomach ache, and lungs hurt. An elderly man said, "Stop shouting. You attacked the Void God Realm's passageway and did such an unsettling and outrageous thing. Not being punished is already good enough, and giving you one piece of precious bone proves that you succeeded. So it's like that." The little guy scratched his head and quietly said, "Then if I succeed next time as well, could I get another one?" Everyone felt dizzy. This brat. The little guy's behavior truly made everyone's chin drop. He actually succeeded, making everyone completely speechless. Where is the heaven's logic in this? One must know that was a passageway within the Void God realm. In the past, who dared to have the idea of hitting it? This was purely something outrageous done out of boredom. This little brat came in looking like a little money grubber, yet in the end really did come out with a piece of bone. The group of people cursed, as they had difficulty accepting this truth. This simple-minded child could break through the extreme boundary. Why do I feel like it's a trick? Yet I can't find out what part of it is fishy. Even someone like him could break the record. Is there a mistake here? In a bit. I will try as well. Don't tell me that I'm not better than a little brat. The little guy held the precious bone in his hand and was wholeheartedly delighted. He examined the pure white symbol bone that circulated with splendor and shined with light. It contained powerful symbols, and just by looking at it, one could tell it was an extraordinary object. Child, did we have an agreement earlier? If you succeeded, I will use a great amount of spirit coins to trade for that bone. A grizzle-bearded elder smiled and came up to me. When did I agree with you? I still need to examine it myself first. No deal. The little guy refused. The elder did not give up and smilingly said, "Didn't you want to know what spirit coins were? I'll tell you. I don't have time to listen right now. I need to examine this precious bone first." The little guy did not even raise his head, as if he was an immobile. This naughty child made the elder extremely angry. Earlier, the little guy was still seeking help from him, but he did not feel like saying anything. Now, he came back and voluntarily wanted to explain to this simple-minded child what spirit coins were. Yet he was unexpectedly ignored. "Child, on the premise that I lent you my weapon, can you consider selling that precious bone to me?" A middle-aged man moved beside him. "So it's hammer, uncle." The little guy raised his head. The middle-aged man's forehead displayed a shady look and said, "I'll say it again. That hammer doesn't have any relationship to me. It's not yours? If it's not yours, why would you lend it to me? Furthermore, why are you still saying on the premise of the hammer?" The little guy blinked his large eyes with extreme confusion. This shitty brat. The middle-aged man was extremely angry and almost walked away out of anger. Everyone erupted into laughter. Next, everyone's expressions became incredibly passionate. Although they felt that there wasn't any logic left in the heavens anymore, they still surrounded him as they all stared at that piece of sparkling symbol bone in the little guy's hand. All of a sudden, a stone tablet that was surrounded by mist emerged. A row of characters appeared on its surface. Every character emitted a dazzling light and began to make resounding noises, smashing apart the starting ground passageway. The reward is one primitive precious bone. This row of bold yet lovely characters continuously vibrated, and were so incredibly bright that they illuminated the entire sky. Like 10,000 swords clashing, it startled everyone in the vicinity. He truly initiated a record. The Void God realm has already recorded it and informed everyone under the heavens. Everyone was shocked as they began to discuss with each other. This simple-minded child instantly becomes famous and makes such a big commotion immediately upon entering this world. Truly, everyone lost their bad temper as they felt there anything was possible. The stone tablet radiated and approached the little guy. It made him extremely puzzled as he muttered, "You're still missing 3 bones for me." Everyone was driven mad. This little miser, what kind of time was this? Yet he was still concerned about that. Engrave your relevant information and complete this record. An elderly rainbow bird on his shoulder reminded him. Many thanks, Bird Grandpa. Go away. The old man was so angry that his beard rose up. The little guy scratched his head as he stood in front of the tablet. Everything felt new and odd, but he did not know what to write. He gestured for a long time in midair without writing anything. You don't need to write your real information. You can write whatever you want, such as what you enjoy the most or what you love the most. That kind young lady reminded him. The little guy was overjoyed and he raised his hand. He began to move the brush and smoothly wrote 5 words at the very top. Love drinking milk the most. Symbols flickered on the stone tablet, and the words that he wrote immediately began to radiate, and was imprinted on top, brilliant and dazzling. Everyone was petrified before immediately calming down. What's going on? The little guy had a bad premonition. In the blink of an eye, everyone burst out into laughter, and they could hardly close their mouths. Some people laughed until their waists were bent. This name is truly something. Foolish kid, have you not stopped drinking milk yet? The group of people could not stop their laughter. What? This is just a name. Don't you fill in what you enjoy or love the most? The little guy's little face immediately darkened since this was too embarrassing. That kind young lady explained and said, "What I meant was you don't need to write your real name. You can substitute it with your most beloved precious artifact, divine bird or fierce beast. My name here is Kyle Wan." The little guy's face was painful as he quietly asked, "Can I still change it?" "You can't." Those people simultaneously answered with their resounding voices. No matter how you looked at it, they were all laughing at him. The little guy was greatly embarrassed because he truly lost so much face. After being branded by this name, how would he be able to see anyone else in the future? Hurry! You're still missing another row or characters to engrave, someone urged. The stone tablet that circulated with divine light was still in front of him, fluctuating peacefully and auspiciously while waiting for the little guy to engrave another row of characters. This time, he did not dare to randomly write as he hesitated for a long time and asked, "Tell me clearly what I have to write this time. Which aspect of the extreme boundary did you break through?" "It's done once you write it," a middle-aged man said. This time, they actually did not laugh and awaited solemnly for his writing. The little guy directly wrote 2 words. Extreme speed. "There's nothing wrong this time, right?" He quietly muttered to himself. Someone nodded and said, That's right. If it's true, then Void God Realm will give you a certain amount of protection in the future. After all, you initiated a record at the parting point." "There's something like that?" The little guy widened his eyes as he couldn't sit still anymore. "If it's a lie, then you wouldn't get these benefits. Rumor has it that it will continuously take care of you and carry out a special type of self-tempering, filled in another person." The little guy became foolish and his little face darkened. At this exact moment, not only the starting ground, A stone tablet even emerged within the higher-leveled heavenly passage paradise. In every region, a dazzling splendor radiated as a few rows of characters emerged. Someone established a new record. What kind of person is it? And what extremely boundary was broken? At this moment, the entire Void God realm trembled. No one dared to show contempt at any of the records, because it represented a domain of extreme expertise, and was worthy of everyone's respects. Love drinking milk the most? When everyone read these words, they were overcome with a strange expression. What type of disorderly and random name was this? Who would be so bored that they would name themselves this? This shouldn't be a pervert, right? Many people began to laugh. Everyone continued to read on, and when they read the words smashed the starting grounds passageway, they immediately exploded. That can't be right. Doing such an infuriating thing, yet he was still rewarded a precious bone. Does the heavens even have logic anymore? Who is this with nothing to do when they're full? Why destroy the Void God realm's passageway? That's too brutal. All the regions went into uproar as everyone cursed endlessly. The Void God realm was boundless. But when a new record appeared, everyone would quickly pay attention because that certainly signifies a terrifying expert. That expert definitely excelled in a certain region and achieved the extreme boundary. Too brutal. Who is this kid that infuriates humans and ghosts alike? This truly can't be forgiven. How bored does one have to be to go so far as to break a passageway? No wonder this became a new record, because no one has ever done it before. Everyone was incessantly angry. What they could not understand the most was that the Void God realm actually rewarded him a precious bone. The symbol bones embedded on the passageways are rare treasures, and it's very possible that they might be the bones of archaic descendants. Within this world, they are extremely important. Even attacking the passageway could be rewarded with a precious bone. Then I'll try it as well. The pot exploded in every region as many people were jealous and angry. During this day, the entire Void God realm went into an uproar, and discussions regarding how to break the passageway arose. The weird name Love Drinking Milk the Most was mentioned everywhere. This being a record, I feel like it is because no one was brutal enough to do such a thing. No one attacked the passageway, and that's why he was able to directly establish this record. That day, many people tried, and the sounds of dong dong arose everywhere. In the end, they all returned in low spirits after being defeated. It's no good we're in a higher level area. These heavenly passage paradises passageways are sturdier. I think I should go try in the starting ground. At the starting ground, the most power one could display is only at the blood transformation realm, so the record will be even harder to break. Lower areas should be easier than the paradise, right? I'm planning to take a walk. I heard the reward is a bone at the archaic descendant level. What? That's so rare. If it's a rare emperor type, it'd be even more heaven opposing. Let's go. I'll take a look as well. Waves after waves undulated in the Void God realm. With a single action from the little guy, every region went into a state of unrest. At the starting ground, specks of light drizzled, and that piece of limestone had already recombined and recreated itself. For pieces of precious bones reappeared on time as the passageway had been perfectly reconstructed. A group of people were all there. Among them, Hammer Uncle, Bird Grandpa, and Coin Elder were at the front. The three went up and attacked it one after the other until they were so tired that they spat out blood. However, it was all futile. Foolish brat, are you toying with us? You really used speed at the extreme boundary to break it. Hammer Uncle gasped for breath. He was a great expert at the heavenly passage realm, but he was unexpectedly inferior to a little brat. He almost died from exhaustion as he stood above the limestone. It's true. I am faster than all of you, insisted the little guy. He then passed on a few secret methods, and then naively laughed as he told them that they had to keep it a secret. An hour later, a group of people screamed wretchedly as they were sent flying by the light emitted by the limestone. Because they were all attacking it crazily, the beast bones began to shine and symbols began to interweave. Milk baby, you're lying. Brat, you truly are dishonest. Even if you beat me to death, I wouldn't believe that you ran around this large limestone with the speed of an extreme boundary. The people were extremely angry. The little guy was like a dead duck, and even if he was killed, he wouldn't admit that he lied. Afterwards, he began to wander around the starting ground to familiarize himself with the surroundings. This place that showed signs of human habitation was already very vast, and in the distance was an endless and primitive forest. He felt bursts of peculiar gazes as many people peeked at him with bad intentions, but he did not pay attention to them. In the starting ground, no matter how high one's cultivation was, they could only display the power of the blood transformation realm. He did not have much to worry about. Child, be careful. Some people have ideas about beating you up for your precious bone. Bird Grandpa warned. Milk Kid, if you can't take it, then just sell it to me. Otherwise, you will certainly be in danger. Coin Elder warned. Of course, nicknames like Bird Grandpa, Hammer Uncle, and Coin Elder were all forced onto them by the little guy, and it made them extremely angry. However, they could not do anything about it. It's all right. I won't provoke them. The little guy did not care. Everyone was speechless. If you did not provoke them, then they wouldn't provoke you? They already had the idea of beating you. It's them who want to deal with you. Young Lady Kai Luan warned. She felt that this child was too foolish and might end up in a disaster. What this group of people did not think about was that both of these milk brats' eyes shone as he clenched his fists and incredibly excitedly asked, "Do they have good stuff on them?" Everyone. Exactly who was robbing who? Everyone felt as if their minds were in disarray. The young lady rolled her eyes, and she felt that her worries were wasted. This little money grubber was the same as that group of people since he was using his brain deviously as well. These people who had vicious gazes in their eyes were not reckless. Moreover, this love drinking milk the most was a person who broke a record. They did not dare to act indiscriminately, and waited for their clan's experts to arrive before making a move. The little guy originally did not have any intention of initiating trouble, and so he didn't take action. At the starting ground, he learned quite a bit, and in the end, he once again arrived in front of the stone tablet and began to examine the past records. Fire Cloud Immortal, traveling through Skyfire, achieving fire resistance. Starting ground extreme boundary. The little guy's expression congealed. This person must be very terrifying, however, after noticing the year this record was set, he was stunned. This was a record that happened tens of thousands of years ago. He quickly continued searching with the intention of finding the recent records. Yao Yu. A word will make flowers bloom and dead trees come back to life. An extremely powerful life force that no one can surpass within the blood transformation realm. He flipped through many records and still found that these still happened several thousand years ago. With great difficulty, the little guy finally turned to the end and a name quickly jumped in front of his eyes. Shi. Like ancient Xiantian saints and gods, Shi, who similarly possessed natural-born dual pupils, entered the void god realm as expected. There was a high possibility that he was in the higher-leveled heavenly passage paradise. The little guy's eyes shined with a curious light as he carefully read. There were a few rows of words recorded on the stone tablet. Shi, dual pupil genius, killed 9 beast kings in one battle and established a new record for killing kings at the starting ground. This was an astonishing accomplishment. A beast king controlled an entire mountain range and had incredibly powerful strength. It was lofty and aloof, and when an ordinary person met one, they would typically run for their lives with absolutely no way of defending themselves. Beast kings were difficult to fight against even among peak-level experts. Otherwise, why would they dare call themselves kings? Normally, it was very hard to encounter a beast king, yet Shi actually encountered 9. He was attacked by all 9 beast kings. Furthermore, he killed them all. His accomplishment could definitely be considered extremely glorious. This record was particularly special, and it held a significant meaning. This was the embodiment of true fighting strength, and it was also the fundamental aspect that people refine themselves to attain. You are looking at these records. Everyone who has their name recorded here are all incredible people. These are all people who wouldn't find it difficult to shake an entire region. Hammer Uncle scooched over and said, "Of course. I'm recorded on there too. The little guy puffed up his chest with a proud look all over his face. Hammer Uncle had already forgotten this little fact. After hearing that, he instantly seemed as if he ate a dead mouse, becoming completely speechless. The record you established is far inferior to everyone else's. You were using some tricks to destroy the Void God Realm passageway. Others genuinely achieved this by fighting for their lives. Coin Elder, what are you saying? You don't want to trade for the precious bone? The little guy glanced at him. Trade? I was saying you're a naturally born supreme being. Come child, let's trade quickly. Coin Uncle's grizzled bearded rose up as he was all smiles. Wait until I fully examined it. The little guy gave him a knock on the back of his head. Coin Elder's smiles suddenly congealed. Wait until you thoroughly examine it? That would take several tens of years. Would I even be alive when that day arrives? Moreover, I'm not called Coin Uncle, you little brat. Bird Grandpa was also looking at the stone tablet and said, You saw this record, right? Shuri is truly not simple. It's rumored that he is a naturally born supreme being. Killing 9 beast kings in one battle. This record would scare people to death. Young Lady Kai Luan spat out with her tongue. Naturally born supreme being? The little guy's expression was swaying a bit, and it was as if he had heard voices from the past. Certain scenes once again vaguely appeared in front of his eyes. A pretty young lady held back tears within her eyes, and she continuously spoke towards the weak child on a bed. The child was extremely frail, and his 2 eyes dull and without expression. She was weeping as she said, You are the true natural-born supreme being. I am Sister Mang. The name Shuri had shaken this land for quite a long time ago, and there are only a few people who are unaware of his existence. This is a genuine peerless talent, a crowning power since the ancient era. How many people can compare themselves to him? Hammer Uncle nodded his head. Hammer Uncle, find me 10 beast kings. I'll immediately beat his record, the little guy said. What? Foolish child. You're overestimating yourself again. Hammer Uncle was immediately startled. Bird Grandpa shook his head. How could beast kings be easy to find within the starting ground? They were all lonesome beings. 9 assembling together and attacking Shuri was considered a rare instance, and could even be called a miracle. From some perspectives, that also demonstrated the supreme power of a dual-pupiled person. Don't do something foolish and throw your life away. If you die in this place, you would require a few months' time to get better in the real world, and the price is too great. The record established by that kind of person is not something we can break. It's destined to stay there for several thousand or even several tens of thousands of years, said Coin Elder. That kind of person? Is he really that heaven-opposing? The little guy always did things as he wished, and his voice did not contain the slightest degree of seriousness. Of course, I heard that he had already entered the higher-level heavenly passage paradise and is currently looking for the young of a Paixio, Taowu, or other equally powerful supreme beings to battle, Coin Elder said with a serious expression. After hearing that, everyone's face congealed. In those higher-level regions, there were all kinds of powerful descendants. There might even be children from pure-blooded vicious beasts. All humans who dared to challenge these creatures were destined to have their names etched in history. Furthermore, they were almost certainly going to enter the 100-clan battlefield to fight for power and gain benefits for their clan. You have to understand that he dares to challenge the young of a Paixio or Yazi. How terrifying is his strength. It even makes the senior somewhat frightful. Everyone who watched was deeply moved. Some people were born deities or saints, and were destined to illuminate the earth. No one could prevent them from rising to the top. Then I'll just let him fight those Paixio and Yazi beasts. When he's done, I'll just beat him. The little guy did not seem to mind at all, and randomly blurted this out. Everyone was still in the middle of lamenting, but after hearing these words, they felt like they had been whipped by a shoehorn. Why did this foolish kid break the mood every time he opened his mouth? Some people immediately became angry. Hey, Shuri did not make just one record. That last one was too dangerous. Take a look at this one, with the strength of the flesh alone and without activating any bone text. He climbed onto a mountain peak in one go. Hammer Uncle pointed to the stone, and as he read onward, he indeed found one more. So powerful, with one step, he immediately rushed into the sky and climbed onto a mountain peak. How terrifying is his explosive strength! Young Lady Kai Luan's face was full of surprise as she felt this was inconceivable. This is too horrifying. This kind of explosive force is too terrifying. Bird Grandpa cried out in surprise. From here, it was clearly visible that Shi Yi's battle power was unrivaled. The records he broke were extremely astonishing and overwhelmed anyone who saw it. Hammer Uncle, Bird Grandpa, Coin Elder, you guys go and search for the mountain and I'll instantly break that record, the little guy said. This child is truly hopeless. Those people genuinely felt this kid was boastful and ridiculous. Suddenly, a few people walked over and the man leading the way revealed a mouthful of snow-white teeth as he said, "Little junior brother, let me speak with you. Don't do it. They're trying to make trouble for you. They definitely have ideas about stealing away your precious bone," the bird grandpa warned in a light voice. Against their expectations, the little guy's eyes immediately lit up with a thieving look after seeing this group of people. He delightedly agreed, and he immediately walked over with a foolish expression. Coin Elder, Hammer Uncle, and the others were dumbstruck. "Little junior brother, I heard you destroyed a Void God Realm passageway and obtained a precious bone. Can you let me take a look at it?" The youthful man leading the group smiled and said, "Okay." The little guy was all smiles and immediately handed that precious bone over. How is this kid so foolish? Hammer Uncle and Coin Elder's eyeballs almost popped out. He is almost too easy to deceive. The people beside them immediately went into an uproar. If they had known that it was going to be that easy, why did they even prepare their crooked ideas? There was no need for them to contact their clan's experts, and could have simply cheated it away from him. This was too easy to obtain, and the group of people endlessly regretted that they had not taken advantage of that opportunity. They should have came over earlier, as this child was too simple-minded. But the man did not pay any attention and did not stop at all. He took large strides forward and left. However, the people by his side turned around and sneered with ridicule in their eyes. Even they did not believe that it was going to be that easy. "I say I won't sell it. Did you people not hear?" The little guy's voice became louder and his expression immediately became serious. "Little Junior, you can't talk like that. This thing is already in our hands, and you already agreed to it." The people across from him laughed with a "what can you do to me" appearance. "You wanted to steal it from me?" The little guy seemed extremely angry as he chased after them. These people's expression immediately became cold, and there wasn't much to say. They directly took action and did not dare to be careless. After all, the little guy had established a record. Of course, they were not scared either because this so-called record is rather disgraceful. In the past, no one had made an effort towards it. Therefore, the little guy's record was merely an overstatement of his abilities. Chi! Pieces of symbols flew over like blossoming fireworks and enveloped the little guy within. These people began to make some murderous actions and wanted to eliminate him as soon as possible. Hong! However, the little guy was even faster and shifted horizontally over 10 meters with a single step. After that, his hands trembled, and two divine moons appeared. They collided together, fusing into a huge silver millstone that charged forward. The symbols shattered, and the group of people were sent flying on the spot. The little guy charged past and snatched back his precious bone. Chong, chong. Within the sky, a scarlet light shook the air, and its prestige was frightening. 18 streaks of scarlet rays of light flew past while emitting woo-woo sounds. Strands of multicolored light circulated about, and its aura was extremely astonishing. It contained the aura of a great, desolate, vicious beast, and it terrified the people's souls. Precious artifact! It's actually a powerful treasure! Everyone cried out in alarm and they watched carefully. Those 18 scarlet feathers were all over 10 meters long, and they flew across like 18 bloody spears with an astonishing demonic aura. These were without a doubt the precious feathers of a vicious bird, and as they scattered about, they covered the entire sky. They were aiming to fatally wound the little guy, and left him with no routes of escape. The people who were sent flying could only coldly laugh. They knew that powerful experts must have arrived from the various clans, as this was an extremely powerful and precious artifact that only important figures could obtain. The little guy's eyes were extremely bright. Symbols interweaved within his hands as he charged forth to forcefully struggle with one of the scarlet feathers. A lump of glaring light suddenly exploded, and multicolored scarlet light filled the air as mysterious patterns covered the sky like lightning. This was an extremely terrifying aura. All the spectators were sent flying, and many people released wretched screams. Such a powerful, precious artifact. It certainly belongs to a very famous and large clan. Otherwise, how could an ordinary person obtain it? Everyone revealed a serious expression. Some large clan wanted to take action and steal away the child's precious bone, making people very nervous and feel like this was worth watching. The symbols between the little guy's hands became even denser and began to ignite like flames as he collided against a second scarlet feather. This time, the sounds were even more world-shaking, and the shock waves were even more intense. The scarlet feather gushed out with a scarlet radiance, and it was as if a volcano was erupting. Scarlet multicolored magma surged and filled the skies, making it so hot that it made people shiver with fear. These types of precious artifacts were indeed rare, and the possessed terrifying might. If an ordinary person faced it, he or she would instantly turn into ashes. Moreover, the opponent had 18 of these scarlet feathers attack. How would one fight against that? It was almost certainly an supreme expert making a move. What shook people even more was that child that was actually still blocking and was currently forcefully struggling against the precious artifact. Kungqiang sounds fluctuated in every direction. The people who previously stole away the little guy's precious bone was then sent flying, and the others who were sent flying previously all laughed at him. Their clan's experts had appeared, and no matter how powerful this child was, he could not overturn the heavens. Suddenly, their ruthlessness and their indifference coldly froze on their faces. The little guy appeared and carried them away as meat shields to block the precious artifact. Chi's scarlet color flashed past, and flames overflowed into the heavens. 4 or 5 people were penetrated on the spot, and immediately turned into ashes before losing their lives. The remaining few people were so scared that their souls almost left them. However, the little guy did not carry them as shields to block the scarlet feathers anymore and immediately threw them off to the side. Scarlet light flashed again, and 18 divine feathers reappeared, flying together like 18 divine battle spears. Bloody scarlet multicolored light dyed the entire horizon. Dang, dang. Strands of electricity were emitted from the little guy's body, and they twisted around his arms. His flew towards the few strands of scarlet feathers that were aimed at him, and fiercely collided into them as he charged forward. Ah! Wretched screams sounded from behind him. The people thrown onto the ground by the little guy had all been penetrated by the scarlet feathers and became dust after they died. The spectators were all terrified. This was for the sake of silencing them, a method employed by large clans to preserve their identity, and these clans erased everything. The little guy's eyes chilled as he loudly shouted, "Open for me!" Dense silver symbols shone between his arms. As he waved his hands, 2 enormous silver millstones appeared in front of him. It was as if 2 silver-colored mountain peaks were being grinded together, creating a terrifying sound. Dang! The scarlet feathers collided against it and intensely trembled. The millstone did not break and continued to rotate, as if it wanted to crush the precious artifact. Everyone took in a breath of cold air. This child's precious technique was astonishing, since it could unexpectedly exchange blows with such powerful scarlet feathers. It was incredibly horrifying. Chong, chong. Sparks splashed in every direction as the silver millstone exchanged blows with the scarlet feather. Each time they intensely collided, shockwaves as terrifying as a violent ocean tsunamis would be released. I just remembered. I once saw this precious clan artifact in the higher-level, heavenly passage paradise. It's Scarlet Cloud Prince's weapon. Suddenly, someone began to talk. Clearly, the one speaking came down from the higher-level, heavenly passage paradise and returned to the starting ground. Otherwise, it was impossible for him to know. What? That's impossible. Scarlet Cloud Prince is a very famous young expert within the Void God realm. Did he actually personally come? Many people alarmingly cried out. It could clearly be seen how terrifying the Scarlet Cloud Prince was, since it made so many people restrain themselves out of fear. This precious artifact has an enormously powerful origin, and it is very possible that the feathers belonged to an archaic descendant. It could be called a clan-suppressing treasure that has its own life force, and thus could appear in the Void God realm. Someone spoke out. The little guy did not care about this at all. This was the starting ground. No matter who came, their powers would be suppressed to the blood transformation realm, so he had nothing to fear. Hong! The silver millstone greatly expanded in size as if it was going to cover the entire sky and block the scarlet feathers outside. It was difficult for them to descend, completely preventing them from harming him. With a large dong sound, the little guy stamped both his feet on the ground, and then immediately charged out over 100 meters. He appeared in front of a man in the blink of an eye and said, "By hiding here, did you really think I wouldn't be able to find you?" Pong! He slammed forward with his palm, creating a thunderous sound. His extreme boundary flesh strength alone was already world-shocking. How powerful would it be if he added the strength of symbols to it? His palm descended, and instantly shattered this youth's symbols. Pooh! This person began to spurt out large mouthfuls of blood as he flew out horizontally. Half the bones within his body made pi-pi-pa-pa sounds as they all broke and deformed from within, making his body look mushy. So powerful. He sent the Scarlet Feather's owner flying with a single palm. Even such a powerful, precious artifact could not resist it. That's not the Scarlet Cloud Prince. It's his younger brother. I saw him once before. In the instant that Chi Feng dropped onto the ground, the 18 divine feathers lost their luster and quickly shrunk as they floated towards the ground. The little guy rushed over and collected all of them within his hands. They suddenly transformed into a blood-colored fan, which was the true form of the precious artifact. That youth just then was incapable of using it as a whole. Therefore, he split it up and used them separately. "Stop!" Someone shouted loudly. Not far away, a group of people appeared, and these were all middle-aged individuals. They possessed the aura of a prestigious clan, and with a single look, one could tell they were top-level experts. All the spectators were shocked. Why was such a group here? With a single look, one could tell they were important figures that came from a large clan. Could it be that the bone within that child's hands was that extraordinary? That precious bone is certainly extremely valuable. After all, it is used to build the Void God Realm's passageway. That's right. Precisely because of that, it was able to startle such huge clans. The people quickly guessed their nature. "Release your hand and return that precious feather," that group of people shouted. As the leader opened and closed his eyes, symbols circulated, and it was incredibly terrifying. "You guys think I'll let go if you tell me to? Crawl onto your stomach, behave and accept being robbed," said the little guy fearlessly. At the starting ground, even if you were a clan leader or a king, you could still only display the cultivation at the blood transformation realm. Wang! He took out a scarlet feather and with a blow of the wind, it immediately stretched to 10 zhang in length, directly sweeping past. Pong! The few people who were at the front had extremely high statuses, yet they had to bear the brunt of the force. 2 of them were immediately knocked flying, and the others backed up a few steps. With a schwa sound, the little guy used the scarlet feather again and swatted 2 people onto the ground. Soon after, he rapidly rushed over and stepped on their bodies. Everyone was startled as their eyes straightened up. These were possibly very important figures of an enormous clan, yet they were actually overturned so easily. This would inevitably become explosive news that would shake every region. Hong! The ground trembled, and the 2 people beneath Hao's feet tried to struggle free. As their arms struggled, the group cracked open, and the mountain rocks were split open. It was as if 2 enormous ancient beasts went mad as they wanted to stand up by using their terrifying divine strength. 2 pung-pung sounds were produced as the little guy stamped their backs twice. The two were suppressed on the spot as blood dripped out from the corners of their mouths. They laid softly on the ground and were unable to budge an inch. Every direction was absolutely silent. There was no need to go and confirm their identity, as one could tell from the attitudes they displayed upon arriving here that they were important figures. They were most likely the elders of an enormous clan. However, they were now stomped under the soles of the little guy's 2 feet. This was truly too astonishing. That foolish-looking kid was actually that powerful? So astonishing, people who are able to break records would naturally have an area they excel over others. Even a child cannot be measured through common sense. The group of people gasped in surprise, especially Hammer Uncle, Bird Grandpa, and Coin Uncle. Their eyeballs almost popped. That naughty child who was just bickering with them was actually that powerful? They truly made an error in judgment. Those people always felt the way this child did things was unreliable, since he often did things that made them speechless. They had been worried about him just now, and were afraid that others would steal away his symbol bone. To be alive is to have worries, and now it seemed that it wasn't like that at all. This youngster's so powerful. No wonder he simply revealed a thieving look in his eyes. Wasn't that just paying respects to similar professions? He clearly was looking, waiting, and hoping for them to fall into his trap. That really wasn't kind and honest. Little child, please let go of those two. The people across from him had ugly faces. How splendid of an enormous clan were they. However, their 2 clan elders were unexpectedly flipped onto the ground by a little brat and stamped underneath his feet. If news of this got out, what face would they still have left? The only fortunate thing was in the Void God realm, they hid their identities and appearances. Otherwise, they would inevitably become a big laughingstock within the large clans. Won't release. Little Sure How's words were straightforward and only contained these 2 words. The people across from him had terrified gazes as they all coldly watched him. He was only a child, yet he dared to challenge the power and might of such an enormous clan? He should be oppressed. Child, just let go. I'll tell them to apologize to you, a middle-aged man said with a steady tone. Not only do they want to take my precious bone, they also wanted to kill me. You think just a final light speech is enough? The little guy was very calm. The 2 people underneath the little guy's feet were weaker than the 3 people across from him from a cultivation's perspective. Those people were all simultaneously struck together, but only these 2 were flipped over. Even so, these 2's identities and positions were extremely high, and they possessed might that overflowed into the heavens. Their powers were second only to those 3 middle-aged men. When they were normally angered, great tribes with a population of over 10 million would fall, yet they were now under the feet of a little brat. What do you want to do? The middle-aged man across asked. His eyes blinked and symbols circulated. The sun and moon seemed to emerge and submerge within his eyes, as his extremely terrifying aura trembled people's souls. I want compensation. Exchange it with your clan's main precious technique. The little guy opened his mouth like a lion. Everyone went into an uproar. For any large clan, their most treasured possession would certainly be their clan's main precious technique. It was the reason for their existence as well as how they rose to the top. In reality, precious techniques were extremely rare. Even for a clan containing tens of millions or hundreds of millions of people, they would only have one powerful precious technique accompanied by a few other smaller abilities. The little guy demanded their clan's main precious technique as soon as he opened his mouth, and this naturally made every single person within that group depressed. How could they possibly agree? Every one of them had an extremely gloomy look, and their expressions were incredibly ice-cold. AI, looks like you 2 aren't much. I was under the impression that I caught some big fish. The little guy sighed. Then he crouched down to look at the 2 beneath his feet with a begrudging look. This kind of expression, this kind of language made everyone look at each other without knowing whether to laugh or cry. The 2 big shots beneath his feet almost exploded their lungs in rage while feeling extremely humiliated. Following that, the little guy made some swift and skilled movements as he searched and groped about these 2 people's bodies to start stealing anything they had. These movements made all the onlookers dumbstruck. How could he be so skilled? Exactly who was the victim's family, And who was the victim? Why was it that no matter how one looked at it, it was the child who was doing the plundering? Those two people began to tremble. How high were their statuses? No one dared to disrespect them on normal occasions, but now they were being exploited and robbed. Pooh! One of the two spat out a mouthful of blood and passed out. You guys are so poor. How come you guys didn't even bring your precious artifacts out? Even this coin uncle brought a few, the little guy muttered. Everyone in the distance felt dizzy. Precious artifacts that could take shape within the void god realm were all extraordinary. Who would just randomly bring them out? What would they do if they accidentally lost it? If someone lost their precious artifact in the void god realm, it was equivalent to losing the sole essence of their artifact in reality, and its power would rapidly deteriorate until it eventually became nothing. In the distance, the coin uncle's face darkened. Why was he compared to spirit coins? Could it be that within that child's eyes, he was equivalent to that shiny lump? Child, stop overdoing it. The leading middle-aged man opened his mouth. His essence appeared above his head, transformed into a flower and filled the sky. It was curled up in terrifying lightning that was accompanied by the rumbling of thunder. The other two also had ice-cold gazes, and symbols began to appear around their bodies. Even the entire skies were trembling, as if two supreme being level archaic descendants were standing there. As for the clan disciples behind those three, they had been incapable of enduring for a long time and wanted to take action long ago. They wanted to seize this hateful child as soon as possible. You think I'm scared of you guys? If you don't give me a precious technique, don't even think of leaving with these two, the little guy said. Seize him. The leading middle-aged man opened his mouth and spat out a mouthful of blue light that looked like flames and electricity. The sound of crackling was everywhere as it suppressed everything. He was moving toward the little guy in order to counteract the power of the precious scarlet fan within his hands. However, what made everyone leap in fear was that the child immediately shrunk those 18 divine feathers into the size of a palm and placed it within his bosom. Then, he picked up those two people and waved them like weapons in order to kill everyone. Careful! The people were afraid of harming their own people. This despicable child was terrible, and he lifted up those two great figures and began to rotate them like a pinwheel. It gave birth to a powerful wind, and as they flew randomly and unpredictably, the actions were incredibly smooth. It's so infuriating. Apiu! The other person also spat out a mouthful of blood and passed out. Their eyes could not see, and their hearts no longer felt troubled. They allowed the little guy to toss them from side to side, transforming them into weapons. Don't care for too much. If we really hurt them, then let them self-cultivate for a few months in the real world, said the leader of the three middle-aged men as they all exploded with their terrifying auras. Kill! A group of people rushed forth with their precious techniques radiating and symbols interweaving, submerging this entire place in an ocean of multicolored light. Pooh! The important figure in the little guy's left hand had his arm snapped by a strand of lightning, and fresh blood poured out. This woke him up and made him repeatedly bellow out in rage. Clan Elder, we're not doing it on purpose. I beg for forgiveness. The group of people were terrified and felt as if their hands and feet were stuck together. The little guy did not care and continued to murderously sweep forward. The body of those two were extremely tough and durable, and they made clattering noises as they smashed into the group of people. Broken limbs flew about as fresh blood was spilt everywhere. As long as there was battle and one fought like one's life depended on it, there would inevitably be a bloody event. Very quickly, a pile of people leaned on the round and became the little guy's spoils of war. He tossed together those motionless limbs into a pile together. As for the two people within his hands, only half of their bodies remained as they screamed wretchedly non-stop. If this went on, they would surely lose their lives. Finally, they were also tossed into the pile of people. It was like a pile of corpses. Although everyone was still alive, their blood flowed out non-stop, converging into a little river. This scene was a little terrifying, and the people couldn't help but vomit. Fortunately, this was the void god realm, so if they cultivated enough in the future, they would still be able to heal. Otherwise, this kind of murder spree would be too terrifying. If all the experts of this huge clan were crippled, the losses would be astonishing. Damn this starting ground that limits abilities to the blood transformation realm. A large character was extremely angry and his heart was extremely shocked. The child across from him was also at the blood transformation realm and fought their group alone. What kind of power was that? If news of this spread out, perhaps no one would believe it. However, many people at the scene saw it personally, so this reality was unquestionable. Everyone was flabbergasted since they had actually made a mistake. This foolish brat was too terrifying and should not be provoked. Short after, only 3 large characters remained on the opposite side while being bloodstained and battered with bruises. What kind of people were they? With a shout, they could cause a disturbance within the weather and tremble all 4 directions. Today, they could not stop a child at the starting ground. If this news of this got out, they would be laughed in ridicule. Everyone was overwhelmed with shock, because this proved that if everyone was at the blood transformation realm, no one from the large clans were a suitable opponent for this child. What did this signify? A new star was going to rise to the top, and another heavenly gifted genius had appeared. Little child, you're so excessive and harmed countless people from our clan. Do you still want to keep going? A middle-aged man was helpless. Could it be that he wanted to seek the help of the clan and have his entire clan come to stop this child? There's over 100 people lying on the floor here, and only you 3 remain. Just come and crawl over here. The little guy exposed a mouthful of sparkling white little teeth as he simply appeared like a little demon within all of these people's eyes. With a wonglong sound, it didn't matter if their symbols flowed into the heavens, or how terrifying their auras became. They were still in the blood transformation realm. As the little guy weaved and attacked left and right, his power was unrivaled. Pong! He swatted out with his palm, and flowing light flew out and penetrated the back of a middle-aged man. His front and back were both shining as his fresh blood surged out, falling right into the pile of people. Afterwards, he fiercely charged forward. With a kick, he smashed the symbols covering another person and swept across his 2 feet. With a kacha sound ringing out, the legs were snapped apart. With a muffled hung sound, they landed atop the pile of people. The last person wanted to escape and ran into the distance. The little guy waved the scarlet feather in his hand, and a divine feather rushed out and expanded until it was over 10 zhang long. With a pu sound, it immediately turned one of that person's legs into ashes, causing him to fall headfirst onto the ground. In the blink of an eye, all the people within this huge clan were seized and became captives. Something's wrong. There's one missing. The little guy controlled a scarlet feather, and with chi-chi sounds, it overturned a youngster who hid in the distance. He spat of a mouthful of fresh blood and was also captured. Many thanks to you. What do you go by? I heard that you were the Scarlet Cloud Prince's younger brother. Only you gave me a precious artifact. The others are too poor, the little guy said. Apiu. This young man spat out a mouthful of blood. While being injured and angry, he passed out. Everyone was dumbstruck at the magnificent sight ahead. That was a mountain of flesh that was formed from the bodies of over 100 experts. All the troops within a huge clan had turned into captives. The little guy walked forward, and his large eyes emitted light. He spoke a sentence that made everyone feel grief and indignation. A pile of spoils of war are better than 2 people, right? Among you, who will send out the message that these people can be exchanged for your clan's main precious technique? Then it's you. Go to your clan and report that I love precious artifacts and precious techniques. I'll gladly sit down and chat with them. The little guy pointed to a young male and told him to deliver the news. Pua! A group of people all spat out blood as they became extremely angered. The little guy sat on top of a large limestone and held his lower jaw while he stared at them, making sure that they couldn't escape. His pair of large eyes emitted a thieving expression, as if he was looking at a pile of treasures with the appearance of a little money grubber. In the distance, the spectators were all sweating profusely and didn't know what to say since this child was truly outrageous. Just previously, many people thought that he was crazy and didn't understand what was going on. Now, they all realized and rolled their eyes. This little devil of a swindler just wanted to rob everyone. The little guy examined the scarlet feathered fan within his hands as he fondled it admiringly. He figured that this treasure was extremely rare, and it might actually be the feather of an archaic descendant. Since I obtained the scarlet feather, the rest of your clan's precious artifacts shouldn't be half trash, right? The little guy asked. The pile of people agonized as they grunted indifferently with no intention of responding. Hong! Suddenly, the little guy attacked, and the scarlet feather within his hand unfolded. With a casual wave, rays of lightning flashed, and scarlet flames overflowed the heavens. Everyone east of him were completely submerged. So powerful, this is a valuable treasure. If I could obtain the original scarlet feather in the real world, then that would be even better. The little guy's eyes was full of little stars. What are you doing? Milk baby, we did not provoke you. Why did you attack us? From the east, that group of people furiously bellowed, and they were all loudly shouting. Thunder and lightning sounds rang out, and the scarlet flames overflowed the heavens as they received the brunt of the terrifying attack. This precious artifact was extremely powerful. It held the might of heaven, and it was difficult to defend against. Hung, don't think just because you guy didn't do anything I wouldn't know. You guys were staring at me before, and if it weren't for these people acting first, you guys would have taken actions too, the little guy said. He controlled the precious fan, and scarlet light flickered, burning these people until they suffered heavy injuries. However, they were not turned into ashes, so all of their lives were still intact. Several people were particularly strong as wanted to flee, but the little guy constantly waved the precious fan within his hands. Its might truly overflowed the heavens, and together with his precious technique, symbols flickered and divine sounds rumbled as if the heavens were opening. Finally, this group of people were suppressed as well, and another human mountain appeared. Hong! The little guy acted again and waved the precious fan towards another direction. Howls bursted out, and a bloody mist rose and thunder rumbled. Another place was submerged in the scarlet flame. You? What are you doing? Some people angrily cried out. Robbing, the little guy answered. Impudence. Do you know who you're provoking? Attacking us without reason. Even if you died 10 times, it won't be enough. This group of people were very angry. Didn't you guys have your eyes on me and wanted to steal my precious bone too? Because you endangered my life, I have decided to rob you guys now, the little guy said. A huge battle exploded. Although this group of people were strong, they were only at the blood transformation realm within the starting ground, so they truly could not resist the little guy. Even their numbers advantage was useless, since the precious fan in his hand was too powerful. In the end, everyone from every direction lost. They all came from great clans, but now they were turned into 4 human mountains. This made all the spectators go foolish. Heavens, huge news, explosive news. A child defeated for large clans. When the people came to their senses, they all cried out in alarm. The little guy's eyes were very bright as he said, Redeem the people here for your clan's precious technique or precious artifact. I am a very reasonable person. As long as the precious technique is good enough or the precious artifact is magnificent enough, I'll let you guys go. Everyone was fearful of this situation. This child's appetite was truly huge. Was he going to rule the starting ground and torment these 4 large clans? Hammer uncle, bird grandpa, coin uncle, you people look for that mountain. I'll head out soon enough to climb to the peak of that mountain to break that record. The little guy yelled towards a few people. When these people heard these words, all of the hair on their bodies shivered and stood up. This little brat was truly no ordinary person. He beat up all the experts of these 4 huge clans by himself, and he was still not done. What was he still going to do? At this moment, a stone tablet emerged, and a row of words appeared on the surface as it flashed with an incredibly splendid and glaring light. The heavens are illogical again. He established another record. Most robbed. Everyone was dumbstruck, and then their lids exploded as these words appeared on the tablet. The little guy robbed 563 people in the shortest amount of time, and established a record for most people robbed in the starting ground. The group of people felt dizzy. This is okay too. This wasn't splendid at all. The stone tablet flickered and reminded the little guy to add some words. He brushed and dotted, writing down 8 big words. Heaven-warping martial god. Just open and honorable. Meanwhile, everyone saw the emergence of this new record within the void god realm and went into an uproar. Is there a mistake? Why is it this child again? What kind of record is this? Most robbed, heaven-warping martial god. Just open and honorable? Am I going insane? Where did this brat come from, where even robbing is honorable? What kind of heaven-angering thing did he do in the end? The entire world clamored as many people were puzzled. Some cursed, and others searched for information. A person robbed over 500 people and wanted to extort 4 large clans? Heaven-angering as expected. Where did this brat pop up from? Does he want to oppose the heavens? The entire void god realm went into an uproar as a huge controversy stirred. Even those people at the heavenly passage paradise wanted to go take a look around the starting ground. What kind of devious brat was this? How come he always establishes some disgraceful records? The starting ground was incredibly lively as people came and went. That large limestone with symbol bones embedded on it flashed with multicolored light from time to time, and golden passageways were created as groups of people came out. Where is that brat? Let's see if he truly possesses the remarkable abilities to establish these records within such short amount of time. This child is truly making the heavens angry, but I am looking forward to seeing just how he'll extort those 4 huge clans. The golden passageway was bright and resplendent as groups of cultivators walked out. These were all experts who came from the higher levels of the heavenly passage paradise, and after hearing about the situation from the stone tablet of the void god realm, they decided to join in on the fun. Martial brother, I haven't seen you for a while. Where have you been cultivating recently? I've been cultivating within the heavenly passage. Today I'm 10 times stronger than I was in the past. The friends from Blue Water Path have already died, and only you, me and a few others are left. Let's meet up in a short while. At the starting ground on top of that large limestone, the golden passageways appeared from time to time as people both young and old came out. There were also toothless and bald old people who couldn't help but sigh at the sight of each other. It was clearly visible how much attention the starting ground attracted. It was 10 times as lively today as it usually was. The outside world was put into turmoil, but the little guy was sitting on a huge rock while holding his chin. His eyes were not even blinking, and he looked incredibly altruistic. He stared at his own spoils of war with a passionate expression as he muttered, "This pile on the east can be exchanged for a precious artifact. The pile in the south must be exchanged for a precious technique. The pile to the north." Each pile was made up of over 100 experts, and some of them were incredible characters and experts whose identities were extremely high. However, they were now piled up like cabbages, and were evaluated as a pile. No one knew whether to laugh or cry. This devilish brat was quite a marvel. How could the experts of the 4 clans take this? Their lungs must be practically exploding by now. This was reality. There were 563 experts from the 4 large clans that appeared, and were now stacked up into 4 piles of people. They all suffered heavy injuries, and were unable to move freely. Their prices were currently being evaluated as a pile by a child, and this made these people so angry that their noses were almost crooked. Are the heavens still logical? They were actually organized into such a wretched state. Within these 4 piles of people, there were several highly revered characters who normally would be able to call the wind and summon the rain, control many troops, and disdainfully look down towards the world. However, they were now similarly put into a pile, and met such a crime. That kind of stifling feeling of being wronged was almost choking them to death. So disgraceful! An old man panted heavily and was angry to the point that his liver was in pain. He stared at that devilish brat sitting on the huge rock while holding his chin while evaluating his property. A person was panting while severely clenching his teeth. In the real world, every time he walked out, he would be greeted by many people. However, currently, his body was shuddering slightly. What's wrong with you two? You have to persevere, because I'm counting on you guys to exchange for precious artifacts and precious techniques. You have to keep going. The little guy was a little worried that they might die. However, the kind of worry that appeared on his little face truly made these pile of people want to jump up and strangle him to death. It was truly infuriating. This child is truly weird. Those few very old elders who came earlier to join in on the fun could only show this kind of sorrow. Many people were unconvinced that this brat could break 2 records within a single day, and was so dishonorable and disingenuous. They could not help but take action towards him. Pong! However, the little guy turned towards these people, and symbols filled the skies instantly as light danced about. After several battles, large areas on the ground were covered with more fallen bodies. They don't look like big fish. Forget it, I won't make another pile. I'll put you people separately into these 4 piles to slightly increase the value. If their clans come, you people follow them. The little guy muttered to himself. These people wanted to cry, yet they couldn't because they did not actually even have enough value to become another pile. They could only help raise the price slightly. This damn child was too cruel. How could he speak in such a mean fashion? Naturally, there were experts at the scene, but they did not rashly take action. All of their expressions were indifferent as they calmly watched. Hong! Suddenly, it sounded as if the flood after a dam burst rushed out, and for symbol bones appeared. They interweaved densely into mysterious patterns, and transformed into a barrier of blue light as they locked the little guy within. People from the 4 great clans had arrived, and no one was sure which of the clans these individuals came from. With such might and ferociousness from a single move, they surprisingly revealed 4 strange bones. They arranged a formation and sealed the little guy within. Such a large spirit. These 4 precious bones are very extraordinary and mysterious, and all of a sudden several of them activated. A normal family would not be able to inherit this, a toothless elder said. It seemed like he saw something else and quickly added, Something's wrong. This isn't the real spiritual image of a precious artifact, but a fake one. Looks like after losing the Scarlet Fan, they are scared to lose this clan artifact within the Void God realm too, so they became more cautious. This treasure can only be used once. The little guy's eyes were deep and his expression was incredibly serious. He did not dare to act carelessly. With a schwa sound, the precious Scarlet Fan within his hand circulated with a hazy red light like the circulating atmosphere of primal chaos, emitting a terrifying shockwave. Hand over the precious fan and release the people. Otherwise, you'll be suppressed to death here. Hazy blue splendor was spread out, sealing off the entirety of the surrounding heaven and earth. The 4 precious bones were fixed within the empty space, and 4 experts were in every corner, ready to take action at any moment. Exchange them for precious artifacts. These 4 bones are very good, but they're fake images. I want the real ones. The little guy opened his mouth. Such a strong tone. Kill him for me, a person shouted. These 4 were all middle-aged men. They were strong and vigorous, and were at the prime of the lives. With an activation from their symbols, the world surged with a thunder-like aura. Blue-colored lightning hacked and danced about before transforming into ocean waves as they charged towards the little guy. The rumbling sounds were ear-splitting like the gallop of countless soldiers on their horses. The little guy brandished the precious fan within his hands, and scarlet light surged and roared with a power force like the ocean. The entire world seemed to have transformed into scarlet red. The 2 sides met and exploded with scarlet and blue divine light. Many people could not stay on their feet despite being so far away. They were also battered by the impact as they spat out mouthfuls of blood, and were swept away. Everyone was overwhelmed with shock as they rapidly retreated. This kind of terrifying attack formed a violent storm, and as the scarlet light collided with the blue radiance, they combined into an ocean of divine strength. This was a collision between precious artifacts, and the attack and defense between these 2 valuable treasures were even more intense. It was as if 2 archaic descendants had resurrected, and were explosively fighting a world-shocking battle here. This battle was extremely intense, and drew spectating gazes from every direction. Everyone held their breaths and did not dare to speak too much as they all nervously watched. Save them. Someone gave the command since they temporarily trapped the little guy. They dispatched a troop of men and horses to rescue those experts who had been taken prisoner. Break for me, the little guy shouted. The splendor in his palm shone, and a pure white precious bone appeared. This was precisely the bone that was dug from the large limestone within the Void God Realm passageway. He had studied it for a long time and pretty much knew what this bone was used for. If several of them were combined together, they could turn into the Void God Realm's passageway. If a single one was activated, it could be used for spatial interference. Sure enough, at this moment, the large arranged symbol formation immediately became unstable, and that hazy blue light started to collapse and explode. The little guy fiercely swept the precious scarlet fan in his right hand, and the vast and endless scarlet light surged out like magma. The ancient formation that had a collapsed corner immediately disintegrated in the face of this terrifying strike. He broke free and gained an edge over those people. He waved the precious fan with all of his might, trapping those 4 experts with no path to heaven and no gate to earth. With a chi sound, scarlet multicolored light flashed past, and one person's arm was burnt into ashes. This clan lost big. This precious scarlet fan is a priceless treasure, and it's most certainly a supreme treasure left behind by an archaic descendant. No wonder they got anxious and used such a powerful formation to trap him in order to seize it back quickly. Woo! That sparkling white bone in that child's hand is also extremely astonishing and is worthy to be called a precious object that built the Void God Realm's passageway. Many people paid attention to that bone. The people now knew why the 4 large clans mustered up such a huge force with the intention of snatching away this bone. Turns out it was an extremely rare and precious treasure that contained endless benefits. These are my spoils of war. You guys have to exchange something for it. The little guy took action again and waved his fan. The people who previously went to rescue their comrades suffered heavy injuries and fell to the ground as a scarlet light flashed past. Kill! Those 4 experts grouped up again to activate the sealing formation. The 4 pieces of precious bones shone again as they oppressively killed towards him. This time they were purely aiming to kill, and not to trap him within. Even if the little guy wanted to use that symbol bone to disturb space, it would be useless. However, he was not scared. Within this area, no one could exert power above the blood transformation realm, and so he did not need to fear anyone. Hong! Booming sounds echoed through the heaven and earth as the silver-colored millstones revolved. The red-colored precious fan waved about, and he charged forward to forcefully repel the 4 experts. Ultimately, he received their attack. However, his physical body was completely unaffected. His symbols flickered without extinguishing, but the opposing party was different. As if they were struck by a thunderbolt, and they flew across the air. He resisted the attack of our precious artifact? What kind of magical power did he use to protect his body? Too formidable. Otherwise, his physical body would have to be comparable to that of a Swan and I or Tao Ye's young. Everyone cried out in alarm. Both sides suffered an attack from a precious artifact, yet the results were completely different. The little guy was completely unharmed, while 2 of the 4 individuals immediately exploded. They turned into a bloody light and immediately vanished. Furthermore, those 2 also suffered some injuries. One of them lost the ability to move, and the other carried the 4 pieces of precious bones while relying on the support of the ancient formation to quickly fly away and escape. With the termination of the battle, the human mountains increased by roughly 10 people again. Apart from this, there weren't many differences, and the little guy was safe and sound. This child is so powerful. Everyone drew in a cold breath. This was a true accomplishment, and wasn't an overstatement in the slightest. Afterwards, the 4 great clans frequently sent out people to attack, but they were all defeated. At this starting ground, no one was an opponent for the little guy within the blood transformation realm. Everyone's expressions had changed. If they felt that the little guy was not that amazing at first and established disgraceful records only by relying on tricks, then now their notions were thoroughly converted. This was definitely a heavenly warped and gifted child, as from the start of the battles until now, he had revealed an unparalleled elegance within the blood transformation realm. That day, experts challenged the little guy nonstop. Not only did the four great clans arrive, even truly formidable experts who had surpassed the heavenly passage realm came to battle with the little guy out of curiosity and inconceivability. In the end, they were all defeated without any problems. There were even some famous seniors as well as clan lords. Even though they did not reveal their identities, quite a few people could still see through their presence and might, and determined that they were definitely powerful figures. Too formidable. Everyone was fearful and incomparably shocked. They felt like they were personally witnessing the rise of a genius. The little guy messed with the four great clans and defeated all of their experts. In the end, he even issued an announcement that if no one came to redeem these people, he would kill them all. The four great lords could not bear it anymore. If these people were killed, there would be no one left to guard the upper territory layers of the heavenly passage paradise. When the time came, they would lose those territories and suffer enormous damages. In the end, they did not turn over any precious techniques, nor did they hand over any precious artifacts. The four great clans each respectively brought out a jade jar that contained the true blood of vicious beasts. Although the four jade jars appeared to be rather small, they were quite heavy when carried. There was extremely rare and precious blood of various colors within them that seemed to be the priceless blood of archaic descendants. All of them became stupefied. This child's extortion actually succeeded? The fact that he made for great clans lower their heads made people incredibly envy and admire him. Many people were contemplating whether or not they should imitate this effect. In the end, they all shook their heads because who could be as heaven-defying as this child? He faced off against four clan experts by himself, and they were all defeated one after another. These accomplishments were like that of a fairy tale. Did he truly succeed in extortion just like that? This is something that you don't understand. These large clans all have their own heavenly passage paradise territories within the void god realm. Do you know how those four jars of precious blood came about? They were all obtained from their hunts within the paradise. If these several hundred men all died, these precious areas would be unprotected for several months, and they would lose ownership. The four clans' men dejectedly left. After coming here after mustering up such large forces, losing in the end made them feel completely miserable. To be suppressed like this by someone, and having to exchange precious blood as ransom really made them choke with resentment. The little guy waved his hands from behind, and somewhat reluctantly said, "Wait for me. When I leave the starting ground and arrive in the upper-level domains of the heavenly passage area, I will find you guys to talk about former times." Quite a few people began to stumble about and almost collapsed onto the ground. There were also some who turned around. They stared with icy cold gazes and gritted their teeth while saying, "We'll wait for you." The little guy placed the four jars of precious blood within his bosom and felt extremely elated. He had already figured out the wonderful effects of the precious blood, and if he used it for its medicinal purposes, he could fortify his spirit power. Upon returning to the real world, he would have a greatly improved spirit and would be nourished one step further. Shah! That baby successfully extorted the four great clans? You're joking, right? Those four clans really are like stubble. They all unexpectedly suffered such a defeat at the starting ground. No one was able to defeat that child. This child really is quite incredible, making those four clans yield. The news began to proliferate, and all four directions greatly trembled. In the higher levels of the heavenly passage paradise, quite a few experts were shocked, since they felt that this was utterly inconceivable. Within the starting ground, the people had not completely dispersed yet. Hammer Uncle, Bird Grandpa, Coin Uncle, have you guys found that mountain yet? I need to go and break that record. The little guy opened his mouth and said, "Shah! This baby wants to break a record. What's going on?" The experts who had not left yet were all astonished, and did not dare show contempt towards this child. After the little guy successfully extorted and defeated the four clans, he was now regarded as an important figure, and his words suddenly gained weight. "Found it, it's roughly a li out. Shuri left a terrifying record there that no one had been able to overcome to this day," replied Coin Uncle. "What? Shuri's record?" This area immediately shattered like a pot. The two characters Shi were like a magic chant that made people's blood boil. He was a mysterious child that was simply impossible to surpass. Wherever he walked, many legends would be left behind. Whether his was within the actual Stone Country or the Void God realm, Shi's name was as incredibly splendid as the heavenly sun. If someone mentioned his name, everyone's hearts would tremble. Ever since he was born, he had never been defeated. His accomplishments were glorious, and it was as if a god descended upon this world. Within this generation, there aren't many people who are on par with him. He far surpasses anyone his age, and is truly too strong. Many people sighed regretfully. The name itself represented many extreme boundaries that not many people could surpass. Although he was young, he could still walk down the path of arrogance. He possessed dual pupils as soon as he was born. This is the defining feature of ancient saints and gods that are destined to rule the world. To be born in the same generation as him is a misfortune of many. During these few years, some secret news were released about him having an unparalleled supreme being bone. What? Everyone was shocked. If he is that divinely talented, then he is destined to be unrivaled, and no one can match him at all. Many elders who were almost toothless sighed with regret. Right? This child wants to break Shi's record? Everyone suddenly recalled and exposed their amazed expression. It can't be. During these 2 years, who would still overestimate themselves? Many geniuses were reluctant to accept it and went to break his record, but they all returned with nothing but failure and defeat. All of their confidence had taken a severe blow. Everyone was shocked, and they all revealed a strange expression while looking at the little guy. However, he was very calm without a trace of worry and urgency. He was incredibly indifferent, as if he was going to do an extremely ordinary thing. Many geniuses lost, whether it's in reality or the Void God realm. As long as they strive to beat Shi, it would only end in humiliation and defeat. Those are our world-shocking geniuses, but it was rumored that after they found out how much of a disparity there was between them and Shi, they realized that they were not in the same league at all. At this moment, a few good characters all reconciled towards the little guy and warned him to not attempt to break any of Shi's records. It was practically impossible, and he would only disgrace himself. Is his record very hard to break? I've decided to break them one by one, the little guy said while not caring at all. Everyone was dumbstruck, and they felt like he was a foolish brat. Child, since you want to try, then go for it. Since you're young, suffering a few setbacks is not a bad thing. It would motivate you to put in more effort. Some elders enlightened him. I'm going to break records. I'm going to topple them all over and make new ones, the little guy quietly said. He was very dissatisfied towards them as he revealed his true nature. Fine, we'll go look and await a miracle, some people heckled. Just like that, the group of people took off and left for that mountainous region. Very quickly, news of this spread out and stirred a commotion in every land. How much self-confidence and power would one need to possess to actually attempt to break Shi's records? Is the information reliable? Is it true? Within the higher levels of the heavenly passage paradise, many people were shaken. Absolutely true. Who is it exactly that actually dares to be so conceited? Could it be that a heaven-warping and divinely blessed individual will show up? Within many of the precious lands, the many famous seniors and powerful clan lords were all shaken, and they all paid close attention to this matter. You must have heard of this individual already. He is precisely that child who evoked such a great drama today. Who? Is him again? This person is truly angering the gods. Right. That person is angering the gods. It's him again. Everywhere within the upper layers of the heavenly passage paradise, people were at a loss for words. Let's go. This time we must take a look. Many people were emotionally moved. As soon as someone broke one of Shi's records, their names were destined to shake the land under the heavens. After people heard this, it was difficult for them to calm down. We also need to go and see if he really can break Shi's record in the end. Right, we will go as well. That day, the Void God realm was greatly shaken, and he little guy wanted to break Yi's record. This caused a sensation far surpassing that of establishing 2 records and defeating the 4 large clans. Stir up troubles. The vast crowd at the starting ground was on the verge of exploding. The golden passageway constantly formed atop the large limestone and flashed in multicolored light. The burden on it still seemed rather heavy, since it was not enough at all for the groups after groups of people that came through. Someone wanted to break of Yi's records, and that attracted a huge commotion that trembled every area. Many experts who cultivated in the heavenly passage paradise came out to see this. In recent years, there had not been a single day as lively as today. The number of people increased exponentially within the starting ground, and over 10 to 100 times the normal amount of people scooched together into this crowd. Why is it this heaven-angering child again? Can it be that he still wants to defy the heavens? Being able to establish 2 records within a single day is astonishing enough, and despite them not being very splendid ones, he doesn't need to be so conceited, right? He actually wants to try and break one of Yi's records. Let's wait and see whether or not he can succeed. So many geniuses have been dejected after receiving defeat, such as the princes of ancient countries and some of the most illustrious people. If this naughty brat could actually succeed, then it would certainly be world-shaking. The people discussed about until all the things that the little guy had done at the starting ground was dug up. Woo, I heard that he was very outrageous. He extorted for great clans, and seized 4 jars of precious blood. The 4 large clans all ran out of luck. When everyone heard these comments, their hearts were going to bleed. The news were instantly spread throughout, making them simply unable to show their faces, driving them mad. At this moment, not long within the Void God realm, even Stone Country in reality was shaken up, especially within the capital. All the noble families were discussing this event. Whose family does this milk-suckling baby actually belong to? He looks quite extraordinary. Do you think it's the War King's descendant? For the sake of pursuing the title of emperor, he started to compete with the dual pupil Yi. Within the vast Stone Country, Yi could said to be in the middle of it all. Although he still had not matured, news of him already spread through the ancient country, and he became the strongest candidate to become the emperor. At this moment, within many kings' mansions and many sacred lands there were countless people paying attention to this matter. The younger generations were even more flared up. Senior, come out. Let's hurry to the Void God realm since there's something huge happening. What happened? Someone is going to challenge Yi's record. At this moment, all the geniuses bar none were shocked as they quickly entered the Void God realm. Apart from Stone Country, the neighboring ancient countries were shaken up like a meteorite smashing into the ocean and stirred a tsunami that overflowed into the heavens. Senior sister, come quick. I'll go to the Void God realm first and you can find me later. I will arrive soon. I absolutely must take a look. After all, what kind of person actually dares to break one of Yi's records? Several large ancient countries all sacrifice towards the heavens each year. Therefore, all of the experts within the huge cities and strategic locations could enter the Void God realm. Within the Void God realm, the little guy's one decision had created a huge wave. Regardless of whether it was this world or the actual world, none of them could stay calm. It was to that within a few capital cities, those who ruled the ancient countries all revealed their slight surprise. They were all disturbed by this child. Void God realm, starting ground. The little guy walked quickly and skillfully, and his steps were rather stable as if nothing was out of the ordinary. He was a bit confused as to why so many people suddenly followed along. Could it be that his little big brother had already gained that much reputation? Was it already sufficient to shake this world? Little brat, can you move any faster? Some people urged on. What happened? The little guy murmured. If it wasn't for that fact that no one dared to break Yi's records within these 2 years, the fact that you created 2 records in a single day, and even robbed and extorted for huge clans, I would not have come at all. That's right. I also came because I heard there was a heaven-angering child. Kid, don't disappoint us. I hope you can create a miracle. You're the one angering the heavens. Isn't this just an ordinary record? What's there to be excited about? If I can break it, I'll break it. If I can't, What difference does it make? The little guy was dissatisfied. He was very calm and acted naturally, making the group of people go crazy. Was this child really going to try and break this record? Why wasn't he the slightest bit excited? He was truly acting too indifferent. Go quickly, everyone urged. If the emperor is not rushing me, then it's the palace eunuch, said the little guy in a soft voice. A group of people rolled their eyes. What kind of attitude did this child speak with? However, after thinking about all the unkind and dishonest things he did, they no longer compared him to the norm. Shah, you want to bicker? Haven't you seen that this little miser even used underhanded methods within the Void God Realm's passages? Soon after, he became even more dirty, and after sending some information to the 4 great clans, they walked straight into his trap and were completely extorted. If you provoke this milk baby, who know what kind of heaven-angering things he will do to you. After all, we are still at the starting ground, and this baby's strength is a bit ridiculous. His strength is powerful to a frightening extent. Finally, they arrived at their destination, and this mountain area was incredibly imposing in grandeur. In front of them was a large lake, and blue waves crashed within this vast area. The lake were as clear as crystal, and a waterfall cascaded down from behind. The vast expanse of whiteness were incredibly powerful, and emitted noise like the sound of thunder. There were many fierce beasts and vicious birds within the mountain that showed their visibly huge figures as they ran about. Beast roars shook the heavens, and huge wings that covered the sky also flapped into the distance, as they emitted their long and world-trembling bird cries. It's precisely this mountain that Shuri fiercely tread upon and rushed into the sky to arrive at the summit, the coin elder said. An elder continued and said, "That's right. It's this one." This old man had the pleasure of witnessing the miracle back then. At the moment, there were many clan elders and leaders from large clans present, and there wasn't one person among them that could attain that height. At the starting ground, one could only exert the cultivation at the blood transformation realm. However, the record that Shuri established was purely with his bodily strength, and with a single leap, he directly broke into the sky. This mountain was huge, majestic and gray all over. There were very few vegetation on the surface. There were roughly 10 old trees that reached into the heavens, and a few old crawling vines. Water splashed about the mountain peak as the waterfall dropped down from it, creating a watery fog that made this mountain billow with hazy clouds. Under the illumination of the sun, rainbow colors stained it like a colorful sleeping phoenix. "Child, are you ready?" Bird Grandpa asked. "What's there to prepare for? Don't I just have to jump?" The little guy said. All the people present exposed an odd expression. This child was talking too much trash. Are you really here to break a record? Why did it feel as if he had already been through this? No one should have lied to us, right? This child is truly trying to break the record. Some people began to show their doubt. However, at this moment, flowing light shattered the sky in the distance. An enormous beast skin with a row of people standing on top appeared, and they arrived at an extremely fast speed while sticking close to the ground. What? So powerful, what clan do these people belong to? They actually dare to utilize such a precious artifact within the Void God realm. Do they not fear of losing it? Some people exclaimed. Ordinary weapons would have a very difficult taking shape within the Void God realm. Only the precious bones of archaic descendants would have no problem with it, but as soon as it was lost, the precious artifact would gradually lose its divine abilities in reality. The beast skin symbols flickers as it arrived close by. Over 10 beautiful girls stood atop the beast skin, and they each had outstanding appearances. Their clothes were as white as snow, and they looked like a group of female immortals who were overlooking the earth. These are the outstanding disciples of Heaven Mending Pavilion who actually came together. They did not hide their identities. Many people were surprised. Multicolored light flashed, and a piece of bone flickered in purple light. Dense mists circulated about, and they rushed in from the distance at an extremely fast speed. A group of people of both males and females, young and old, stood on top. Such an imposing aura. This is... Shush. Lower your voices. This must be imperial characters from some ancient country. The surrounding people grew more and more numerous, and they all held exalted identities. They were completely packed within the mountain area. I don't believe it. Someone actually wants to break Shiyi's record. Isn't it just some vulgar claptrap to please the crowds? Within the crowd, there were some young males standing together who looked extremely indifferent as they gazed toward little guy in the middle of scene. They were all geniuses, and some of them had even challenged Shiyi before, but they only returned defeated. It was a failure that was difficult for them to bear. If such a young child who came to challenge this actually won, how could they endure it? Come quickly. That's the Zhulu Academy's female war god. Even she came. Mist permeated the air, and a rainbow-colored Luan flew by while carrying a woman. The bright mist circulated about, and one could vaguely see a woman wearing golden armor. Her entire body shone, highlighting her graceful curves. Her beautiful hair fluttered about, and she had a strict look in her eyes. This astonished everyone since she actually rode over on such a bird. The golden armor shone with a precious splendor that was extremely bright and resplendent. Her entire figure really did resemble a beautiful war god. Woo, it should be this child, right? Exactly what kind of background does he have? And why does he need to break the record set by ear? In the distance, more than a dozen individuals stood atop a mountain summit. There were elders, middle-aged, and even young individuals who all had a cold expressions on their faces. We do not know his origins, and today is the first time he entered the Void God realm. He is indeed rather formidable. Inform my Rain clan's troops to pay close attention and search for his origin. All of the individuals within this group were powerful. They were the direct descendants of the Rain clan. They had also hurried over here because they wanted to see whether or not this challenger would be able to break Shiyi's record. Wei, get out of the way, you guys. Are you going to allow me to break the record or not? Right in the middle of the entire uproar and everyone's expectations, the little guy was dissatisfied. There were simply too many people here, and even prevented this main character from doing anything. Quick, step aside and make way. A group of impatient people urged, and commanded everyone to allow the little guy through. The little guy glanced around. This mountain was indeed rather high. It would considered astonishing if someone leapt on top purely by relying on the strength of their body. He circled around this area, then looked towards the mountain beside him. Although the two had similar heights, the latter was taller by roughly 10 zhang. I choose this one then, said the little guy. Everyone nodded. These were Gemini Mountains. To break through the record, the one on the side that was a bit taller was the best choice. All of you move aside, the little guy said in a loud voice. We're quite far from you already. You still can't use your arms and legs? Someone curled their lips. Although many people came, there weren't that many who believed that he could truly break it because it was truly difficult to reach. What kind of person was Shiyi? He was a youngster that seemed like a god, and it was difficult to surpass him. Fine then. Do whatever you want, said the little guy as he stood in place and started to adjust his breathing. Rise. The little guy released a little shout and fiercely stamped both feet onto the ground. The entire earth immediately began to rumble as if a huge earthquake had occurred. The ground was originally made up of the most solid rock, yet it began to crack all over now. Then it burst apart, creating an incredibly huge fissures that extended into every direction like lightning, causing dust to surge into the sky. Everyone was astonished. This kind of strength was too shocking. Was this still a human child? Even if someone said that this was the child of a genuine Ho or a golden-winged Pang in the shape of a human, there would still be people who would believe them, right? With this one stamp, the rocks and earth were split apart, and the cracks crisscrossed and interweaved. The little guy's entire aura changed, and instantly rose up fiercely like a little child god. He charged into the sky, broke past the clouds, and whistled upwards. The brilliance in his eyes was terrifying, and no one dared to look straight at him. Everyone was dumbfounded. Without using the mysterious strength of the symbols and only by relying on the strength of the body, he rushed into the heavens through the mists and surpassed the summit of the mountain. It's broken. He broke the record. Someone shouted loudly. He truly surpassed it. His little figure seemed like a heavenly god, and a divine light exploded from within his pupils. He broke through the clouds and mists, and he streaked across the sky like a stream of lightning. At that precise moment, the little guy possessed an extremely terrifying aura, and as his black hair danced in the wind, the gaze in his eyes was like lightning. He truly resembled an ancient saint, with an explosive force that ordinary people had difficulty even imagining. He soared into the sky. Not only did he surpass the peak that Xianxia leapt over, but he also leapt over another large gray mountain beside it. In the eyes of everyone, this was a miracle. An exceptionally ferocious person had appeared, and abruptly rose to the top that day. By breaking the record that Xianxia had maintained, he would inevitably set off a heavenly overflowing storm. His body was high up in the sky as the surface dust and smoke rose into the air. The entire ground collapsed after the huge fissures extended, sending many people flying. Many people cried out in surprise. With a hong sound, the entire area sank down. It was hard to imagine just how much power the little guy's feet contained. It was rumored that even the hardest diamonds were turned to dust. It was not even over yet. The fissures extended over hundreds of meters, and made a nearby lake surge up and flow backwards into the crevices, causing many people fall into the waters. Is this still human strength? Many people stood there and seemed deeply distressed as the lake water surged violently and arrived. With a stamp of both feet, a force that could only be a display of heavenly might occurred. It was so powerful that it caused the lake to go berserk. Look quickly, the center of the lake and this area look the same, and there are many large crevices. That year, Xianxia must have also jumped up like that, causing the lake waters to flow backwards. Some people had sharp eyes, and as a result, they immediately discovered the truth. Within the lake, there was a place that collapsed that was currently being battered by huge waves. Only after that place was exposed did people find out the truth about what happened back then. So terrifying. The people sincerely revered people like Xianxia and the little guy. No wonder that child just warned them to back off into the distance a moment ago. It was indeed necessary, since with a stamp of both feet, he collapsed mountains with an unblockable force that even shifted the position of a large lake. So strong. He's still only a child, yet he's already so heaven-defying and even broke records. How many people could keep him in check in the future? Even a group of elders did not care about their images anymore and began to noisily shout out. Within the sky, the little figure was like a golden-winged pong as he spread his wings, spiraled down, until he landed on the peak of the taller of the twin mountains. As the mountain winds breezed past, his black hair rose up upwards. His eyes were deep and profound as he gazed into the horizon. Everyone was immediately startled at what this child could possibly be thinking about. Right now, his temperament and age completely contrasted, and his powerful aura actually made some people fearful. He surpassed it. He actually broke the record. Reputed as an insurmountable genius, the youth that resembled a god, yet the record that he established was actually broken. Broken in one go. This entire area began to boil, since this result was world-shocking. Earlier, many people came solely to join in on the commotion. They never could have imagined that Xianxia's record would be broken. Right now, all of their mouths were shaped like an O, as they simply stared at the scene in disbelief. This was simply too astonishing. Such a young child was already like this. How many accomplishments could he possibly have in the future? Everyone felt as if this was hard to comprehend, and many elders who were reaching the end of their lives became elated. A heaven-warping, divinely gifted child like this only made them feel happy, making them feel like they had become younger by many years. However, the young geniuses who had the cool expressions of a spectator earlier immediately lost all color from their faces. When they challenged Xianxia's record back then, they all returned defeated. Now, such a small child accomplished what they could not do back then. Their hearts had a difficult time accepting what just happened. Symbols flashed, and a rainbow-colored luan rushed up into the sky. It was curled up in multicolored splendor, and it appeared very dazzling as it rushed into the taller of the two Gemini mountains. It's Zhulu Academy's female war god. It's rumored that this girl is extremely powerful and scary. Otherwise, How could she have obtained such a title? The rainbow-colored Luan split open the clouds and mists to arrive nearby. The female war god's entire body was covered in a golden armor, but was unable to cover up her impressive figure. Her bosom were ample, and her back was as tender as a willow. Her 2 legs were long and slender, and her entire body dazzled in a golden light. There was an unconventional beauty to her. Although she wore a golden helmet, a large portion of her face was also uncovered. Her facial features seemed as if they belonged to a painting, and her skin was sparkling and white. She was a rare beauty who had a temperament that was different from everyone else's. She looked at the little guy. She opened her mouth, revealing her pure white teeth that flickered with luster, and said, "I want to invite you into Zhulu Academy." Everyone was shocked at how direct Zhulu Academy's female war god was, since she immediately came up and sent an invitation. However, this was inevitable because they wished to capture outstanding talents. Otherwise, how could they become so powerful and extraordinary? A beast skin floated up and rushed high into the sky as it flickered with symbols. A group of white-clothed females who were all outstanding beauties stood on top like a group of goddesses. "Little junior brother, we wish to invite you to the heaven-mending pavilion." This made everyone envious as these 2 sacred lands fought over a child. After drawing him in, they would give him first-rate treatment and raise him into a Taoist protector or a core disciple. I say, friend, you have to make a decision slowly. For your cultivation, it's not necessary to join these places, as some ancient clans might suit you better. At this precise moment, an elder with hair like a crane opened his mouth as he sat atop a strange rock that flew high into the sky. "Wu, little fellow practitioner, could I say something?" Another person spoke out. Within only a few moments, over 10 groups of people extended their olive branches towards the little guy. They were the absolute most top-notch and powerful figures. Ordinary large clans did not even open their mouths, because they knew they lacked the competitive advantage in the face of Zhulu Academy, heaven-mending pavilion, and ancient families. The little guy snapped back to reality, scratched his head, and bashfully laughed as if he was feeling claustrophobic. Many people felt that this child was very simple, but there were still some who maintained their complaints. In particular, the 4 large clans who were extorted cursed within their hearts. Just pretend some more. If you were so sincere and shy, you wouldn't have had any ideas about breaking the Void God Realm's passageway. If you were truly so shy, why would you extort us? So infuriating. Thank you all, sisters and uncles. I don't know what choice to make right now. Let me think for a while, the little guy answered. He did not want to pick one and offend the others. Okay. These people were all very straightforward. They were either born in sacred lands or originated from ancient families, so they did not harass him further because they knew it was useless, and quickly backed away. Afterwards, the little guy's expression seemed to be deep and adrift again as he looked into the distance. No one knew what he was thinking about while looking so distracted. "I say, what are you thinking about, child?" yelled Coin Elder loudly, since he felt the little guy was a bit depressed and was thinking some unhappy thoughts. "AI." The little guy sighed and said, "I forgot something." "What thing?" Bird Grandpa asked. Everyone else all became flabbergasted. "I forgot to gamble with you guys. Before I broke the record, I should have put some stakes on myself. I forgot." The little guy regained that distant expression and angrily yelled, "Ah, fuck off." Everyone wanted to throw shoehorns at him. Looking at his dejected and unhappy expression, they thought that something serious had happened. However, in the end it was just some lousy reason. Unhappy because he didn't throw others into a ditch. Just then, everyone thought he had character. Although he was very young, he had looked into the horizon with an extraordinary temperament. Now, his image completely changed, as this naughty kid was actually thinking about how he failed to throw everyone into debt. With a so sound, the little guy immediately jumped off the peak. As a result, he astonished a group of people into rapidly retreating. They learned from their earlier mistakes, and none of them wanted to be knocked flying again. Hong! Diamond rocks were smashed apart as a large deep hole appeared on the ground. The prodigious child walked out of it completely unscathed as he swatted the dust away from his body. Hi hi! Many people were knocked off their feet from the impact of the dust, and immediately began to cough. The fact that the little guy had broken Yi's record had already spread out at an extremely astonishing speed. At first, it was the emergence of the record on the stone tablet that shocked the earth and the void god realm. Then, discussions began to arise within the schools and noble mansions of Stone Country. This piece of news was like a violent storm, and quickly propagated amongst the cultivators. Everyone knew that an incredibly young child had suddenly emerged, who was heaven-warping and divinely gifted. Within a single day, he broke 3 records, and especially the last one, he embodied an unrivaled strength. He even exceeded Yi by a good amount. What a godly record! Spare no effort to find him. Clearly find out where he came from, and what kind of background he has. It would be best if we could invite him into the imperial city. At this moment, even the ancient country was shaken. Each and every major power gave their orders, as this was a child that could contend against Yi, and was definitely worth roping in no matter the cost. Search, we must scout out information regarding him. We must not overlook this opportunity. Meanwhile, there was a direct descendant from the Rain clan with a great amount of authority who had an ugly expression on his face. He wanted to find out the little guy's identity. One of Yi's legends were smashed apart by someone, and although it was only a single aspect, it still aroused a great tempest. Regardless of whether it was within the void god realm or the ancient country, this matter was currently discussed by everyone. This child's background is extremely hard to uncover. It's best for us to first carefully observe him within the void god realm. Many people wanted to know what the little guy, who just broke the previously unbreakable legend of Yi, was doing. As a result, many people who previously did not come to look also appeared, causing the starting ground to be packed with a multitude of people. Why is he squatting on that large limestone again? What is he thinking about? Dong! The limestone shook, and that expanse of light enveloped him, sheltering that area. He can't be breaking another one of the void god realm's passages, right? Right as they were speaking, the stone tablet appeared once again, and a few words appeared on top of it. Smashed open the starting ground passageway. Go! This really is a heaven-angering person. He really did smash open another one during such a short period of time. Everyone was stupefied, and they began to make a huge racket. Are you kidding me? He obtained another piece of precious bone. Every region began to clamor with noise. That child is too crazy. For the sake of obtaining the precious bone, he unexpectedly once again established a record, and once again smashed a golden passageway to pieces. The heavens cannot even tolerate this, as this angers both humans and ghosts alike. Too crazy. This child needs a spanking. Within every region of the heavenly passage paradise, everyone was similarly angry. Was something like this okay? To actually award him with a precious bone? How could they not be angry? Who will go to the starting ground and give him a beating? This really makes me unbearably angry. In the ghost land, there's not many people who can act fiercely towards that child. To go is to look to get robbed. Fuck, he broke another record. Look, this is the 3rd time he broke open a starting grounds passageway. Everyone then instantly became mad with anger. This child's character was too ridiculous. For the sake of precious bones, would he just continue endlessly? That's not right. This time he was not rewarded with a precious bone. God has opened his eyes. To actually be warned by the void god realm. He can now be classified as an unwelcome guest. This crazy child. In every region, everyone laughed to their heart's content. The natural heavenly laws finally made a fair judgment. The little guy was depressed. Originally, he wanted to gain his 3rd precious bone, and he wanted to prepare for himself a divine formation, yet he never would have thought that he received a strict warning instead. A black cloud appeared above his head, but it didn't scatter nor was it possible to drive away. He grumbled in a low voice, "Why do you need to warn me? No one told me that I couldn't attack the void god realm's passageways. If this was written down in some form of writing, I wouldn't have made that mistake." Haha. Everyone was laughing loudly. They didn't know why, but whenever they saw this crazy child so deflated and oppressed by the black cloud, the people all felt carefree and especially happy. The little guy was the only one who was sulky and unhappy, and as he walked all around the starting ground, he said, "You guys find me 10 beast kings. I'll break the dual pupil's other record." When those words were spoken, it immediately aroused another sensation. This crazy child really couldn't be judged by ordinary means, and wanted to once again do something crazy. No long after, there really was a group of people who went to search for Beast Kings, and wanted to see exactly how strong he was. What is he doing? Some people noticed that the little guy was standing in front of the limestone, groping it about and making contact with the precious bone in front. This naughty child is crazy. He shouldn't have the idea of breaking the record tablet, right? Many people began to develop a bad premonition, and their gazes held strange expressions. Hong! A world-shaking noise rang out, confirming the people's suspicions. My ancestors, why can't you calm down a bit? You even had the idea of hitting the record tablet. Coin Uncle and the others were all speechless, and they really did not know whether to laugh or cry. The others were all dumbstruck. This child was too crazy. He really dared to do such a thing. Soon after, the canopy of light enshrouding the stone tablet retreated, revealing the little guy's body, as well as the broken tablet. It really was smashed to pieces by him. Light began to drizzle down, and a new stone tablet appeared. Upon it appeared a new record, breaking the starting ground stone tablet, severe warning, expelled from the Void God realm for 2 years. At the same time, each region displayed the inscription. All those who saw it became dumbstruck. Only the little guy was extremely angry, and the black cloud above his head became even thicker, almost burying him. After a short period of time, every part of the Void God realm began to boil, and it was unknown just how many people laughed heartily that day. This is the first time that this had ever happened in history, right? To actually be expelled by the Void God realm. The people truly were speechless, as even this type of event occurred. Too interesting. Many people began to laugh incessantly. The little guy's figure was weak and faint, and the black cloud covered his body. It forcefully crammed his body within, making it fade before vanishing. Why? I didn't do anything wrong. There was nothing written on top of the stone tablet that said that I couldn't attack it. He shouted in anger. Child, 2 years will pass quickly. We will await your return. During that period of time, you will undoubtedly become a legend within the Void God realm. No one knew if the group of people were taking joy in the calamity, or whether they were sincerely sending him off with their regards. 2 years. Could not be considered long, yet could not be considered short either. Perhaps a lot would happen between now and then. The black cloud on top of his head continuously enveloped him within a black mist. The little guy did all that he could to resist until he finally could not do it anymore. His body became more fuzzy as he angrily shouted. For unknown reasons, no one was sympathetic while looking at the devilish brat being expelled. Many people were laughing until their mouths twitched. I'll be back. The little guy was unwilling, regretful, and extremely angry as he left behind his young and tender voice. We'll wait for your return. Coin Elder squinted his eyes and responded while raising his grizzled beard. Leave early and return early. Don't be so greedy next time. Hammer Uncle laughed and warned him, as he carefully waved a broken hammer. What a pitiful child, to actually be expelled by a Void God realm. This should be a record too, right? It seems like this has never happened before. Bird Grandpa sighed. That child truly made everyone speechless, as he was truly a bit outrageous. He dared to do anything for the sake of obtaining a precious bone. Hoo-hoo! The little guy was angry at the fact that he had actually been expelled. His struggles were useless as he was squeezed out of the starting ground by the black cloud over his head. A vast ruin appeared in front of him, and he was surrounded by broken structures. They had an ancient aura about them, and the debris everywhere gave an account of its former glory. Ancient devil mountains appeared one after another as the aura of primal chaos lingered about. They appeared within the ends of the horizon, and were extremely terrifying, as they resembled the times before the creation of the universe. This was the void god realm as well. Therefore, it was the construct of the essence energy of gods. Except the place here is already detached from the starting ground as well as the heavenly passage paradise, so this place was not in that category. In the distance, a willow tree that pierced the heavens was rooted within the ruins. Its 5 branches swayed in the wind as it absorbed the mist, and it was condensing the primal chaos aura while flickering with multicolored green light. Willow deity, the little guy gently called with a depressed and unhappy look on his face as he walked over step by step. The willow deity was awoken from its special cultivation state. It was a bit surprised as it asked, "Why have you returned? With your heavenly gifts, even if you stayed for over half a month, your true body would not be affected that much." "I was chased out." The little guy was extremely angry as he gnashed his shining and sparkling little canine teeth. "I was very unwilling. Is there anyone to murder my way back in? Who chased you out? Could it be that you met an opponent that you could not beat and was beaten out?" The willow deity asked. Its gentle voice made people feel tranquil and calm. "I was chased out by the void god realm. It won't let me stay inside." The little guy was dejected as he scratched his head and kicked a piece of rubble. "Eh?" Willow deity was amazed. The willow that was always so calm and peaceful, yet it seemed to have exposed some fluctuation in mood as it asked, "What happened? Why did the void god realm want to chase you out?" "I cracked a piece of rock. Then I accidentally crumbled a tablet and dug out a bone from inside. However, I was warned and a black cloud pressed over my head." The little guy answered, "Something's wrong. Something special must have occurred. Give some more details. If you truly received some humiliation or injustice, you can return," Willow deity said. "Oh, that tablet is the record tablet and that rock is the void god realm's passageway." The little guy gave a concise account of the events. Willow deity. The willow deity was speechless for a long time. Its scorched black trunk was absorbing the mist of primal chaos. Its 5 tender and alluring branches were absorbing the essence energy within the void god realm, as if they were petrified in place. "Willow deity, can you say something? Can I reason with them and return again? I was so unwilling to leave." The little guy let out a hopeful expression as he lightly asked, "You can't." The willow tree was clear and straightforward as it instantly denied him. "Why?" The little guy was shy from a lack of confidence. Willow deity sighed and said, Could you have stepped out of line anymore? If it was me, I would definitely not have banished you. I knew, willow deity is the best. Ah. Too bad you're not that heartless void god realm. If it was me, I would have immediately thrown you into the middle of a black-colored beast prison," the willow deity said. The little guy was dumbfounded, and could not help but scratch his head when he heard these words. He justified himself with his little voice. That large of a void god realm with that many stone tablets, it wouldn't miss one. Furthermore, it didn't write anything about not allowing people to break it. Let's just come back after 2 years. Willow deity drew this conclusion as it firmly and bluntly dispelled his ideas. "I will certainly be back." The little guy ran to the ends of the ruins and yelled towards a large limestone. That limestone was the passageway connected to the starting ground. Why do I hear the yelling of that baby? Is it real or fake? He has already been expelled. Could this be some powerful mystical ability? A group of people within the starting ground were bewildered as they looked at each other. Within the ruins, willow deity's entire body shone, and green multicolored light surged like water before ferociously exploding with a shockwave that reached the heavens. Its 5 tender branches dramatically increased in size until it was over several li long, piercing up into the heavens. Hong long. The space trembled as a gate appeared, and an extremely dense mist emerged with propitious vapors rising around it. It wrapped itself around the little guy, and charged into the heavens and leapt through that door. Within Stone Village, willow deity's original body shone as it sprinkled out endless divine splendor to cover the entire village. Then, a majestic will appeared and descended within the body of the tree. Underneath the tree, a pretty child was sitting cross-legged. His little face was a glossy white like jade, and his eyelashes were very long. However now, he suddenly opened his large eyes and quickly stood up. "Child, you've woken up. How do you feel?" "Your body was motionless and you had no spirit. We thought that something was wrong with you. Your soul shouldn't have left your body, right?" A group of villagers surrounded him with a worried and nervous expression. "There's nothing wrong with me. Willow deity was taking care of me, so I was not in any danger. I went to a place called the Void God Realm." The little guy stood up and informed them that he only went through a mental journey within the Great Void. "Ah, I should have thought that it was the Void God Realm a long time ago. Only, I've never gone into it." The chief cried out in surprise. "Wow, a mental journey through the Great Void. How did it feel? What kind of place is the Void God Realm?" Qing Feng asked curiously. He followed the group of children and surrounded him as they chattered continuously, demanding that he tell them. The little guy spoke everything truthfully and did not hide anything. The people who listened all looked distracted and dumbfounded until they finally exploded with laughter after a short while. "I say, child, you truly know how to mess around. Banishing you was truly not an injustice." Everyone burst into laughter, and only the little guy's little face was dark with endless extreme anger. "We have to go there and cultivate as well," a group of children shouted with great expectations. After leaving the Void God Realm, everything was like before. The little guy started cultivating again, and every day he journeyed deep into the mountains. He crossed the great wastelands and fiercely challenged all kinds of vicious creatures. However, when it was the dead of the night and he was comprehending the true primordial records by himself, he had difficulty concentrating as he always thought back to the events that happened a short while ago. The spirit journey this time allowed him to see the outside world. He was looking forward to confronting many experts, and wanted to go back and fight with the endless schools, pure lands, and ancient countries. In the end, he shared his thoughts with the village chief. The chief was silent and only nodded after a long while. "Child, you should spread your wings and soar. Stone Village is too small and does not suit you." All the villagers were informed, and they all came over in a hurry. Although they understood the reason for the little guy's decision, they still had difficulty giving him up. They watched as he learned how to walk, learned how to say ya, and eventually become so extraordinary. His departure now made all the aunts and grandmas shed tears. Even the group of adult males were silent at the fact that the child had finally grown up. The little stone village could not contain Sure How any longer, and he needed a vast sky to spread his wings and soar through. "Little guy, how about we go with you?" Meng, Pai Ho, and several others gathered up and wanted to take a look around the outside world. "No, your cultivations are far from enough to walk out of this great wasteland. Stay here and cultivate well for me." "That's right. Meng, Pai Ho, you guys are already 12 or 13. You should marry and leave behind a bunch of babies before leaving." Their parents and the elders were opposed to it and even mentioned marriage. It made these children flush red with embarrassment. "I'll go together with little big brother," Qing Feng said. No one opposed it because the little guy was precisely going to send him to Heaven Mending Pavilion. "Okay, let's go tomorrow. We'll cultivate along the way and slowly take our time to travel through everything." The little guy nodded. Finally, he bid farewell to Willow Deity and asked for its opinions. "Just go and be careful along the way. However, it's best if you return before you are 12, suggested the Willow Deity. The little guy exposed a bewildered expression as he asked why. "Come back to Stone Village to receive a baptism," Willow Deity informed. The children of large clans, as well as the noble children and disciples of Pure Lands, conducted several baptisms. These were held when they were 5, 10, and 15 years old, and were done with the true blood of vicious beasts as well as rare precious medicines to refine the body and wash the innards. It was important, as it concerned their future accomplishments. Before the little guy was 5 years old, he had been sealed within a cauldron, and his body had been refined by the precious blood of the archaic descendant Swan and I, laying down a strong foundation. "Your roots are very good. 2 years early or late for your second baptism is fine, but you can't miss it no matter what," so you have to return. Willow deity warned repeatedly. The little guy carefully nodded to show that he remembered these words, and was deeply grateful. This time, Willow deity seemed to emphasize the importance of this, and he did not know what kind of baptism it wanted to conduct on him. When their departure finally arrived, all of the villagers sent the two off. The unicorn, little white, shined all over in silver-white light, as if it was cast in metal as it was wrapped in symbols. It almost transformed into a vicious beast, and now, it turned into the leader of these precious mounts. This group of unicorns had already familiarized themselves with the people of Stone Village already, and practically belonged to everyone. Little White, I can't let you accompany me this time. The place I have to go is too far and filled with many dangers. The little guy patted its lowered head. The cries of birds sounded as Ziyun, Depeng and Shaoqing descended. Each of them were several meters along, and they had become increasingly mystical and powerful. Their entire bodies were circulating with symbols. In a year or two, they would fully mature and become rulers of the nearby mountain ranges. At that time, not only would Stone Village be extremely secure, the hunts that the villagers carried out would be much safer as well. Ziyun, you guys can't follow either. The journey is too far and it's truly very dangerous. The little guy appeased them and told them to stay here in order to protect the village well. The three birds continuously rubbed their heads affectionately against his body to express their intimacy and dissatisfaction, but they had no choice. In the end, only the golden hairy ball jumped onto his shoulder. The main thing was that it was only fist-sized, so it was a small target. No matter where he went, it was very convenient to bring along. Before departing, the chief took out a stone box and solemnly opened it before taking out a scarlet feather. Child, bring this with you. It was the object that the little red bird left behind at that time. When the willow tree treated its injuries, it had no way to return the favor, and left behind a divine feather as an object to show its goodwill. This was possibly very intimidating for some of the larger clans. Finally, the little guy and Qingfeng left on their way. The villagers sent them out over several li away. Many people shed tears as they truly feared that these two children would encounter some accidents, as they were still young. The world was too big. A single piece of the great wasteland would stretch over 10,000 li. Once they separated, it would be difficult to see each other again. Many of the village's females began to cry, and even some of the adult males felt their eyes turn sour. Little guy, you must come back quickly. We are still waiting for you to take us to explore the world, shouted a group of children. When they met again, perhaps they might have matured more and become fathers and mothers already. Goodbye. The little guy also shed tears. After giving them one last glance, he quickly charged into the distance with Qingfeng. Time quickly packed by. In the blink of an eye, several months passed by. The little guy and Qingfeng traveled out of the great mountains. To travel by foot, 300,000 li was simply an astronomical figure. However, the two used many methods. Along this route, they made quite a few ferocious beasts yield, and used them as a means of transportation. Of course, their mortality rates were high, and they had to switch mounts from time to time. Because they were mainly training their body during this time, they were not really in a hurry this time. They continuously explored many forbidden lands and almost encountered death a few times. This was also why the little guy did not bring his unicorn. They were already quite affectionate towards each other, so he did not want it to die during the journey. Aya! Qingfeng shouted loudly when his body was in midair. He was exceptionally nervous as the surrounding wind whistled past. The little guy caught a vicious bird, and the two leapt onto its back to travel quickly through the mountain range. The vicious bird was going crazy, and almost threw themselves down several times. The two were like sticky paste medicine. They clung onto its back with their lives as they controlled it towards a certain direction. They only let it go after several days when the vicious bird started to accumulate white foam in its mouth and could not handle it anymore. In fact, they needed to replenish their food and water as well. It's so exciting! Qingfeng was very excited. This part of the journey was an incredibly refreshing experience for him. Only it was very dangerous to do this as well. Sometimes, the vicious birds or fierce beasts were excessively unyielding. They would charge directly into a forbidden and provoke countless terrifying creatures. In fact, they encountered danger the following day. They were caught by an unknown beast that had dense purple scales all over its body. It carried them into a swamp and provoked a large centipede that was over 10 meters long. It spat out a toxin that immediately destroyed a large part of the forest. The purple-scaled beast died on the spot and became a pile of white bones. If not for their quick thinking and jumping off early to escape, both of their bodies would have certainly not existed anymore. They were not pressed for time during this journey. They continuously to travel while cultivating. They actually found over 10 pieces of spirit medicine, and even hunted the true blood of many vicious beasts that would greatly benefit their cultivation. After half a year, the two finally walked out of the 300,000-li Great Wasteland and arrived at the border area of Stone Country. During this time, the little guy established his fifth heavenly passage. A volcano was overflowing with golden-colored liquid as it surged and flowed into the little guy's body. Currently, he was surrounded by volcanoes above his head, on his sides, as well as in front of his chest and the back. He was still only 9 years old. Little big bro is so powerful. It has only been half a year, yet you broke through again. Grandpa Chief has said that it takes at least several years for others to open up another heavenly passage. Qing Feng seemed to be in adoration. Within his little heart, this young little older brother was simply omnipotent. Still inadequate, I need to become stronger, the little guy gently spoke. During this past half year, Qing Feng also improved rather quickly. Under the little guy's help, they hunted down many vicious beasts. Under the usage of the true blood, as well as swallowing many precious medicines, he already entered the blood transformation realm, and had almost reached the mid-stage as well. His symbols had long become deep and profound, but his only weakness was that his body wasn't that powerful. It was impossible for him to be like the little guy who could compete with pure-blooded descendants of god birds or vicious beasts. Finally, they entered Stone Country. They didn't go on the same route as last time, and entered through a different city. I felt the void god realm. Unfortunately, I can't enter. The little guy discovered this fact when they entered Stone Country. Qing Feng, you should enter the void god realm to take a look. Find the ones called Hammer Uncle, Bird Grandpa, and Coin Uncle, and ask them where the Heaven Mending Pavilion is and how to get there. Last time, he was only there for less than a day, and didn't even have time to ask them about these things. Finally, Qing Feng sat down and began to meditate. He felt the presence of the void god realm, and finally entered. Half a day later, little Qing Feng's mind finally returned to his body, and he slowly opened his eyes. How was it? The little guy waited expectantly. In reality, he was reminiscing about that mysterious world. Little bro, I didn't know that you were so famous. That place is boiling because of you. Little Qing Feng seemed extremely excited. What happened? Qing Feng said, You did so many things. You broke the Void God Realm's passageway, broke one of the Dual Pupils Kids record, and you even destroyed the record tablet. Although you haven't appeared in over half a year, you already become a legendary character. Except, your reputation isn't that good. Qing Feng carefully added. The little guy's face darkened as he stroked his chin. He was still deep in thought and wanted to murder his way in. Hammer Uncle leaked out the information, and many people know that you might go to the Heaven Mending Pavilion or Zhulu Academy. Right now, that world is crazy and explosive, and many people even wanted to follow you to the Heaven Mending Pavilion or Zhulu Academy. Qing Feng was a bit nervous when he revealed this information. In fact, a huge ruckus was occurring in the Void God realm. It was all because the legendary naughty child appeared again, and he appeared in reality this time, at the starting ground in Void God realm. Is this real or fake? He actually wants to make his appearance. I'm really looking forward to it. I hope I can meet him in the Heaven Mending Pavilion or Zhulu Academy to see how extraordinary he is. Meeting is inferior to reminiscing. Why reminisce? Is he your lover or something? If I met such a strange child in one of the Pure Lands, I would really spank his buttocks until they were to divide into 18 pieces. That's also true. If he was here, the naughty child might be a bit too savage, as his battle strength is a bit irregular to the point of being scary. We are restricted to the blood transformation realm, so if we meet, it might easily end up in disaster. In the starting ground, the large limestone continuously flashed as one golden passageway appeared after another. There was a constant stream of figures walking out from it. The people all came from the higher-level heavenly passage paradise. After hearing news regarding the little guy, they immediately came to seek confirmation, because they valued him extremely. Look at me opening my big mouth. I really deserve to get beat. Hammer Uncle slapped his own mouth with incessant regret. When he heard information about the little guy earlier that day, he was a bit excited. In his moment of excitement, his voice became really loud, and instantly leaked out the information. Bird Grandpa was calm and collected. He was not worried at all and said, "Don't blame yourself. With the nature of that strange child, he definitely won't come out on the short end. He's full of evil tricks, and I reckon that he's thinking of something devious right now." Coin Elder was even more outrageous. In a very populated place, he laid down a tablet with the following words engraved on it. "Want to learn where the milk child is? Donate 1 spirit coin." That old thing. When Hammer Uncle saw, he was so shocked that his jaws dropped to the floor. That grizzly-bearded old man truly knows how to make a business. No wonder he was called Coin Elder by that strange child. Bird Grandpa became agitated as well. He immediately tore off a broken rag to sell false information together with Hammer Uncle and instantly attracted the attention of a group. "Do you see those 2 old men and that man with the hammer? They are the same type as that rotten child. They're all crazy and despicable." People who knew inside information all pointed fingers in blame from not so far away. They thoroughly understood the obscure truth that people of similar natures gathered together, as this was the best explanation. A group of people wearing black armor that flickered with a cold, golden luster appeared. They took large strides out of the golden passageway and quickly scattered to ask people for information regarding the little guy. Everyone was shocked, since these people were exceedingly powerful, and their origins were very remarkable. There were some ultra-strong powers that were paying attention to this. They didn't know whether that little child was good or bad. Afterwards, a piece of beast bone that was steaming with purple air appeared and streaked across the sky. There were many people on top, and they were led by a female wearing purple clothing. She was extremely beautiful with bright eyes and white teeth, and her body was sleek and slender. There were several experts behind her that looked like lofty mountains. Why do they feel like some ancient country's nobles? Shoo, lower your voices. Don't say anything. We can't provoke them. Many people revealed their serious expressions and were afraid of leaning forward. They did not want to come in contact with them, since they feared invoking some sort of disaster. The purple-clothed female stepped off of the beast bone. Ripples circulated within her eyes, and didn't utter a single word. In front of the booths opened up by the Coin Elder, Bird Grandpa and the others, she threw down a coin and waited for them to give their information. "Fairy, she definitely wants to hear real news." Coin Elder was face of reverence, because he did not dare to cheat these types of people. He immediately told her that he only knew that the naughty child was going to Heaven Mending Pavilion or Zulu Academy and nothing else. Bird Grandpa's face was full of seriousness as well, and did not exaggerate anything. At his age, he naturally knew these type of people couldn't be provoked, and not even the tiniest bit of dishonestly would be tolerated. Those 2 old things are really not very good people. And that man with the hammer isn't good stuff either. Everyone pointed. However, the people were finally convinced. That child who really knew how to mess around really did appear in the real world, and that it was not a fabricated rumor. Today, not only was the Void God realm stirring with commotion, many discussions were evoked even within places like Stone Country. Many great powers were very interested in the child who not only broke one of Shi Yi's records, but was so intolerable that even the Void God realm expelled him. Everyone always believed that although the devilish brat was very outrageous, his innate talents were world-shocking. He had a hidden potential that was difficult to measure, and was worth searching for and drawing into their own camps. In the next 10 to 20 years, It was highly possible that the child's powers could tremble many regions and practically become an unrivaled existence. Even the most powerful kings began to take action, and dispatched groups of war generals to look for him. Wu, the war king, made his move. He actually dispatched his 8 most famous generals, and he is determined to find that child. Wood King also became involved. He made his own grandson lead a group of experts to search for him. Looks like they regard that child very highly. Do they want to draw him into their family? Many great powers were on the move. They sent out troops toward Heaven Mending Pavilion and Zhulu Academy, because they truly did not have a better choice. They calmly prepared to wait for him. Not only Stone Country, even nearby ancient countries were stirred by the commotion. Thus, many events had occurred. Have you guys heard the news? It was rumored that the little princess that the emperor doted on the most left the capital and went to study at a distant place. This news was very astonishing. Many people were guessing. This world-trembling and smart little princess shouldn't have gone to the Heaven-Mending Pavilion or Zhulu Academy, right? Many people saw with their own eyes that the phoenix chariot she traveled and flew rapidly against the wind in the midst of night. Its direction seemed to be toward the Heaven-Mending Pavilion. This information is reliable. There was a sense of unrest everywhere. There were even rumors that several archaic descendants appeared that asked humans regarding the matters of the naughty child. The news that archaic descendants are showing an interest in the child shouldn't be fake. This is because back when Shuri challenged a few youth descendants, he came out victorious. Now that someone broke his record, it's not unusual that they would come out and ask about this. Many great powers were paying attention. Some people wanted to rope him in, and there were naturally some who were hostile. Rain Clan was considered one of the latter. Huge palaces and precious watchtowers surrounded the Rain Clan's majestic residence, and quite a few people were indifferently sitting within a palace hall. After a bunch of discussions, they felt that it was necessary to find this child and pay attention to all news about him. Although they valued him greatly, they did not believe that the little guy could threaten Shuri. They had extremely high confidence in their nephew. Although he broke one of Shuri's records, he is still far from capable of beating him in an actual battle. He would be defeated in an instant. After all, apart from ear's dual pupils, he has an even scarier trump card. Fenger and his sister have already entered Heaven Mending Pavilion. Tell them to pay more attention. If they find a suspicious target, tell them to do their utmost. Additionally, send 2 more exceptional juniors there. That's right. According to that child's age, he shouldn't have cultivated for many years. It's impossible for his realm to surpass our children's. A few people conversed. They seemed very cold and possessed killing intent. During these past few years, their hearts were always in a state of unrest. The disappearance of Shur Xiling and his wife, as well as that child's existence, became the #1 thorn in their hearts. Once a genius appeared that was similar in age, it would prick at their sensitive nerve. Many years ago, they had sent many experts to kill Shur Xiling, but they were all defeated. Blood dyed the western border, and that family of 3 escaped. Today, the people of the Martial King's family also made their move. They paid great attention. After all, that child broke their family's dual pupil kid's record, but no one knew what kind of action they were going to take. Martial King closed himself in isolation and hasn't appeared in many years. We don't know whether he's dead or alive, but in the past, he was able to compete for the position of emperor, so he must be a terrifying existence. They are a terrifying and astonishing family of people. Although there were many outstanding talents within the capital, the Martial King family's Shuri was enough to surpass them all. It's terrifying. When heated discussions aroused within the boundless void god realm and the borderless ancient boundary, many huge clans made their moves. The little guy and Qingfeng once again continued moving. They received the precise locations of the Heaven Mending Pavilion and Zhulu Academy from the Void God Realm, and began to head towards their destination. The journey was truly long. According to their estimations, there was still at least a distance of 100,000 li, perhaps it was even 1,000,000 li, as huge cities and endless mountains separated them. It was absolutely impossible for ordinary people to walk there, since there were unmeasurable dangers en route. Fierce beasts flooded the lands, and vicious birds streaked across the sky, making the journey extremely difficult. Human habitats were like tiny islands within the middle of a vast ocean. All kinds of large tribes were sprinkled within the boundless ancient forests. Large cities were created one after another, dividing up this great wasteland and endless mountains among themselves. There was absolutely no way for people to know that the two traveled alone, without any protection from seniors. They traversed the countless dangerous places within the endless and desolate mountains while fighting bloody battles continuously along the way, advancing forward through life and death battles. This was the best type of training. They passed through over 10 huge cities along the way, and once again set out toward their destination after a period of respite. Their speed was not slow, and they accumulated a lot of experience. En route, they only captured speedy vicious beasts like the unicorn or spirited birds that weren't violent, and used them as modes of transportation. In the blink of an eye, another few months passed, and they actually traveled forward another 60 to 70,000 li. They were like little savages since they were wearing dilapidated clothing while rapidly traveling on the backs of terrifying vicious beasts. Now, their understandings of the great wasteland far surpassed people of the cities. At times, just by smelling something unique, or by watching how the wind blew past the grass, they would know that some terrifying creature was about to appear. Finally, they neared their destination, the rumored ancient sacred land. Heaven Mending Pavilion and Julu Academy were in the same direction, and were pretty close to each other. Of course, the close was relative to the vast earth, because the two were actually separated by a distance of 90,000 li. 90,000 li was enough to terrify many ordinary people, and was a terrifying number for them. Little big bro, join Heaven Mending Pavilion with me. We're almost there. Qingfeng was afraid the little guy would leave him when they arrived at their destination. The two little savages scuttled through the desolate forest in their shabby clothing that had clashed with thorns and brambles. Furthermore, there was also Harry Ball who was black all over. Let's make our decision based on the situation, the little guy said. You have to stay, or I'll leave too. Qingfeng was unwilling to let go. There are so many people. The little guy was amazed. A long way from Heaven Mending Pavilion, they already saw divine mounts like vicious beasts galloping, and spirited birds spreading their wings with humans riding on them. Wah, such a powerful spirited beast. Little big bro, look quickly. That's the legendary white jade-horned elephant. Its entire body is spotlessly white, sparkling and translucent. It is covered in dense symbols. It's so divine. According to legends, the white jade-horned elephant is the holy protector beast of the little western sky. I never would have thought that there would be a descendant of it here. The little guy nodded. On their journey in and out of the great wasteland, they entered many huge cities. They understood much more about the current situation, and increased their knowledge by quite a bit. Little Western Sky was an extremely terrifying and powerful religion that had been passed on for a long time. It was possible to trace their history back to an extremely ancient period. According to the group of vicious bandits I defeated, they had something to do with the Little Western Sky. The little guy frowned. He did not want to irritate the religion prematurely because they had an extremely powerful might. It seems like it really is the people from the Little Western Sky. With their deep and ancient bases, they don't need to cultivate at the Heaven Mending Pavilion at all. Qingfeng was suspicious. Don't get involved with them. The little guy pulled him back and leaned against the side of the road. Suddenly, a terrifying shock wave was transmitted from the air as a brightly winged and beautifully colored fierce bird streaked across the sky while carrying over 10 females. This time, Qingfeng could not contain his surprise. Many people on the road were shocked and could not help but raise their head to look closely. That is a rainbow peacock with a direct blood relation to the archaic god king. It's so powerful and mysterious. Oh, a roar that sounded like thunder rumbling shook and swayed the mountains and rivers. A 9-headed lion that was gold all over appeared close by. It spat of clouds and mists of golden light that flowed into every direction as if it was discontent with the cry of the rainbow peacock. That shouldn't be an archaic descendant, right? Everyone was shocked. That is precisely an archaic descendant that belongs to the noble clan of an ancient country. This are noble princes and princesses coming to heaven-mending pavilion? This is truly astonishing. There was a palace on the back of the nine-headed lion with a faintly discernible figure who had an extraordinary aura. It actually might be one of the noble princes and princesses who were sent here under the protection of many experts. The little guy and Qingfeng looked at each other. It was truly astonishing that they met some individuals with extremely high statuses and powers when they were still on their journey. When they walked forward some more, they discovered more and more spirit birds and beasts who were all extremely terrifying. Some were terrified to the point of making people tremble. Compared to those people, the little guy and Qingfeng looked like two pitiful beggars in their shabby clothing without a single beast as transportation. "How about we go and capture some wild beasts?" Qingfeng lightly said. "Forget it. How come there are so many people here?" The little guy was suspicious. "Don't you know? Recently, Heaven Mending Pavilion has been incredible. That strange child in the Void God realm is supposed to come, and it invoked commotion everywhere. Many people came specifically because of this rumor." When Qingfeng heard this, he sneakily laughed on the side. "You're the one that's strange." The little guy silently cursed but did not say it out loud. With his messy appearance, he gently asked, "Is it that big of a deal?" "It is. Many great powers want to find him. Some want to entice him in, and naturally there would be some who want to harm him." The little guy frowned and did not say much as he dragged Qingfeng back onto the road. "Look, a phoenix chariot flew over. What kind of strange bird is it that could be so beautiful? Could it be a green phoenix?" Some people cried out in alarm. The sky overflowed with vibrantly colored lights as a carriage streaked past the sky. A green phoenix flickered with precious light as it emitted its powerful aura when it flew over everyone's heads. "This is Fire Nation's Phoenix Charity. Wu, another exceptional character, is here." Someone sighed. "Little big bro, are they all here for you?" Qingfeng gently said. "It doesn't look like it." The little guy furrowed his brows and shook his head. Shortly after, they finally obtained a piece of astonishing news. Heaven Mending Academy was going to publicly open their holy institution, claiming that only the most stunning talents were allowed in. Furthermore, the little guy obtained another piece of information that sure might come. "It's truly going to get lively around here. That naughty child in the Void God realm who was the best at messing around is going to come, and that dual-pupiled person might have his younger brothers and sisters from his clan sent over. Perhaps they might meet each other. I have also heard about this, as this is fresh news. That sure has a powerful spirit and actually wants to look around the holy institution. After such news spread, it would naturally evoke a lot of controversy. The dual-pupil person was going to come and even enroll in the holy institution. This was absolutely an explosive piece of news. It would inevitably trigger a huge ruckus, whether it was the ancient country or the Void God realm. The mountains rose and fell, ancient trees were everywhere, and a curling mist lingered about. The closer they got to the Heaven Mending Pavilion, the more elegant it appeared. The mountains were not that difficult to travel through, and as the multicolored cloudy vapors impressively floated about, all types of beasts were roaming about. Along the way, they even saw many lakes that were pure and clear. Spirited fish were moving about, and their stripes glistened beautifully as they reflected off the surface of the water. This is truly a great place. This is only the area surrounding the Heaven Mending Pavilion, yet it already has such a dense spiritual influence that is quite suitable for cultivation. Someone admired. Wu, it's no wonder that they were able to pass on their traditions from the ancient era until now. From this pure land alone, one could tell that they were destined to be auspicious and prosperous. More and more people appeared along the way, and a wide road extended out from within the mountains. Fierce beasts could no longer be seen, and it was much safer to travel through. Only trained birds and beasts could be seen now. After walking forward for over another 100 li, a stone tablet was fixated on the ground with 3 words engraved on top: Heaven Mending Pavilion. The calligraphy was bold and vigorous, and a faintly discernible boundless and majestic aura assailed everyone's vision, as if an enormous tower was looking down upon everyone. Arriving here only signified that they were approaching Heaven Mending Academy. It was not the actual mountain gate, and this place was still considered the outer region. So many people! Qingfeng gasped in surprise. After arriving here, he discovered that tens of thousands of individuals were already waiting here, packing this entire area with people. Why are there so many people? Some others were shocked as well. Someone at the side said, "Why don't you guys just think about it for a bit? Who doesn't want to enter Heaven Mending Academy whenever they recruit? This is a pure land, and even huge clans need to try their hardest to obtain such a reputation." The tens of thousands of people had arrived a long time ago and had been waiting here many days in advance. The mountainous area in front of the stone tablet was congested, and some people even laid down beast skins on neighboring mountains to sit on. The world is vast and far-flung, and the great wastelands are laid across it. Many people are absolutely incapable of crossing a distance of over 100,000 li, otherwise there'd be more people. An elderly man sighed and said, what he said was the truth. The people of small clans were simply incapable of traveling several thousand li. Even with all their clan's forces guarding the children, it would be difficult to reach here. In order to select the greatest geniuses, Heaven Mending Academy would send out some emissaries across the Great Wastelands every year. They would visit all kinds of large tribes to personally find and select especially gifted children to personally invite them to the Heaven Mending Pavilion. The tens of thousands of people ahead were all people who were escorted here from extremely large tribes, because only a large tribe could travel across millions of li while escorting clansmen. Could be said that the mood in the region was very serious. The place was all made of up large clans that selected their best children together and came here. This still isn't considered much. When they actually start the selection in a few days, there will be more people. A young man that was 15 or 16 years old sighed. This was his third time coming here because he had failed his first 2 attempts. Little big bro, look. There are so many weird people looking for something. They shouldn't be looking for you, right? Qingfeng quietly said. N. The little guy nodded. The fact that he was coming to Heaven Mending Pavilion had been leaked several months ago in the Void God realm. Many large powers, including noble families, all sent out war generals here in order to keep an eye out for him. Not so far away, a group of men dressed in black armor had eyes like lightning as they fearlessly and vigorously walked over. It was obvious with just a glance that they came from a disciplined military force and they were currently searching for something. Unfortunately, there were too many tens of thousands of people. They got a headache from trying to identify people. In another not-so-far-away place, a pure white divine feather sat across the cross. There were over 10 females of top with circulating eyes as they also tried to search for someone. There were many troops like this too. The little guy swept his gaze over and discovered over 100 groups of these people. This was only the people nearby. People with similar intentions numbered in the thousands, and they all came from large powers who were able to muster up such troops. Harry Ball, stop pretending to be dead. Hurry and get up. The little guy seized the little yawning monkey on his shoulders. It was plump and was originally gold-colored. However, the little guy's party were currently rather dirty, and Harry Ball had been dyed a dirty black by the blood of beasts a long time ago. Transform yourself into your normal appearance. Don't let anyone recognize you at all, the little guy warned. This was not an ordinary place at all. If anyone recognized the Golden Juyen by chance, a huge ruckus would certainly arise. Harry Ball resentfully muttered, and his fur instantly transformed ashen white. His pair of large eyes became expressionless and it looked lifeless. Then it once again laid across his shoulders and began to sleep soundly. At the same time, the little guy was slowly transforming too. His face became rounder and rounder until it finally became as cute as an apple. The only difference was that his large eyes became smaller, so his face became fleshier. Yeah, it's useful. Qingfeng was amazed and his mouth revealed his joy. Although his little big bro's appearance was not as pretty as before, he looked pretty cute no matter how you looked at him. He wanted to pinch him a few times really badly. This was the only little ability that the little guy learned from Harry Ball. It was a transformation technique that could change his appearance and skeletal structure. It was a pretty wondrous technique. The Zhuyan was considered one of the ancient apes. According to legends, they could transform into 72 different appearances, and it was an unrivaled precious technique that could conquer the ancient era. Unfortunately, the symbols within Harry Ball were smashed, and its imprints had been destroyed. Only this small little transformation was left. The powerful 72 transformation technique was mostly destroyed and was impossible to recreate again. Just like that three-headed six-arm technique, both of these unrivaled abilities were unobtainable anymore, and the little guy became very regretful. He studied Harry Ball for a long time without any major accomplishments. Qingfeng, you can enter the mountain gates directly. Take this talisman and you won't need to pass the trial, immediately becoming one of Heaven Mending Pavilion's most valued disciples. Qingfeng lowered his face. It was the talisman that his little big bro obtained, yet he gave it to him right now, making him feel ashamed. Along the way, he mentioned that he would personally accept the challenge many times, but his little big brother would not agree. There's no need to be so polite between us, since we are brothers, the little guy urged. Little big bro, you aren't going to leave, right? Qingfeng was worried sick. Don't worry, I won't leave. After arriving to an ancient pure land like this, I have to learn some stuff no matter what. I can't just enter into such a precious place and leave empty-handed. I'll accompany you for a few more days until you pass the trial. Qingfeng said this because he feared that the little guy was going to leave. Someone's entering using the talisman. Some people far away cried out and immediately stirred up a huge ruckus. Many people were endlessly envying from afar, and over 10,000 people's eyes turned red. This is the 15th one. During these past few days, there has been over 10 people that used the tablet to get in. The little guy and Qingfeng was astonished from hearing that as they paid close attention from the side. That still isn't the most glorious thing. Do you guys see those noble residences over there? There are some huge characters living there, and they sent over some of their special children who absolutely do not need to use the talisman to receive the highest degree of education. Someone pointed forward, and there were beautiful mountain peaks that had many palaces resting upon them. There were many respectable guests dwelling there, and their auspicious beasts were resting around the mountain. Everyone trembled and shivered. There were people from Little Western Sky, daughters of supreme emperors, and the children of archaic descendants. There were even more powerful and mysterious people like Shuri. After several days, the day had finally come. The day that Heaven Mending Pavilion began their trial to select this year's disciples arrived. As expected, the number of people had increased by a lot. Within the surrounding regions of Heaven Mending Academy, 80 to 90,000 people were now densely packed within. Finally, a group of people quickly arrived from a distant mountain gain, and were perhaps sitting on top of a beast bone. They might even have been sitting on some strange stone, and they were packed with dense symbols. While hovering roughly a zhang above the ground, they were looking towards everyone. The Heaven Mending Pavilion's most important individuals had appeared. Without saying any unnecessary words, they lead everyone to the true mountain gate. Along the way, the mountain range seemed as if a hornless dragon was lying down, and it had a rather imposing aura. Sometimes, it was possible to see precious old medicine taking root along the cliff or precipices, but no one dared to pluck them. Here, people saw some of the deep collections of the ancient Pure Land, and exposed their shocked expressions. A rare dog leaf vine that's rumored to soon be extinct. This one had been growing for at least a few hundred years. Someone pointed. On a short nearby mountain, a pitch-black, weird-leaved vine wriggled and stretched. Its growth was very good, and its leaves were jet black and oddly shaped like a black dog. It was not very thick or large. It was as thick as a wrist and only several meters long. Don't think about any weird ideas. The Heaven Mending Academy keeps track of these old medicines, and they will continue to raise them until they become true spirit medicines. Even if it takes several thousand years, they will still leave it for their descendants, someone warned. Along the way, people saw many rare precious medicines. If this was any other place, they would have been picked dry already. However, at this place, they were all reserved. Being grown within these mountains, no one dared to do anything to them. There's a gathering of spirit medicine there, Someone cried out in alarm. Along the road was a forest, and within it lied a cold pond. Strands of purple energy were rising from within, and even though they were separated by quite a distance, a bone-chilling sensation could be felt. Right beside that cold pond, there was a plant rooted in place. It had 4 leaves altogether, and its entire body was purple. Precious splendor drizzled about the plant, and on top of each leaf were star-like patterns, making them exceptionally beautiful. This is stargrass, and it already has 4 leaves. This is indeed a rare and precious genuine spirit plant. The people were once again experienced the deepness of the heaven-mending pavilion. There were such rare medicines within the surrounding regions, yet they were not afraid of anyone stealing them. Little big bro, the spirit medicines that we plucked don't seem like much when compared to this, said Qingfeng quietly. His expression was full of astonishment. The little guy nodded. When they trekked through hundreds of thousands of li within the great wasteland, they plucked over 10 pieces of precious medicine from all types of dangerous areas. Looking at it now, only 3 or 4 of them could be considered genuine spirit medicines, and they had all been eaten by Qingfeng already. In reality, the reason Qingfeng was able to quickly and fiercely break through into the blood transformation realm was greatly attributed to those 2 or 3 genuine spirit medicines. Let's come back later and study a bit. Let's see whether or not we could let Harry Ball move around a bit to get rid of some bugs and weeds for the heaven-mending pavilion. And we'll conveniently pluck some medicine as well, said the little guy. Qingfeng was immediately scared into jumping and immediately closed his mouth. He did not dare to raise this topic again. Finally, they arrived in front of a huge mountain gate. 2 naturally formed mountains were side by side, forming a natural door. They were lofty and majestic, and were covered in a hazy and perspicuous air. Many people come here every year, but few can actually go in. Hopefully, a few more people can enter through these gates again. An elder with an immortal appearance opened his mouth. He sat upon a large limestone at the mountain gate and looked towards the group of people. Qingfeng, go, the little guy urged. And, finally, Qingfeng brought the talisman and walked towards the mountain gate. Ah, another genius. This should be the 16th talisman. Everyone gasped out in surprise with incredible envy. With a large honglong, a huge bird appeared in the distance. Its wings stretched across the sky and covered the earth as it flew over like a black cloud. The aura it emitted was exceptionally terrifying, making everyone tremble. Many people almost fell to the floor. That is an archaic descendant. What kind of family would use such a creature to accompany their children? Everyone gasped in shock. This huge bird was extremely terrifying and enormous. The large shadow it casted over the earth made everyone choke. A few elders and youngsters were faintly visible as they stood atop it. Everyone was amazed. They really were sending off their children here. That is the martial king's mount. I think that godlike child must have arrived. Who? Shuri. There was someone who recognized the origins of this huge bird, and it represented the power and influence of the martial king. This was as true archaic descendant, and during these past few days, it had always perched beside the honorable guest's mountain. It had formally made its appearance today. Let it through, shouted the elder who sat near the mountain, and allowed the terrifying archaic descendant through without letting anyone obstruct it. It was actually true. Shuri is going to enter the heaven-mending pavilion. He only has one goal: standing shoulder to shoulder with ancient saints. Everyone was astonished, and they finally confirmed it now. The actual confirmation of this news would most certainly stir up some huge commotion. Comparatively, when Qingfeng used his talisman to enter, no one paid much attention at all. He was instantly overshadowed. Shuri has appeared, and the rumors were true. For such a glorious power to enter through those mountain gates, it's simply too shocking. Even some clan elders of larger tribes squinted their eyes as radiance burst out. The wings of the enormous archaic descendant hammered the skies and aroused waves after waves of terrifyingly strong winds. As they swept past, the people below began to feel a piercing pain on their faces. As it rapidly entered into the depths of the heaven-mending pavilion's gates, Numerous young people were left dumbstruck. He was reputed to be a godlike young man who was blessed by extraordinary gifts. He was enveloped in a halo of divinity, and was born into the world like a blazing sun that illuminated the endless mountains and rivers, as well as leaving behind many legends. Only the ancient heaven-mending pavilion holy institution could attract him here. There is destined to be a gargantuan wave that will engulf this place. Everyone knew that this news would spread into all the lands and tremble the ancient countries. Many young people clenched their fists while burning with passion. When they thought about the opportunity to challenge this young man who seemed like a god while cultivating within the Pure Land, they all became incredibly excited. 10 years from now, when they thought back to this day, they might feel a sense of glory. To be able to challenge a young supreme being as well as attend the same school as him, this would certainly be an illustrious accomplishment. As long as you are powerful enough and meet the qualifications, then you all will have the opportunity to enter the holy institution as well. The elder who sat in front of the gate spoke, and his entire body glowed as he spoke in a thunder-like voice. Many youth were excited as their blood boiled. All of their fighting spirits were high, and their eyes blossomed with astonishing radiance. A group of clan elders secretly sighed. They shook their head while looking at their own clan's children. What kind of place was this holy institution? Having 1 out of 10 enter every 100 years would already be quite excellent. Woo, fellow cultivators, what is going on? Arriving in front of my heaven-mending pavilion? Do you need something? In front of that mountain gate, that old man spoke out once again. Whenever he blinked his eyes, cymbals would rumble like the oceans, deafening and shaking people until their vision even became blurred. Too many people came today. Aside from this group of youngsters who want to enter through the mountain gate, there were many noble officials and great powers who had sent their spies here. They were all searching for a specific child. Fellow cultivator, forgive me. We are only here to attend a ritual, someone said. This was how it was in reality. Although everyone knew the truth, no one dared to bluntly shout it out. That old man continued to sit on that large rock and did not say anything else. However, it was obvious that as soon as something happened, he would not continue to watch with folded arms. All of the large clans knew about the matters within the Void God realm, and the Heaven-Mending Pavilion naturally knew as well. They understood perfectly well what was going on. Shwa! A multicolored light flashed by, and a 5-colored Luan appeared. A female wearing a set of golden battle clothes was currently sitting upright on top of it, and culls of mist and divine light enshrouded its body. Her facial appearance was picturesque, and her charming face was sparkling. The golden armor could not conceal her impressive womanly figure. With elegant curves and beautiful, she was like a gorgeous war god. Zulu Academy's female war god. Everyone gasped with surprise. Her gaze was like lightning. It was extremely strict, and it swept over the numerous crowd, inspecting them one by one. Her goal was quite obvious. Zulu Academy is truly straightforward. They came to the Heaven-Mending Academy to steal people. Many people were amazed. They didn't even need to think in order to know what was going on. Little child, you are stepping over your boundaries. The elder in front of the mountain gate spoke. Senior is thinking too much, spoke the female war god. Her body was covered in golden armor and her breasts were plump. Her waist was as soft as a willow, and her legs were as straight as pencils. Her sparkling face was incredibly calm, and there was a unique beauty to her. At this precise moment, groups of troops began to take action as well. With this female war god leading the way, the other large powers no longer hesitated. They rapidly inspected the masses in order to find their target. Since this was outside the mountain, they had not yet truly entered inside. Once the selection finished and that odd child entered inside, they would never have another chance. Trial begin. The elder in front of the mountain gate did not say any more. His best method was to immediately let the young people into the trials, because the outsiders had no way of setting their feet inside. A group of people appeared, and it was precisely this group of experts who were going to lead everyone in. They were either standing in midair on cymbal bones or sitting on flying rocks as they divided the 80 to 90,000 people into 8 groups. Let's go and head for the ancient battlefield. They did not enter through the mountain gate but instead lead everyone westward. This entire path was filled with dense forests on both sides, and the surrounding scenery became increasingly desolate. The propitious air and colored fog disappeared as miasma appeared within this ancient and wretched forest. West of the heaven-mending pavilion was once an ancient and boundless battlefield that took up a vast amount of land. Now, however, it was simply a great wasteland. This endless mountainous region was taken control of by the heaven-mending pavilion a long time ago. They were quite clear what types of malicious beasts resided here, and it became a type of trial ground. This battlefield is altogether divided into 8 regions. We already laid down the symbol formations to ensure no evil beasts could enter within. The people from the heaven-mending pavilion explained the rules. They did not need anyone to battle any beasts because it would inevitably end in their death, and that type of selection method would be too bloody. As long as these children managed to make their way into the symbol region, it would be enough. Resisting against the ancient symbol formation is incredibly challenging. I've already failed 3 times. An 18 to 19-old youth agonizingly said. He was considered outstanding within his clan and was sent here every single time. However, as soon as he got here, he could not pass through and failed. If anyone is strong enough to break into the symbol regions, he or she could enter the second round. There's a nice surprise there, but there are quite a few vicious beasts as well. As a result, it is incredibly dangerous, so make your decisions carefully. The people of heaven-mending pavilion spoke, but they did not explain any further. However, this was enough to make everyone understand that the symbol region was for the selection of ordinary disciples, and the second stage of the battlefield was a trial by fire for geniuses. That's enough. Enter the battlefield. An order came down, and the 8 groups people endlessly swarmed into their respective regions. There was absolutely no reason to fear whether the space was big enough or not, since this place was truly huge. The war generals of many great powers became anxious. How would they find a single child within a group of this many people? It was truly too late to start searching now. Finally, they charged into all the entrances and unwillingly exercised their final search. Unfortunately, their actions were destined to be fruitless. The little guy's face resembled a large apple right now. His face was chubby and made it irresistible for people to want to pinch his cheeks. This appearance was completely different from when he was in the Void God realm. Little fatty, what are you looking at? Don't dawdle and stop walking for no reason. A little girl smiled and came to pinch him. The little guy was depressed. Wasn't he just looking at the pretty female disciples of heaven-mending pavilion for a bit? He did not even look for a long time. How was that enough to warrant a pinch? Little fatty, shouldn't you try and lose weight? Being so chubby is not good for cultivation. As soon as he was going to entering the nearby ancient battlefield, another female disciple pinched his apple-like face with a smile. I'm not fat. He lightly muttered and instantly disappeared after he stepped into the flashing symbol gate. Everything was stirring within the Void God realm. News of what happened at Heaven-Mending Pavilion quickly spread, and many people at the Heavenly Passage Paradise already knew what happened. Sure went as expected, so Heaven-Mending Pavilion's prestige will greatly increase. Could another saint come out of there in the future? Marshal King's family truly knows how to muster up a large force. They used an archaic descendant to send him over. They take care of him extremely well, and use all that they could in order to raise him. Wu, it is unknown whether the Marshal King family's 13th elder is alive or not. The genius, Shi Xiling, had also disappeared for many years. Obviously, they were going to use all their power to raise that dual-pupil person. As soon as he matures, he would inevitably become a great power. Void God Realm was clamoring as the news was spread out at an astonishing rate. All of the great ancient countries trembled when they quickly obtained news of what happened at the Heaven-Mending Pavilion. The name Shi created a large disturbance. It seemed as if everyone was currently discussing it. Soon after, people began to bring up the little guy as well, as even now no one had found a trace of him. No one had seen him yet. Did that naughty kid really go to the Heaven-Mending Pavilion? Why haven't they found him yet? Something's off here. With that child's strange nature, I feel like he most likely shook all of us off and purposely tormented the large families. That's actually highly likely. They've waited for such a long time, and yet there still hadn't been any news about that naughty kid, making everyone's faces darken. They began to felt that it was increasingly likely that they'd been swindled by that devilish brat. Something's still off. Didn't that coin elder make a poisonous oath? Does he dare to deceive a noble princess? That also makes sense. Then why didn't he show up? Whether it's the Heaven-Mending Pavilion or Zhulu Academy, there hasn't been a single trace of him at either location. Everyone wished that the little guy would show up at Heaven-Mending Pavilion. After all, he broke one of Shiyi's records. The two of them meeting up in the real world was something that people longed for even more. Heaven-Mending Pavilion. Within the 8th region of the ancient battlefield, the little guy stepped into a forest and stared forward. Floating symbols began to shine before targeting him. There weren't any wild beasts or vicious birds here, and there were only endless symbols. For many people, this was like breaking through the heavens, and it was extremely hard. Clearly, the little guy was not like these people. He stamped on the ground, cracking the ground beneath him. As a result, huge rocks soared through the air and immediately smashed into the symbols, extinguishing them. He did not think too much over it, nor did he waste much time or effort. He easily and directly broke through the symbols while charging forward. Everything in front of him was violently destroyed. This was due to the fact that although these symbols were complex, they did not hold any significance before him. He had already researched them a long time ago, and had long exceeded this realm. He did not want to break them one by one and make unnecessary delays, and that was why he was currently charging like a madman. This place is pretty big. No wonder they gave us 3 days, he muttered to himself while breaking through everything like hot knife through butter. Soon after, he entered into the depths of the 8th region. After he arrived there, he found the difficulty of the symbols beginning to grow stronger. Some formations became a little more interesting, so he began to stop from time to time and increased the time he began to pause for. Breaking through formations is too dull. It's really boring, the little guy muttered. People who are skilled really do not know the suffering of others. Just how exhausted were those people behind him? From 7 to 8-year-olds to those in their 20s, they were all completely drained. Their sweat rained down like rain, and they were all about to collapse. Is there a mistake? Does Heaven-Mending Pavilion not want to recruit anyone today? How come the setup of the symbols is so complex? How many people will pass? AI, it's all trouble caused by geniuses. First it's Shi, then it's the Emperor's daughter, and even an odd child was going to come. With the arrival of these geniuses, they acted correspondingly. Therefore, Heaven-Mending Pavilion naturally set up their gates a little harder. This group of people complained. They were all incomparably angry. The little guy was strolling across the depths of the 8th region. After pondering for a bit, his eyes suddenly shined as he excitedly clenched his fists and began to laugh. Since there are symbols here, there must be precious bones underneath the ground. His eyes emitted a thieving light as his figure turned into a shadow. He rapidly bore through the ground and searched everywhere in hopes of finding the primitive precious bones. I found it. There definitely has to be one here. He stopped while facing a short mountain that was only 10 meters tall. He carefully studied for a bit, then with a whistle, he rapidly charged forward with all of the strength of the symbols within his body in order to take violent and tyrannical actions. Hong, hong. Finally, smoke and dust rose into the air as this short mountain was smashed by the little guy. A sparkling precious bone fell out from within. He quickly ran over as he picked it up with a smile on his face. Afterwards, like a thief, he gazed into every direction and quickly put it into his bosoms before disappearing again like smoke. In such a large ancient battlefield, there has to be more than one piece, the little guy muttered. He completely treated this place like his vegetable garden as he prepared to pull out all the radishes. Hong! He found the second target, and he was even more direct this time. He smashed this rocky dam apart with a kick, and the radiance of the symbols flourished greatly as a precious bone appeared. Although it's not the rarest bone, it's still not bad. The little guy was all smiles. His apple-like face overflowed with smiles and exposed his pretty little canine teeth. He advanced just like this, constantly breaking the formations in order to excavate the precious bones within. He quickly obtained 10 of them, and wrapped them all completely in beast skin before carrying them on his back. Why is it becoming easier? Could it be my strength restored? At this precise moment, then tens of thousands of youngsters within the 8th region were all amazed as they felt the difficulty decreasing. All of them were incredibly excited as they dauntlessly charged forward with great efforts. Why do I feel like I will succeed in passing this time? At this moment in the 8th region, not only one person, but all the people began to have self-confidence again. They were all incredibly excited as they all started to charge forward with all their strength. Time slowly elapsed and the people outside were all anxious as they waited, especially all the clan elders of large clans. They came in order to protect their own clan's disciples, and they don't know how many people would be left over in the end. The hurdle is too difficult this year. I reckon that many clans will be dispirited and disappointed since not many children can remain. An elder of heaven-mending pavilion lightly spoke. Beside him were several people who clearly held rather high statuses. All of them nodded, and one person said, "After all, many geniuses wanted to come, and they took up quite a few places. We can only do this. I don't know which region is the strongest, and will have the most people come out. Quite a bit of time has passed already. If they are outstanding enough, then there should be children who have charged out already. We should go to the exits and wait there in order to lead anyone that comes out through heaven-mending pavilion's mountain gate." An elder furrowed his brows with some worry and said, "I truly fear that some region will have no one come out. After all, that last trial is a bit hard, since it was prepared for the geniuses." Even so, they left for the exit in order to greet the children who successfully passed the trial. When all the elders of large clans and tribes saw this, they immediately followed with a bit of nervousness within their hearts. They all wished that their clans would have more children who could remain. At the same time, discussion and comments were everywhere within the Void God realm. Everyone was awaiting the appearance of the naughty child. In the end, they were disappointed that there wasn't any commotion. That baby shouldn't have tricked us too, right? At the starting ground, Hammer Uncle furrowed his brows. He shouldn't have. Bird Grandpa was as calm as ever. Coin Elder said, "I have a feeling that this devilish brat will most likely create an even bigger commotion this time. Just wait and see." Within the 8th region, the little guy was carrying a huge beast skin bag. Inside of it were 18 sparkling and translucent symbol bones, and they were flashing with multicolored light as dense symbols covered the interior. Although they weren't the precious bones of descendants, such a large bag was still invaluable. There were some genuine bones that used to belong to archaic descendants, and they were used to suppress and protect the land. Unfortunately, he couldn't dig any of those out. Had he truly dug deeper, he might have suffered some severe injuries and created an extremely large scene. The little guy was behaving like a thief as he observed the surrounding scene. He did not see anyone come to arrest him, and began to calm down. "Since I already got these, I need to leave quickly." He slipped away like smoke, and disappeared as soon as he uttered those words. He was preparing to enter the second stage of the battlefield since he truly could not stay here any longer. Otherwise, he feared that someone would deal with him out of extreme anger. Everyone was extremely happy inside the 8th region. The more they charged inside, the more confident they were. They felt as if they had unlimited strength inside of them as they broke through the formations extremely easily. Over 10,000 people were rapidly advancing. They were scattered within different forests as they charged to the finish line from every direction with complete confidence in victory. By heaven and earth, I've failed 4 times already. Today, I'll certainly succeed, and my bitter cultivation will not be in vain. A young man roughly 20 years old had tears flowing from his eyes. This isn't that hard, and it's my first time taking the trial. Why does it feel like I can pretty much pass this? Looks like I'm truly a genius. A nasally kid once said with extreme happiness. A patch of symbols flashed at the exit, but the little guy ignored it without thinking too much. He charged towards another side, and ahead of him, Multicolored light dazzled and glittered before transforming into a barrier to block him. Hong! The little guy extended his 10 fingers to display his might. They lightly erupted as he utilized the Swan Knee's precious technique to directly smash apart the barrier. Then he quickly jumped over. This was a battlefield that was even more ancient than the one before it, with ancient trees reaching the sky as apes cried and tigers whistled. As soon as he entered, he felt a bleak and ancient atmosphere assaulting his face. With a wonglong sound, a mountain peak in the distance collapsed as a huge black tiger roared into the sky. With a single press of its claws, it immediately collapsed that mountain peak. It was so terrifying that it made people tremble. So scary. That figure is so big. Even the little guy was a bit shocked. Although that pitch-black tiger wasn't an archaic descendant, it absolutely was not a creature that should be provoked, and was a terrifying beast king. This is worthy of being the second stage of the battlefield. It is indeed a battle of life and death here, and it's completely up to one's own choice. People from another direction entered the second level of the battlefield as well. Anyone capable of entering this place was naturally a genius. They all immediately concealed and hid themselves. Otherwise, they might be suddenly hunted down by a vicious beasts that scuttled out. The second level of the battlefield was interconnected. People from all 8 regions ended up meeting here, since there was no distinction in this stage. The little guy was not nervous at all after entering. After all, he had already crashed through almost 1,000,000 li of the Great Wasteland while sometimes protecting Qingfeng as well. He could not be any more familiar with ancient forests like these. After observing for a while, he quickly traversed through the thick forest like a nimble ancient divine leopard, and startled a group of wild beasts. However, he did not provoke any of those terrifying creatures. Finally, he understood the circumstances surrounding him, and he once again carefully thought for a while. Following that, like a thief, he began to sort out his stolen goods. He was very cautious and prudent. He separated the 18 precious bones into 6 piles of 3s and buried them into different places. Some were buried in swamps, some in streams, and some were even placed in abandoned bird nests. After he thought for a bit, this so-called second battlefield was a lot like the Great Wasteland since no one protected him. He thought that there should be a way for him to detour around here in the future to retrieve his hidden stuff. Everything had been taken care of, and his heart was at peace again. He straightened his back and raised his head with a just and honorable look on his face. With a magnanimous appearance, he started to stroll through the forest. According to the requirements, he had to find a tablet within the second battlefield, and upon it would be recorded the missions they had to carry out. Obviously, they did not point out the exact direction to the tablet. They wanted these youth to get out of their comfort zones by challenging these fierce beasts and vicious birds, testing these geniuses. The little guy was fully content with his own achievements, and he became calm and tranquil. However, he did not know that the people outside were about to suffer through torment. The elders of Heaven Mending Pavilion brought a squadron towards each of the 8 regions. They arrived quickly in order to wait for all the successful children that passed the trial. The first region is truly a bit pitiful. How come there's only 9 children who succeeded up until now? Looks like the hurdle this time is too large. As soon as they arrived, the faces of clan elders from all types of clans darkened. This test was simply too difficult. How could there be so few who made it out of over tens of thousands? One must know that the people who came here were already carefully selected by their clans, and were extremely outstanding. Why couldn't they accomplish anything here at the Heaven Mending Pavilion? Even though everyone was dissatisfied, they knew what was going on within their hearts. There were children from nobility, and there were even archaic descendants too who wished to enter the Heaven Mending Pavilion. These geniuses occupied the majority of the slots available. Therefore, the Heaven Mending Pavilion greatly raised the difficulty of selecting disciples this time. This caused many of the promising children to return back, defeated and in low spirits. "There's no other way. Too many experts showed up this time," said Heaven Mending Pavilion's elder Xianxia. Although he was regretful, there really was no way to satisfy everyone. There aren't many people at the second region either. There's only 16 people. AI! Everyone sighed. The third region was even more ridiculous, as only 8 people came. Furthermore, they were all extremely exhausted and sweaty all over. This is too hard. Everyone was complaining as their faces darkened. Don't worry, there is still 3 days of time left. The people who passed the trial now are all outstanding people. There has to be more people behind them, Heaven Mending Pavilion's elder Zhuiyun said. It's certain that there will be some, but there won't be too many. The longer that time passes by, the more weary and exhausted people will be. So where will they get the strength to break the formation? An elder from a huge clan retorted. That might not necessarily be so. There are still some geniuses who are in the second battlefield right now. I believe there will be quite a bit of people. The few elders of Heaven Mending Pavilion consoled everyone. Be that as it may, the following few regions were similarly bleak, and everyone's hearts immediately sank as their faces became uglier. Although the elders of Heaven Mending Pavilion were apologetic, their hearts were incredibly excited because all the disciples this time were extremely talented and would inevitably surpass the past ones. When they finally arrived at the 8th region, the situation changed. This made some of the elders of large clans hopeful, because there were actually almost 100 people here. My God! The geniuses were all concentrated in the 8th region. It's unprecedented that there are actually so many people here. The number here actually surpassed the 7 previous regions combined. Heaven Mending Pavilion's elder Xianxia nodded his head with a full smile on his face. That's right. The 8th region is pretty good. Zhuiyun approved. All the clan elders of large clans began to ease up a bit since it was not as ugly as they thought. That's my clan's Demeng. He was defeated 4 times in a row, so I did not believe that he would actually succeed this year, haha. A clan elder carefully laughed. Hey, my clan's Qing who also succeeded. Look at his exuberant energy. It seems like he didn't waste that much strength. He's truly a heroic youngster and not so simple. All of these clan elders revealed their happiness one after the other with great excitement, because there was a steady flow of one young person after another walking out. Sometimes, they discovered that even their own clan's children were within the group. At first, Elder Xianxia hung a smile on his face and repeatedly nodded his head. So many geniuses had walked out from the 8th region, and he felt that they were actually quite formidable. However, he slowly began to feel as if something was off. Why were there still people coming out? So many people had walked out, and it seemed as if this line was never ending. 1, 2, 214. After a simple count, he could not help but furrow his brows. Why did so many people come out all of a sudden? The barrier was supposedly incredibly difficult, yet it seemed as if it was completely ineffective. 400, 401. He continued to count. Elder Xianxia was starting to fidget, and he muttered to himself, "There are so many geniuses, it truly is quite rare. This was unexpected, and certainly surpassed the past. Anyway, this is a good thing." Elder Zhuiyun satisfyingly nodded his head. When the number of people surpassed 1,000, Elder Xianxia's buttocks seemed to have been lit on fire and completely stood up. Elder Zhuiyun was a bit dumbstruck as well and said, "There are too much geniuses here. The 8th region is truly not so simple." The other elders frowned and quietly discussed among themselves. Someone opened their mouth and said, "There are too many people. This is not okay. Shouldn't we retest these people again? Otherwise, the number of people entering would greatly surpass our estimation. I'm afraid that won't be too good. Those elders of large tribes would have complaints and be discontent. After all, this year's barrier has been set exceptionally high," someone helplessly said. When the number of people reached 2,000, Elder Xianxia's face turned green. "Aren't there too many geniuses here?" Elder Zhuiyun was at a loss for words as well, and he did not know what to say. The other few elders of Heaven Mending Pavilion felt dizzy, and they were completely stunned. This can't be right. When the number of people reached 3,000, the elders all became restless and almost pulled their own beards out. Their faces all turned green as they were unable to remain calm any longer. On the contrary, all of the clan elders from large tribes and huge clans were beaming with joy and excitement. They all felt that their clan's children were great, and quite a few of them actually passed the test. Child, you're really not that bad. You passed the trial when you are still so young. Hey, your 20 years of effort is not in vain. You finally succeeded. After hearing the voices of these clan elders, the few elders of the heaven-mending pavilion were extremely furious. They were anxious to death in the face of this scene that was completely opposite from their initial established circumstances. What did I want to say? Oh, that's right. That kid still nasally and dripping with snot. How did he pass? Elder Xianxia was jumping in madness and became worried to the point that his head was spinning. Thank you, Elder, for your compliment. A 6 to 7 year of nasally kid walked out and bowed towards Elder Xianxia. He then wiped the snot from his nose and nearly rubbed it onto Elder Xianxia's body. To hell with it. There has to be something wrong here. At this moment, the elders of heaven mending pavilion wished that could darken their eyes and pass out, because the scene in front of their eyes was too terrifying. The number of people surpassed 4,000 people, and what was even more unforgivable was that these children walked shoulder to shoulder in large groups as they walked out. Let alone the present, there weren't even this many geniuses in the ancient era when saints were struggling for power. How did this look anything like passing a trial? These children were all smiles as they formed groups and walked forward. This was so shocking that many chins dropped to the floor. The few elders' faces were green until the point that they could not become any more green. In the end, they could not help but shout, "Investigate! Get to the bottom of this!" These voices were incredibly miserable, and it disturbed the higher powers of heaven mending pavilion. Many people became startled after hearing these voices, because they thought an archaic descendant was attacking or something. After 4 hours, there were finally no more children walking out. Everyone carefully counted, and discovered that a total of 8,927 people that cleared the trial. This number astonished the higher powers of heaven mending pavilion so much that their faces turned green, since this was too scary. This was a unique experience that surpassed all previous records from the start of time. 10,000 people entered, and only 1,000 or so did not come out. Everyone else had succeeded. After an hour, several elders were flustered and exasperated at the 8th region. Elder Xianxia and Zhuiyun almost spat out a mouthful of blood. God damn it! Who did this? After hearing those wretched and angry shouts, the clan elders of large clans all looked at each other in dismay. None of them knew what kind of provocation those few people received. After a short while, the higher powers of heaven mending pavilion received the news. All of their heads faced the sky and were speechless for a long time. What happened? The clan elders of large clans all carefully and prudently inquired. Finally, those higher powers all turned around and left. Looking at their backs, the people could not guess their mood or state of mind. There's a little thief that stole the precious bones of the 8th region and sabotaged the trial grounds. In the end, the news still leaked, and all the elders of large clans were dumbstruck and petrified. They began to look silly. In the end, all of their mouths twitched as they resisted the urge to take action and remained silent. After all is said and done, who did this? An elder roared. Who else could it be? It has to be that devilish brat, who said he didn't come. This is now confirmed, and this was all done by him. Elder Xianxia's tears were streaming down his cheeks since that kid truly knew how to toy with people. Don't let me see him. If he enters heaving mending pavilion, the first thing I'll do is spank his bottom 80 times. Elder Zhuiyun fiercely said. However, someone else immediately continued and said, Little brother? Where are you? The doors to Zhulu Academy is always open for you. The one talking was precisely Zhulu Academy's female war god. Her entire elegant body that was beautiful in every way emitted a golden shine. Her charmingly pure white face was like jade, and it was much different from before. An extremely gentle smile hung over her face. Elder Zhuiyun immediately began to sweat as he looked into every direction. At the same time, the void god realm boiled with madness as soon as this information was received. Is it really that baby who apparently appeared? Who could it be apart from him? Unfortunately for the heaven-mending pavilion, This is the same behavior he showed at the starting ground. Haha. This odd child is truly lacking in morals. Heaven-mending pavilion is too pitiful. This naughty kid truly makes people speechless. As expected, he once again did some huge thing that would anger the heavens. That's right. Whoever comes into contact with him would certainly suffer from his heaven-angering actions. Even the void god realm could not bear him any longer. It's unknown whether or not the heaven-mending pavilion will banish him. Ha ha ha. At this very moment, the entire void god realm was in clamors as everyone laughed and discussed this situation. This child truly knows how to torment people. He's a bit too disastrous, right? Wherever he goes, there's no peace. Fortunately, he's pretty far from us now. Hammer Uncle wiped off some of his cold sweat. Coin Elder did not say anything. His moves were very nimble and skilled. He erected a table at a place where many people gathered with the following words on the surface. If you wish to know the milk baby's secret, please donate 1 spirit coin. Bird Grandpa's movements were not slow either. He immediately tore off a rag and laid it at the side with these words on top. 1 spirit coin, 1 exclusive secret. The void god realm was in a huge uproar and was extremely noisy. News of the naughty child's appearance at the heaven-mending pavilion was like a meteorite falling into the ocean and aroused a huge tempest. It quickly became the hottest topic of discussion. It was to the point that it had already quelled the news regarding Shur-E entering the ancient holy institution. Practically everyone was talking about it, and some were lying on the ground laughing while others were cursing at the top of their lungs. However, everyone who understood this matter sighed with sorrow. This devilish brat was too dishonest, and it was indeed a bit too wasteful on a prodigy like him. How could heaven-mending pavilion endure such torment? This was truly an incredible delight for others. I reckon heaven-mending pavilion is crying emotionally right now. After being disturbed by that devilish brat, their mountain gates today will probably be crowded to the point of exploding. There are almost 9,000 people who passed the trial. This child is truly outrageous. He can't stay still no matter where he goes. No wonder the void god realm can't even handle him anymore and threw him out. It truly had some incredible foresight. Everyone was chuckling, since the matter this time was truly delightful. Apart from the victim, heaven-mending pavilion, everyone else was practically laughing until the corners of their mouths twitched. Many people took joy in this disaster and could not stop laughing. Naturally, there were also people who were fuming with rage, such as the 4 large clans who were previously extorted. Right now, all of their faces were still dark and continuously cursed. They wanted to kill the little guy as soon as possible. It was hard for them to invoke any joy out of this matter, because they had originally been victims as well. They were once made into a laughingstock because of this. The news regarding the heaven-mending pavilion instantly swept over the entire land and was transmitted into all kinds of large families within ancient countries. This shocked everyone in the land, and no one would have thought that this devilish brat would bring that kind of style into an ancient sacred land. I feel rather sympathetic towards heaven-mending pavilion. How did they end up meeting a brat like this? Right, what do you guys think? Will the ancient sacred land punish and exile him or not? Someone raised this question. They definitely won't. If it was me, I would certainly recruit him into my school and slowly tidy him up. Otherwise, wouldn't they be letting him off too easily? Everyone nodded and felt that this was reasonable. Many great powers were eyeing him covetously. If they truly expelled this child, then many others would take the first opportunity to steal him. The void god realm was full of people discussing this topic non-stop. Does anyone want to go to the heaven-mending pavilion? Since this devilish brat appeared, I'm sure that he will be exposed soon. One of them took the first opportunity to respond and reveal their intention of visiting the heaven-mending pavilion. He wanted to violently beat up that devilish brat a bit and do some heaven-angering things to him. There were even some who flat out stated that they wanted to kill the little guy. Since he appeared, we have to kill him. This truly wasn't a joke, and they were emitting a powerful killing intent. He finally exposed himself. Someone clenched their teeth. Everyone knew that if the people who wanted to take actions were not the 4 large clans, then they were powers who knew that they had no hopes of recruiting such a genius. Such powers would rather dispose of the little guy than allow a competitor have him. The little guy evoked a gargantuan wave that attracted the attention of many. The situation that he brought to the heaven-mending pavilion would naturally make this area a place of instability. Many people decided to leave and head there. Although this child is dishonest, he shouldn't attract any bloody conflicts, right? Those people are too excessive. Will someone go and stop them? There is. This old man will save him first, then violently give him a beating. Hee. Haha. Some great powers truly moved out and dispatched a group of terrifying experts, especially that terrifying family who lost their precious fans previously. Their blood boiled, and since information regarding him finally appeared, they absolutely had to retrieve their clan's most powerful treasure. While the outside world clamored, Heaven Mending Pavilion could hardly stay calm. Some elders were almost worried to death, and looking at that dark patch of people, it made them feel dizzy. There were almost 9,000 people there. How could they all be recruited through the mountain gates? The upper powers had already gave out orders for them to settle this matter themselves, since they were the ones in charge of the event this time. Currently, some of them were so depressed they had thoughts of suicide. The 8,000 to 9,000 people were anxiously waiting, and all the elders from various large clans were eagerly waiting as well. There's too many people. Elder Xianxia mustered up his courage and spoke. However, as soon as he spoke these words, he was interrupted. This is very normal. Our children are all geniuses. A group of clan elders simultaneously shouted. Fellow cultivators, please forgive this man. Elder Zhuiyun was agonizing, and he wished everyone would understand and be flexible. We understand and believe that our children passed Heaven Mending Pavilion's most difficult trial, and they will certainly learn the best symbols and precious techniques within the school. The elders of various tribes were unyielding. There's a mistake this time. You can't treat it like it's real. An elder's face darkened as he spoke. Is the magnanimous Heaven Mending Pavilion actually going back on their words? You said it yourselves that today's trial was extremely difficult. You guys installed some powerful barriers within the trial, and as long as they passed through, they would be accepted as a disciple. Could it be that you are backing out on your words? If news of this got out, your reputation will be damaged. The few elders opened their mouths, but were tongue-tied for words. They wished that they could capture him immediately and beat him half to death. He was truly a troublemaker. What were they going to do now? Fellow cultivators, it's fine if you see it this way, but let's discuss a bit. The elders invited a few elders from the large clans to the side to carefully negotiate with them. No matter what, they could not accept 9,000 people into Heaven Mending Pavilion at the same time, since it far surpassed any of their estimations. Zhulu Academy's female war god, as well as war generals dispatched by all kinds of great powers patiently, waited on top of a wall. They carefully searched for the little guy, and they were incredibly happy that such a scene occurred. While the outside world was in turmoil, the little guy was strolling across the forest in the second battlefield. He was not in a hurry at all. There are quite a number of people that entered. Some are actually pretty good, he muttered to himself. He had already found over 10 people, and some of them were quite powerful. Although they were not very old, they had established several heavenly passages a long time ago. He was scurrying through the dense forest in order to search for the tablet hidden at the second battlefield. Suddenly, the smell of blood assailed his nostrils, and the little guy's heart jumped. In front of him, the area surrounding a waterfall was completely blood-stained. Half a skull lied there, and it belonged to a youth roughly 15 to 16 years old. The rest of his body was completely devoured. He did not advance any further. He assumed that some terrifying creature like a flood dragon hid behind the waterfall. An hour later, he arrived at a swamp and discovered the traces of a fierce battle here. A few broken bloody arms were scattered throughout the ground where an alligator rested. It was incredibly terrifying with a length of over 80 meters long. The mortality rate isn't low. The little guy backed off. Oh! Suddenly, a loud howl transmitted from afar and hacked open the mud like a landslide or a fissure. The mountain boulders in the vicinity were all sent flying high into the sky. There's another one, The little guy was startled. There was actually more than one vicious beast here. This one was an even stronger alligator whose length was over 100 meters long. Its body was covered in dense silver scales, and it was flashing with an icy cold and metallic sheen. It leapt out from within the swamp toward the little guy. Shwa! The little guy's horizontal movement was extremely quick, dodging its huge and bloody mouth. With a kacha sound, that large, terrifying mouth immediately smashed apart a few ancient trees that reached into the skies, and its bloody odor permeated the area. With a honglong sound, the ancient alligator immediately swatted out with its 10-meter-long claws after its bloody mouth missed its target. Symbols flickered all around it, and its ferocity overflowed into the heavens. The little guy was in mid-air, and he kicked out against that huge claw. Both of them possessed a godly strength that shocked the world, causing them to both retreated backwards. The ancient alligator was shocked. Despite that human being so tiny, he somehow possessed such a terrifying strength that could counter its 100-meter-length body. One must know that it had been cultivating for many long years before arriving at this level. The little guy extended his 10 fingers, and 10 streaks of thick golden lightning exploded onto the alligator's body. That spot immediately turned black as the scales fell over, revealing indistinct patches of flesh and blood. The ancient alligator was furious, practically stood on its legs as it pounced towards the little guy. At the same time, the symbols on another huge alligator shined, and it immediately slaughtered its way over. The little guy frowned. He did not want to fight this pointless battle, so he turned around and escaped. However, the two huge beasts did not give up on him, and relentlessly chased him along his path, smashing apart the ancient trees as they destroyed their way through the forest. Oh! Suddenly, a tiger roar shook the entire mountain range from the distance. It shocked the little guy to the point that his hair stood up. He immediately thought back to that black tiger that had once tramped down a mountain peak with a single claw. He escaped at an extremely fast pace with no intention of stopping. However, that injured ancient alligator's eyes had blood in its sight. It continued to persevere and tried to chase him down. The other immediately submerged itself into the swamp after hearing the tiger's cry. The forest swayed, and trees snapped. Huge rocks flew across the air, causing all kinds of fierce beasts to scurry about. As this enormous 100-meter-long vicious creature chased, it upheaved the entire mountain area. Pong! Suddenly, a shining figure charged out from the side. Like a powerful war spirit, its aura was incredibly oppressing, and it directly struck the little guy with its palm. With a honglong sound, symbols interweaved, and a silver light shined. The entire mountain region trembled, and many ancient trees collapsed. Several 10,000 gene boulders were smashed to smithereens as well. This extremely terrifying scene shocked even the little guy. People who were able to charge their way in here were indeed extraordinary, and this person was definitely considered a terrifying person. Without even turning his head, he struck with his palm. After using the power of his silver symbols, he jumped and disappeared into the ends of the forest. The person behind him was stupefied. That child who flashed by was terrifying. Was this still a jump? It simply looked like he was flying after he instantly jumped over the entire mountain. He did not stop. The symbols underneath his foot flickered, and silver light covered the ground. In the blink of an eye, he rushed into a different direction to escape. Oh! In the depths of the mountain range, hissing sounds trembled the sky. An enormous black tiger charged over at an extremely fast speed, and cracked open the mountain surface with each step. There were 2 mountains obstructing its path, but they were smashed apart by its claws. The ancient alligator trembled. It quickly hunted down over 10 enormous creatures before crouching to the floor. It trembled slightly as it waited for the descent of the Beast King. The black tiger appeared and lowered its head to look down upon everything. It opened its mouth to inhale, then a streak of black light roiled up as it swallowed the 10 prey on the ground. Afterwards, it looked at the muddy alligator with disgust before turning around to leave. A large patch of blood was left over by those 10 prey on the floor, continuously dripping like a small river. That ancient alligator accepted its generosity and escaped into the distance. Finally, the little guy saw that tablet curled up with floating light and misty air. This was clearly a treasure since, as soon as he arrived, that black rock flew over and landed into his hands. There were a couple of lines carved onto the tablet. Those with 2 heaven-mending rocks will pass, and those with over 10 will be carefully educated. I only have 1, yet I didn't pass? This is simply encouraging me to steal. The little guy muttered to himself. He realized what this meant. He would guard here and wait for others to search for this tablet. In the meantime, he would examine it so that he might dig out some secrets. However, the stone tablet was unusual. It emitted a multicolored light, then rapidly flew into the distance to bury itself underneath the ground. This is to avoid people camping the stone tablet. It's telling us to fight in the forest and hunt each other down. The little guy's heart trembled. To become a genius disciple was indeed not a very simple task. There aren't any rules in this land, so wouldn't that mean stealing the heaven-mending rocks would be very dangerous? There were human lives at stake here. No wonder that person sneak attacked him. He definitely wanted the heaven-mending rocks. I don't know how many geniuses are at the second battlefield. The little guy did not anxiously make a move. He pushed his way through the forest and searched for traces of other people. He had searched through over 1,000,000 li of the Great Wasteland, so he naturally had a beautiful experience that far surpassed his peers within the mountain range. As long as he was careful and prudent, he would definitely be terrifying. 1, 2. The little guy carefully counted. After 4 hours, he had already found 67 people. According to his estimation, there were at least 100 geniuses within this mountain range. That little fellow who sneakily attacked me just now was pretty strong, since I did not actually sense him. I don't know where he is hiding, the little guy muttered to himself. After that, he did not seem to care about these things anymore, and he made his way towards the depths of the mountain range. After he saw that enormous black tiger, he felt that there might be some other good stuff hidden within the mountains. Next to the lairs of powerful vicious beasts, there would usually be 1 or 2 spirit items. This was the knowledge he obtained from experiencing over 1,000,000 li of the Great Wasteland. During his journey, he had taken action several times. In particular, he once plucked a spirit medicine from under the protection of an ice flood dragon. And in the end, him and Qingfeng were chased for 2 days and 2 nights. After that, they never dared to recklessly do such a thing again. This is the backyard of Heaven Mending Pavilion, and the little guy assumed that this black tiger going crazy was not a big deal. After all, this area was being suppressed by the ancient sacred land. In the depths of the mountain range, mist lingered about. Ancient trees and wretched woods stood about, and huge boulders were laid in disarray. The little guy approached a high ground that lacked vegetation. The baleful aura was astonishing as black mist filled this place. Just by looking at it, one would immediately realize that this is the resting place of a super strong vicious beast. He had to be cautious and prudent. Otherwise, he would lose his life in this place. He slowly walked into the interior with only an experimental attitude. He did not really want to risk his life. The ground was dry and hard. The solid rocks he treaded upon were bare with nothing growing on them. He finally approached that huge pitch-black cave. Strands of demonic aura overflowed from within. This was precisely the black tiger's nest. There's actually a precious medicine here. The little guy was pleasantly surprised. Near the cave's entrance, there was an extremely eye-pleasing plant rooted there that was emitting specks of black light. This entire region was barren, and this was the only precious medicine growing beside the tiger's cave. Naturally, it was very eye-catching. It was not tall, only a foot in length. Its shape was like a pitch-black lotus carved from an onyx. Black demon lotus. The little guy was pleasantly surprised. This was an extremely rare precious medicine that grew by absorbing demonic aura. Ordinarily, this plant was an extremely rare precious medicine. Naturally, it absorbed demonic aura, but it was still a spirit medicine. However, it was a bit special in the sense that it was far more violent and tyrannical than ordinary spirit medicine. This one in particular absorbed the aura of the black tiger, making the medicinal properties even more powerful. It far surpassed ordinary spirit medicine, and this one could be considered an even more astonishingly rare precious medicine. I recently cultivated to a hurdle. I should have broken through, but I felt like I should wait a bit to accumulate some more essence energy. Looks like I won't have to wait any longer. The little guy was very happy since he felt like he could open his sixth heavenly passage. His cultivation was going to advance by leaps and bounds once again. Of course, the prerequisite was that he had to pluck this precious medicine without losing his life. Some people had been eyeing this black lotus a long time ago. The little guy was amazed. On top of a huge rock beside the black tiger's cave, there was a row of words that recorded the age of this medicine. It's a record left by the heaven-mending pavilion. The little guy pondered for a while, then grumbled. I already dug out the precious bones from the 8th region. Could I let this lotus go? I obviously can't, or else I would be hacked by lightning from the heavens. With his thieving look, he stared towards his left and right. Then his large eyes shined as he tiptoed towards the black tiger's cave.